Merhaba Malta. Welcome to Malta.
Welcome to Valletta, capital of Malta, for this fourth day of the European Cricket Series. And it's dawned sunny, fair, and there hasn't been any overnight rain, and that's a good sign that we should be able to get a full complement of matches in today. We're going to kick off with a team that's unbeaten, Marsa, with a team that's lost 4 of 4. Top half of the table versus bottom half. Overseas, the unlucky partner in the game. Let's see if they can break their duck. We'll first of all go over to Stefan Gooch for the coin toss.
Bonjour and good morning, and welcome back to Friday morning here in beautiful Malta for match number 11 of this European Cricket Series. It's a big one. We've got Overseas Cricket Club versus the Masters Cricket Club. Big one for Overseas. They haven't won a game yet. They're the only team who is yet to register a point. They need a win here. It is crucial for their hopes of staying alive in the tournament. Marsa have played one. They won it. They had one rained off. They've got 3 points. They played some good cricket. They look like a strong team. So it's going to be a big match. Let's get excited. Let's toss the coin. Rob Kemming, the tournament ref, with the coin. So Haroon, you'll toss it and you'll call. Heads is the call.
And it is a heads.
It's heads. All right. First win of the day, mate. What are you going to do?
We're going to have a bowl.
Talk me through it.
I still feel our batting hasn't quite clicked yet, and I still feel it could. I think we probably stand a better chance chasing, but let's see how it goes. It hasn't worked. Batting first or bowling first hasn't worked so far, so let's hope today we can get it together.
Yeah, you've played well in parts. It's almost clicked a couple of times, but you haven't quite been able to put it all together. What's the strategy to bounce back from these last few?
Probably just try and be a bit more aggressive. I mean, we got our fielding really together in the last game. We obviously want to carry on with that. But batting, need to go harder. It's simple as that.
Yeah, it's the T10 format, isn't it? You do have to go pretty hard. Anyway, have a good game, mate. Good luck. All right, mate. So you've been put into bat. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, we had the same plan to bat first because the outfield is quite wet and it will be a bit difficult to control the ball, and we will try to set a decent target like we did in the first game.
It sounds like a pretty good plan. So how are you feeling? You must be feeling pretty good. You played one, you won it, you had one rained off. You're sitting pretty about third place, I think. Feeling good?
Yeah, we're feeling good and very quite positive and looking forward to another win.
Excellent. All right, everyone, have a good game, mate. So Overseas Cricket Club have won the toss and they're having a bowl.
Thank you, Stefan. The last 2 tosses they've won, they've had a bowl, and they've lost both games by 12 runs. They're nearly there. And, you can see the man with the red lid there down at the striker's end for Marsa. That's Noel Kosler. He got off to a cracking start in the first game. 37 from 21. So already in form. He's a quality player. There is David Marks with the new ball, jumping up and down. He's bowled well in the opening stages of the tournament. And, just didn't follow through to pick up the ball cleanly enough, and Kosler is off the mark. And the Marsa score is underway. That brings Zishan Khan onto the strike, and he too with 28 from 20, had a good first innings in the tournament. He's lifted that up and over point. Outfield still a little bit dewy. And, looked a little bit of a clumsy tumble out on the line. Nevertheless, they've saved the 4, and Zishan is underway with a couple as well. Your European Cricket Network commentary team, me, Kit Harris, with me, Sam Williams. Morning, Sam.
Good morning, Kit. Thank you very much. How are you?
Yeah, very well. Just pleased we've got sun-kissed sward, really, for the first time. Khan looking to be aggressive. There's talk here, Sam, as though we might be looking at quite a high total.
I have heard those rumours, yes. Let's see how it unfolds.
It's nice from Marks. He's been accurate in the tournament and has shown a predisposition towards bowling very full. Tried to be mean with his economy. I suppose there's always the risk that if you try and bowl leg side Yorkers and then fire one up a bit quicker, shove it down the leg side.
Can just slide down there, easily done. We've seen a few wides this week, haven't we, Kit?
Well, there was that prodigious game a couple of days ago when the Knights bowled 28 of them in one innings. Chipped up in the air, chance to third man, always come in too quickly and misjudged the lie of the land there.
Just sliced over backward point, isn't it? I think it's gone all the way for 6, Kit. Just see there, he comes in. Ooh, yeah.
Just thought he had to run in, Vosloo. Only at the last minute realised it was swirling away over his right shoulder and couldn't get back into position. I suppose if he'd had the fortune to be under it from the very beginning, it would have fallen straight into his hands. Great ball. And, well, it's all very well to be furious with yourself, Zishan Khan, but sometimes the bowler does put in a good nut. Decent over, though, for the batting side. Marsa getting 12 off the first. No wickets down.
Yeah, interesting start. See that 6 that we saw, sliced over backward point. It's helped the score tick along. Good finish from Marks, though.
Now, we've seen relatively often a slow bowler being introduced by the overseas team in the power play. And today is going to be no different, as Andy Naudi has already taken 4 wickets in this tournament. No, it's not Andy Naudi. No, it is Andy Naudi. No, he completely fooled me there, Sam, because he'd been bowling a little off breaks off a short run, which had got him those wickets. He went wicketless in the last game because in his second over he switched to this medium pace, and curiously he's decided to stick with his little seamers. You see his fingers are down, not across the seam. I admit I find that a little strange because he was very effective when he was taking the pace off.
Yes, I did hear from one of the local chaps yesterday that seam up was his way to go, that he'd in fact changed to spin, so interesting.
He's drawn a line under that little episode of his life, seemingly. It's, that signal is halfway between 6 and a wide, isn't it?
Interesting.
Drilled. Just the one bounce inside the line. The field up on the offside, and all Kozla had to do was hit up and over.
Yeah, good shot. Bit of width there, just giving him enough room to free his arms, and mid-off is quite wide, so pretty safe.
2 men are allowed out in the power play. And Captain Jörg Hershey has gone for long on. And a very wide third man, almost deep backward point, really. So no harm in trying that again. It's going to go all the way this time. Even the great man Sean Byrne is not going to be able to cut that off, not even if he were 10 feet high.
Once again, width outside the off stump. Mid-off, as mentioned, is very wide, so that's pretty safe, especially when it goes 10 yards back.
Kosler is ticking now. So, yeah, go short, Andy Nowdy. Good idea. I know he was expensive when he was bowling his little spinners in the power play. That surprise option yielded 4 wickets, and it's taking wickets, especially against 2 really quality hitters like these. It's taking wickets, even if you've got to buy them. I appreciate... well, I reckon the umpire's got that one right, Sam. Batsman as surprised as I was to see the throw being rifled in. Kosler not doing much to run his bat in. Gorgeous pick up and throw.
Yeah, just nudged into the onside, comes in, releases it quickly.
Oh, well,
It was some lazy running between the wickets, Kit, wasn't it?
it was lazy. You can bet your boots that if the umpire had the opportunity to send that upstairs, he would have. But if you don't see it like a robot with replay, you're only human out there. You just watch. Now, this is the kind of luxury review that the umpire would love to have, but he is a mere mortal. Very, very close. Kosler not being anything other than casual. You can see out by about ½ a metre. When you see that in real time, you've got to have X-ray eyes to get it right. And of course, the whole way cricket is set up is that the umpire has to give the batsman the benefit of any doubt. So, 2 overs down, 26 without loss. Here's Marks again.
Just angled down to sort of wide third man for a single there. Mark's going to finish off his spell, see if he can get away with not too much damage here, obviously in the power play.
Well, nice idea to go wider and make the batsman reach for it, but it's ended up being a long half volley and it's put away neatly.
Fruitful area, isn't it, that mid-off region? Nicely played.
Now, captains get criticised for being reactive, but I would like to see here the long off going back and the long on coming up, and in fact that's exactly what's happened. Now what that requires of the bowler Marks is to continue bowling outside the off stump. If he overcorrects and now bowls straight, it doesn't match the way the field has changed. Yeah, that's good bowling. And a bit back of a length too, so it makes it harder for the batsman to drive hard through the line.
Good adjustment of length there, you're spot on. Well bowled from Marks.
Well, there it is again, too full, and it's going to go all the way yet again. One of the monster hits that he's capable of. Kosler is rapidly into the 20s. Afraid it's just not working.
The line's not too bad, he's just fetched it, hasn't he? He's striking it nicely here, so he's just come down a step, fetched it over the mid-on that was brought up inside the circle. Beautifully struck.
It's got to be pace off the ball, I'm convinced of it. I don't mean to harp on, but they do buy their wickets a bit, the spinners in this overseas team, but it's wickets that they need to slow the scoring. He's taken the pace off that one. A deft bit of fielding round the corner. What was that nickname there?
Is it Tickles?
Christo Villiern. I'm sure it said Tickles.
Pretty sure it did.
Well, we've plenty of time to speculate why. It's a nice bit of unorthodoxy there. He moved to leg to play the shot, Mark's followed him, but he's managed to muscle it across the line for 4 more.
Yeah, we'll see it again here. It's really good hands from the batsman. Just whips the wrist through at the last minute. No sweeper on the leg side. Comfortable boundary. Going nicely here, Marsa.
Certainly are. 17 off the over, 14 off the over before. Power play is all done and dusted. 43 without loss, and that's the best power play start we've had in the tournament so far here at the Master Sports Ground in week 1. All these scores and little bits of information, including lists of the highest run scorers and best wicket takers, they're all on our website, if you're a stats fan, ecn.cricket. Not just for this tournament, but in fact for the whole summer of European Cricket Series throughout continental Europe. And we are going to see pace off the ball. Sam, here comes the captain himself, Jörg Hershey.
Smart captaincy, isn't it? Once you're allowed more than 2 outside the ring, bring yourself on.
That is, well, it's a harsh line, but the evidence is there for us. You're allowed 5 out once the 3 over power play is concluded. That's the right thing to do, I'm convinced of it. Just take the pace off the ball. Zing! In front of square, nice and full. The slog sweep comes out, and well, fast, slow, it really doesn't matter. Kozler is taking all comers just the same.
Yeah, once again, fetched over that leg side boundary. Pressure on the captain here.
Now, what's Hershey got to do? He doesn't panic. He's got 3 of his deep fielders on the leg side, so he needs to push it a little wider of off stump like that, and it's very high. A chance on the boundary should be taken, and he's just managed to stay inside the line. Gericke, what a great bit of judgment. He had plenty of time to think about whether he would toss the ball up for burn. His instinct said hold on, and he did a beautiful dance of the Sugar Plum Fairy right on the line, and has managed to get rid of Kozler.
Fantastic judgment. You see it again here. It's a decent strike down the ground. Comes around Heinrich Gericke. Fantastic.
Oh! Yeah, you see that Sean Byrne pushed him back inside. It's not something I've seen before. Sean Byrne was outside the boundary, got his hands on Gericke's chest and shoved him back into the field of play.
Yes, caught Gericke assisted burn, shall we say.
I was thinking almost like as if there'd been a lightning strike, that it meant that Gericke was connected with the outside of the boundary via burn, but I don't think there's anything in the laws to say that that's not allowed. Well, the batsmen have crossed. That brings Khan on to strike. We've been denied by a solitary run, opening 50 partnership. Niraj Khanna has come in at the non-striker's end, looking as relaxed as could be. Good bowling. Late drift.
Very nice bowling. Pace off, proving effective so far.
As soon as the pace comes off the ball, it's harder to hit. It's a bit of a long hop there though, and lucky to have the sweeper out on the line. It means he'll get away with it, and Hershey just conceded the single. Tasty little over so far, just 1 ball left to come in it. He's only conceded 8. Picked up the crucial wicket of Kozler. I wonder if that might just persuade Naudi when he bowls his second over to go back to the slow stuff again. Good running to conclude the over with a single then, just 9 from it, and after 4 overs, Marsa are 52 for 1.
Very tidy over in the end. Just the 9 from it. Still going quite nicely though, Marsa. Nice platform. I mentioned yesterday some of the teams starting quite slowly but then accelerating towards the back end. Now, there are a couple of changes
in the side for overseas. Left out Towns, who's not available, and Lee Tuck, who has a back injury, which means they're down to 4 regular bowlers. The consequence of that is they have to find a 5th bowler from somewhere, and now you see where that source is going to be. Dion Voslu really does not bowl very much at all. He's going to come on second change, and if they can get 2 overs out of him, they'll have done well. Well, that one almost came down with snow on it. He tossed it up so much, but again, slower bowling works. The tidy start for Voslu.
Certainly was pace off that one, wasn't it?
We might need to adjust the camera upwards a little bit, just so we don't cut the ball off coming down.
It's a good start.
Good footwork from Khan into the 20s now. Just come down the pitch. You've got plenty of time to get to the ball on the full toss. I wonder how long it will be before Niraj Khanna tries to swing it away over the leg side. He's gone straight this time, and it's going to go all the way. Gerika could do no more than watch that fly over his head. Maximum, and Khanna is up and running with his first 6.
Sort of effortless strike, really. It's flown over the fence, probably 15 yards back. Beautiful stroke.
So, your move, Dion Voslu. What you got? Keep tossing it up or push it through quicker? I think that's him pushing it through quicker.
Just slid it down the leg side, unfortunately.
They get the extra wide as well, having run. Palmer, the keeper, obviously surprised by the change of pace. He's mishit that. I think he's going to drop safe. High up the bat. You can bet that if the ball goes anywhere near these 2 men out straight, Sean Byrne, the one in your picture, so Gerika, they'll turn it into a chance wherever it is, but that one was perfectly safe. No, I think that's a bump ball. The umpire's absolutely sure it was. What did you call it as, Sam?
I would say that's almost certainly a bump ball.
No, this was definitely up here.
Oh, they're having a discussion about it. They can talk about it as long as they like, of course. Here we go, the replay. Just see when the ball comes off the bat. Does it go straight into the ground? Yes. Yes. You okay with that, Sam?
Yes, I think that's...
And very sensible umpiring, just to stroll over to square leg and take the time to make sure that the square leg agrees that the ball was hit in the half volley into the ground. The square leg is in a perfect position to judge it.
Oh, possibly a bit of chat there.
Well, it was just that Clyde Palmer said, "Come on!" Just as Voslu was at the top top of his run. 1 ball left in the...
Come on, lads, we got to play cricket. Let's play. Come on, bowlers are ready. Fielders ready. Let's go.
Well, it's you talking, Clyde Palmer, old boy. That's the reason he keeps walking away.
Let's go. Come on.
1 ball left for Khanna to face in the 5th over. And he has swung it away over the leg side. And it's, well, it's nicely blocked from going over the line out there on the boundary by Ethan Jureb. It concludes the 5th over. Not a bad one, all things considered, from Voslu. 64 for 1.
An eventful one, should we say?
Yeah. Good television.
64 for 1 at the halfway stage, as you mentioned. So run rate's good, only 1 wicket down. As I said, it's a good platform for them to accelerate here.
I have the feeling that Voslu has bowled well enough to earn himself the other over. Now, Jörg Hershey is marking out his run. I think it's all done on the angle, so he will actually run those 2 sides of the square when he jogs in. Here's his 2nd over. Good drift. Keeper Palmer likes that. They're going to push for 2. I think they'll get them as well.
Good cricket.
Now Kana, this is his first extended bat so far of the tournament. In his previous innings at number 3, he scored 1 from 2, that was it. That's going to fall safe. Every other batsman got into double figures at better than a run a ball, as Marsa racked up 117 in 10 overs against the Warrior, so Niraj Khanna was rather standing on the platform as the gravy train pulled out. It's just so much harder, isn't it, when the ball is slow?
He's a canny operator, isn't he? Jörg Hirschi. Just angling the ball into the right-hander. Tough to get away. He's picked up the sole wicket so far.
Khanna goes for the big one again. A deep mid-wicket has held on. Well judged out there, Daniel Niverton. And Hirschi has picked up a second.
Just outside off stump with the line. Batsman trying to fetch the ball to the leg side. He has done so. Oh, it's a long way outside off. And he's hit it straight to Daniel Niverton at deep mid-wicket. Well held. And here she has his second pole.
The momentum just being slowed a little. Now the pace is off the ball. Number 4 batsman is Fanyan Munkal. One of the 4 batsmen to fill his boots in that big innings against the Warriors. 26 off 11 and unbeaten. Both the Munkal brothers can hit big sixes here, so question is, with 2 balls left in Hirschi's spell, will he take him on straight away? Well, he was just looking to make room and take the single into the offside there. Hirschi has therefore got 1 more throw of the die. Well, he's gone big, and he'll get at least 1 here. If they hustle to Niverton, they'll take 2, but he's a good fielder. The throw came in fast, but there was no call, I think, so he just dropped it in the middle of the pitch. End of the 6th over. Marsa still moving along swiftly. 69 for 2. Hirschi is all done. 14 runs, 2 wickets off his spell.
Very tidy indeed from the captain. Picked up both wickets. Marsa going nicely here, they won't be too disappointed. And the overseas will be happy to have picked up that second wicket. See if they can continue to squeeze with Dion Vosloo to continue.
Has earned his second over. I think that's fair. Full again. It's quite difficult to hit. Will they take 2 to burn? Of course they won't. No 2s to 22. You can hear it being said on the field. I came up with that.
Almost sensed that you were going to say that, Kit.
Yeah, I may leave Malta in a week's time, but I think they're going to be stuck with it for the next 5 years. It's good to have a legacy. Now, miscued, half a chance on the line. Oh, what a catch! That is an absolute stunner. Have you seen anything like that before? Gerald Sant, that is the catch of the tournament. Absolute blinder. He just didn't look like clinging on there. And understandably, his teammates are ecstatic. What a ripper.
Let's have a look. He comes down the track, sort of slices it to deep cover. He's right on the fence down there. That is a quite magnificent grab.
Left-handed. He's a right-hander. He got himself into the worst possible position to take that catch. It was flying away for 6. He just stuck up a paw, and Hirschi says, stop kissing. 3 wickets down now, 71. And that really, against the best batsman in this tournament, it takes something genuinely remarkable to make a breakthrough. And good old Dion Vosloo has got himself a wicket. And Fanyan Munkal messing about. Goes left-handed. Oh, has he been stumped? Has he been stumped? No, says the square leg. Well, that was needless, Sam. Changing his stance to make sure it was slightly easier to miss the ball. What's that all about?
Quick hands, wasn't it?
Ah, well,
Just in.
great bit of stumping, but the batsman was well rooted. He's gone left-handed again, and he's going to get another dot ball. When is he going to learn? He's a great six-hitter when he hits with his right hand. I don't really know what all this is about. Showboating?
Confused. I am confused, to say the least. He looks like there's going to be 3 in a row.
No run there. No run there. 3 dots.
Yeah, 3 dots in a row. He's capable of finding the fielder
Here we go, lads.
with right hand or left. Goes left-handed again. Well, it is a strange gambit. I really don't know what the plan is there. What's he trying to achieve? What he's ended up doing is allowing the part-time bowler, Dion Vosloo, to put together a really good over, the 7th of the innings, and it's only gone for 1 run. Great stuff. 71 for 3, Marsa.
Just think if they end up losing a close one hit, Kit, with those 4 dot balls in a row, that could be, well, not sure I'd be too pleased in the Master camp, personally.
Gericka. Could bowl a heavy ball. Very much the part-time bowl at the start of the tournament. But through skill and penetration, he's bowled himself into the main attack. Should get a wicket here. And well held. Easy as you like to David Marks at short mid-wicket. You've seen the very best of hard catches and then the simplest of skiers straight afterwards. And it's falling apart now for Marsa, who are 71 for 4.
Good start from Gericka into the pitch. Heavy ball, as you said. Straight up in the air to wicket, where David Marks does the rest. Not a bad start at all.
They keep on sliding away, Marsa. And it's all about the slower bowling at the moment. Sumer Khan is the new batsman. He's at the non-striker's end, on the very edge of your screen now, as Fanyan Mughal. Big nailed shot, far away over the palm trees into the archery. Look at that one.
Again, back of the length. He's picked up the length so quickly there. Look at this. Bang.
Colossal shot from Fanyan. We saw some big hits from him before. He's pleased with himself, as well he might be.
He's going to stick to right-handed then, Kit.
Yeah. And, well, there's a reason why you were blessed with a dominant hand and that you're expected to use it. Why make, I mean, if you're a genius, of course, like a switch-hitting Peterson, go ahead. Show us what you can do, but not everyone has those remarkable attributes. He's a good batsman, but by no means a prodigy. Keeping it simple has brought him his first boundary. That's right from Gericka to go fuller, but it's only gone further. It's out into the archery again. Consecutive 6s.
Yeah, he's definitely fuller, but it's the same result. Hoiked over deep square, let's say, but it's a good strike.
It's all very well having Ithan Jureb at deep backward square, but the only use of him at the moment is to fetch the ball back flatter this time. Should just be the single to Niverton. He's made that position his own. He's caught and fielded well at deep mid-wicket throughout the tournament so far.
Definitely a hot spot in this format.
Nicked. Oh, and he's going to get 4. Moral victory for Gericka. But Sumer Khan, going for the big drive off his first ball, has got 4 down to third man.
It's an effective stroke in this format, the slip drive, one of my favourites.
That was the first ball he faced in the European Cricket Series Malta. The reason for that is that Marsa haven't yet had to bat down to number 6. And Gericke, who's bowled well up to now, he's still bowling all right, but he's just found the batsman in the most princely mood. Last ball of the over. Good ball. And Khan decides he'd like to retain the strike. Thank you very much. So 18 runs from Gericke's over. 8 overs down, 2 to go, and Marsa are 89 for 4.
Yeah, 2 to go. They'll be looking to get something up over that 100, I would have thought. Just wonder who's going to be trusted with these death overs kit.
Well, I expect Naudi will get one of them. No, indeed, it's going to be a man who's been on the boundary watching the 6s fly over his head until now. Ethan Jouareb. He's got a point to prove because Hershey gave him 1 ball in a previous defeat. It's all he's bowled so far in the tournament. 6 to win, and that ball went for 6. Just the single immediately almost halves his tournament economy rate. And it was a decent first ball. A little bit of movement back into the right-hander as well. Oh, now that's where's that hit, Mughal? Thigh pad?
Let's say thigh pad. I think it was a touch high for the LBW appeal. Let's have a look. Well, maybe just sort of hip.
Pelvic bone. Sure, Reb will be pleased to have brought out a big bruise there. Oh, good ball again. Very nice. Just tailed in late and straightened as it went past the batsman. Fanyan Mughal has hit 2 enormous 6s, so it's a feather in Joureb's cap that he hasn't been able to get him away so far. He's switched to left hand. And he's nailed this one, massive 6, wrong-handed into the limestone wall. So he can do it after all.
He's stuck with it, hasn't he? Here we go, you just see here. Pretty well struck in the end, you have to say. He has now hit 3 6s, 2 of which being right-handed, and that one left-handed.
That one was flat, real skimmer. Rolled his wrists on the ball. So Joureb finally being hit to the boundary, and it's okay to do that. I think that's mature cricket from the bowler. You've decided where you're going to bowl the ball. You start trotting up, the batsman changes hands. Yeah, pull out and start again. Yeah, that's fine. And you know, after a while you could say that the batsman is time wasting. I do hope that those little 30 seconds aren't taken off the fielding side's slot in which to bowl. They're 10 overs. Yeah, just keep pulling out. We're in a stalemate now, Sam.
Mexican standoff.
But the bowler is keeping his nerve, sticking to his guns. What's the odds on it happening 4 times in a row, Sam?
I'd say decent.
Yeah, good, there we go, Joureb. I reckon that Joureb assumed he was going to do it.
Good entertainment.
You decided to gamble this time. You can't go on like that forever. I'm going to let go of the ball and assume that you're going to switch. Now, this is a lovely battle. It's high. There's a chance. It's split the fielders and they'll race back for 2. Well, he may be the 4th change bowler and only in his 2nd over of the tournament, but Joureb has come off well. He's acquitted himself very tidily there, just 8 runs from the penultimate over, and Marsa just shy of the ton, 97 for 4.
Yeah, for the penultimate over, I think you'd be happy with 8. It's got a few dots in there, gold dust at that stage of the innings. And you're right, looks like the last is going to be bowled by Mr. Naudi.
Sumer Khan. He's on strike for the moment. And he's got it away, but only to the sweeper. Just a fumble there on the bobbly outfield, and they should be safe coming back for 2. That's good cricket from Marsa. Could hardly call that a misfield. It is very difficult when the ball lands in the bunker out there with the sawdust. Khan back on strike. Nailed it. Burn. Oh, it would have been a gorgeous catch. You commend Byrne for turning it into half a chance. Most fielders would have just hung back and not risked it.
Plinked out.
Didn't actually get his hands into it in the dive.
He's on camera, but he's not pointing to his name there, is he, Kit?
Couple of runs to Khan.
Well bowled.
Now, there aren't 2 to him, but they're going to try it, are they? No, don't take 2 to 22. They've marked him out. But, Marsa now past the 100, and with 3 balls left, Fanyan Mughal is back on strike. 22 from 13, just the kind of innings that he played in the previous match against the Warriors. Well bowled, Andy Naudi. Switching to left-handed is all very well, but if you do it later than that, you give the opportunity to put the bowler off his stride. Gave Andy Naudi plenty of time to change his plans and just angle the ball back into the left-hander's pads, restricting him to a leg bye. Well done, Andy Naudi. Uncomplicated biff there. Well, it's going to be 2 to 22 that time. As I'm not sure he really did take a stinger on the hand. What it was you can't have spikes out there in case you get on the artificial pitch. So it's very slippery with the normal trainers on. 106 for 4. Here's the last ball of the innings. Very high. A chance to backward point. A difficult one, and superb diving effort from Villon. Throw comes in. It's a nice cleaning up from Jareb. 2 half chances in that over. They couldn't quite cling on, and that's a good score from Marsa. Not the mammoth total we might have expected, but they do have runs on the board, and critically they have a total that is beyond anything that overseas have managed to get so far. 95, their biggest total of the tournament. And truth be told, this is one of the strongest teams. Let's see how it unfolded. First of all, it was about Khan. It was the first time the ball reached the rope, and then it was about Khosla, who hit 3 big sixes down the ground when he had the room to do it, and he was given the room early on by David Marks. Both the batsmen finding the boundary repeatedly in a partnership of 49 from 3.3 overs. It just looked at that point like we might be looking at a mammoth total, but then Khosla holed out this wonderful catch, teetering on the line by Henrik Gericke. That was the end of him for 28, 49 for 1. Next one to go was Niraj Khanna for 12. And then we had this incredible catch on the line by Gerald Sant to dismiss Zishan for 25. 71 for 3 when that happened. And almost immediately, another wicket fell without addition to the score as Harun Mughal, the captain, was pouched by David Marks at mid-wicket. First ball. Then there was a late charge from Marsa. It's an unbeaten partnership between Fanyan Mughal and Sumer Khan. Got them past the 100 mark. Decent score in the end, and one you'd think would be exceeding anything that the overseas could conceivably chase based on their tournament form so far. 108 for 4, and then you see, with the exception of Mughal, all the way down the card, every batsman getting together a good score. Look at all those sixes there. 8 of them really are a decent batting side. They know how to clear the boundary, and you can't say that of every single team in this tournament. Bowling figures, well, when the pace was off the ball, it was much more effective. 2 openers got a bit of tap. Naudi has gone to medium pace, which I'm not sure is the best plan for him. Jerk Hershey showing what worked. Pick of the bowlers with 2 for 15. So the match situation, Marsa, 108 for 4. They've now gone over the century in every innings they've played so far. Overseas, well, their limit is 95 so far. So the question is, can they subvert the path of history and get the 109 they need to win? We're a few minutes away from finding out here on European Cricket Network. Join us for the remainder of this opening match 11 in just a few minutes' time, and we'll look forward to your company then.
Merhaba Malta. Welcome to Malta.
Welcome back to Valletta, capital of Malta, halfway through match 11 here in our European Cricket Series, in which the overseas team is going to have a bat, have their fourth attempt to get their first win under their belts. 109 the target, a new opening partnership for the fifth time in 5 games. Daniel Niverton there, their top scorer in the tournament so far, is going to be given the role of trying to score a half century or so to anchor the chase. Clyde Palmer, the non-striker. Here comes the first ball from Wasim Abbas, angled across. And an accurate and decent start from him already. One change to the Marsa team, which means they're going to have to get a little bit creative with their bowling attack. So they've only got 4 of their 5 regular bowlers on the park in this match. Awkward angle there for Niverton. It's the death bowler, the death specialist, Nosher Akhtar. So hard to get away in the closing overs. He's on the bench at the moment. And the man who's come in to replace him, Mohammad Usman, is a part-time wicketkeeper, so that means they'll have to find someone from the batting order to cobble together the overs of the 5th bowler. Might be Glenn Tavila, Niraj Khanna perhaps. Remains to be seen. And Niverton is away. Looking for the second, but Palmer is sent back, but overseas are under away. European Cricket Network commentators, I'm Kit Harris, with me Sam Williams. Can they do it?
Well, I think once a team gets over that 100 barrier, it's often quite tricky to chase down. We'll see how they get off to, if they get off to a good start here. Power play is always important.
Certainly is. They've shown a reluctance to go for the big shots overseas in the first 3 overs so far. Oh, Palmer's got bat on ball straight away. He's off the mark too. Niverton's big shot here, easily his best. Anything short and wide outside the off stump, he's really good on the cut. And there are opportunities there because there's only a 3rd man on the line on the offside. Now, this could go all the way. It's a big chase on for the fielder, and Niverton has indeed found a gap on the offside. Great positive shot.
Interesting with the right arm round the wicket to have just 3 fielders on the ring, but as you say, that is a gorgeous shot through extra cover from Daniel Niverton. Very nicely played indeed. They'll be looking to find the boundary a few times during this power play.
If they can find the boundary only once an over, they'll be there or thereabouts if they run well, and they do run well. The difficulty overseas has always been with finding the boundary. Single's good. That concludes a pretty tidy first over, all told, from Wasim Abbas. 7 runs from it. Overseas will need another 102 from the 9 overs that remain.
Yes, I think they'll probably be looking to get something around the 30 mark off the power play. If they can do that without losing any wickets, they should be pretty pleased with that, I would have thought.
Yeah, that would represent a decent start. They've got to just be brave in trying to find a ball, preferably as early in an over as possible, to latch onto. Only 2 fielders allowed outside the line, and they are third man and long on. So any half volley on the offside, even though both these batsmen are quite classical in their nature, they just need to be brave and try and hit it up over the infield, even if it plugs and you can come back for a 2. Fanyan Mughal. His late outswing across the right-handed batsman comes in.
Excellent. Like a banana.
Nice bit of shape, yes.
It was like a banana. He's one of the few bowlers who gets the ball to swing really late. That's what makes it so difficult. When the ball swings straight out of the arm, you can pick up the trajectory nicely. Really slippery stuff. It goes like a banana, but only from about halfway down.
It's not the conventional swing you'd expect from a left-hander either, is it? You'd quite often fancy it to come into the pads of the right-hander, so very dangerous looking bowler.
Absolutely. We haven't seen that normal left-hander stock delivery swinging back into the right-hander yet from Mughal in this tournament. It's supposed to be much harder for a left-armer to bowl like this, but he's really mastered it. I mean, he tried to do it that time, in fact, and it just held its line. Stick to what you know seems to be the motto after that ball. There's the first wide on the board.
Yeah, just slipped it down the leg side. They keep the batsman on his toes, though.
Palmer is good off his legs. Anything square of the wicket on the leg side, they'll get at least 2. Gone back to his stock ball, and that's great running from Niverton. He was really alive to the possibility of any run at all. Third of the way down as the bowler let go of the ball. Good backing up.
You're disappointed with that, Johnny Greamer, good keeper.
61 years old, the keeper. Really tidy behind the stumps. It's the sawdust that makes it so hard. Got him. Well, they had to run positively between the wickets. It was very close. And Palmer waited for the call. Perhaps if he'd gone straight away, he might have made it. A good pick up and throw, and I'm afraid overseas are already 1 down.
Yeah, we praise their running between the wickets. It's a really good piece of work from Fanyan Mughal. Always see that bowlers fielding off their own bowling is pretty good. And he's swooped down and run the unfortunate batsman out.
Good positive approach from the batsman. I feel like Palmer just hesitated initially, wasn't sure if he was going to go. The new batsman is Andy Nowdy, who's gone up and down the order throughout the tournament so far. But he can hit the ball, he can give it a good crunch. Better than a runner ball so far in the tournament. There are 2 balls left in this second over, and so far we've only had 3 runs in it. Could do with a boundary early on. Should be able to push for 2. Well, no, Nowdy just jogging the single there. It's not quite the ticket, but at least he's off the mark. Key batsman though is Daniel Niverton. Already a little pressure on his side as this over has been so effective. They're yet to score a boundary from this second over, and here's the last ball. Oh, Niverton will retain the strike. But ultimately, with the run out in his follow through as well, that's a really decent set of 6. From Mughal, just 4 runs from the over, and overseas are 12 for 1.
Very good start from Fanny Mughal there. As you mentioned, just the 4 runs coming from it in the power play is exceptional stuff. We said that they'd be planning to get 30 plus from these first 3 overs. Have to go some from here.
Niraj Khanna is just setting his field. The answer to who is going to make up the overs for the 5th bowler has been presented to us straight away, and still in the power play, in fact. It's the first time we've seen any spin purveyed by a master bowler. Very slow stuff. Misfield extra cover. They've run the first one quite slowly. And it's a good recovery, in fact, from Glenn Tavilla in the ring. Niverton loses the strike.
Just think they have to have a little go at this last over of the power play kit. The required rate is up above 12 runs and over. With the 2 men out, they might have to just take a dip here.
Absolutely. Target this bowler. Got the wide, okay, good. But this is the man who would not normally be expected to bowl. He is bowling because the death specialist Nosher Akhtar is not in the side today. You need at least 20 of his 2 overs. You've got to make them count. For me, Andy Nowdy's tried to be a bit too cute there.
Yeah, I agree.
I like it when he keeps it straightforward. Just tonks the ball over the top.
Good start.
Easy.
Well, at the moment, they're just letting Khanna bowl to them, not putting pressure on him. His white ball economy rate is 9.6, so it demonstrates that there are runs to be taken off him. And Niverton looking to be positive, and he's been stumped. He dragged. Oh dear! And this is really not part of the script for overseas at all. Niverton did want to go for the drive, but didn't really commit himself to the front foot.
Flight again is through the shot. Lovely bit of work from Johnny Greener. Look at that. Sharp.
Well, we've built him up. 61 years of age. You'll see the replay again and go really slow. John Greener behind the stumps. He's just letting the ball melt into his hands. Look at that. Niverton has got the foot back, but he's just dragged the toe onto the line without rolling the foot over.
That's
barely
impressive.
hurt. The ball didn't even, you didn't hear it hit the gloves on the stump microphone.
Beautiful.
Well, we're up against it now, that's for sure. Gericka, good batsman in at number 4 to face this part-time spin.
Got him!
This could be a run out, you know. It hit. But it was pacey from Andy Nowdy coming through from the non-striker's end, and he's made it home.
He's up and about now, Johnny behind the stumps, isn't he? You can hear him on the stump mic. It's a good pick up and throw there at cover. Oh, direct hit would have been gone for sure. It's a really tight start from Niraj Khanna. He's just slipping through this over.
Still think Andy Nowdy would be best served by a big hit here. Oh dear, that shouldn't be there for the missing. Did the right thing, nice slow ball, short on the offside, made his way across, and he's nutmegged himself in the end.
Yeah, I just think if he'd have stayed where he was, Kit,
Yeah?
that would have been there to be smashed, wouldn't it? But in the end, he's made a bit of a mess of it. And Niraj Khanna, as I said, has just got through his over, picking up 1 for 4.
And he's supposed to be the one you target. This really isn't the ticket at all from overseas. The power play gone, and they really haven't made use of it. 17 for 2, 16 for 2 in fact, and the asking is now 93 from 42. Siddharth Anand comes on to bowl his very, very slow left armers.
You do like the pace off though, Kit, don't you?
Oh, I just see myself in it. Very much my style. Wonderful. That must be sub 40 miles an hour. Now look, that's very good backing up, because the fielder coming in to pick up the throw was out on the boundary but raced in to cut off any notion or thought of a second.
Good backing up, guys.
Absolutely.
Every ball.
Yeah, I agree with you, John
Every
Grimmer.
ball.
Every ball. Nowdy back on strike. He's a good pinch hitter. This ball is taking so much time to get to him. He can run through 4 or 5 shots in his head. And well done. Right in the gap. Brilliant placement. That's the Andy Nowdy that is effective.
Yeah, I think he's realised they need to get a wriggle on here. The rate required is up over 13 runs per over. Boundaries of the doctor's orders here.
Plenty of time to work out where to hit it. Curious change of approach here. Suggests that Anand is going to aim for the leg side, which is just what Andy Nowdy wanted. 6! Well, the bowler couldn't signal that better if he put it on a billboard.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that plan of attack, to be honest. We've mentioned Nowdy's strength off his pads, and he's just sort of said hit me, and he's gratefully accepted the invitation and dispatched it for 6. He's thought better of it.
Yeah, that experiment has been swiftly ended. How wise. Snicked it, yes, he's gone. You heard the big nick on the way through. And Grimmer, he has soft hands. The ball just melts into the gloves. And, although it was a big nick, he didn't clutch at the ball, and now he has 2 dismissals.
Good bit of flight outside the off stump, change of line. And as you say, JG behind the sticks. Just another dismissal. Anybody having Mr. Grimmer in their Dream 11 squad will be happy. 2 dismissals for him now.
Well, 3 down now, and overseas are in a great deal of bother. Dion Vosloo comes out to bat. They can bat, 14 off 13 in their most recent defeat. The slower the ball is, the bigger the mistakes. It's a pity, because Andy Nowdy had just started to accelerate. Anand has his first wicket of the day. 2 balls left to come in the over. It's a good cut. Didn't have much width on offer. Again, just a single. As long as this man out there, Gericka, can get some of the strike, they still have a sniff of a chance. Just wasn't sure whether he was going to go for it. Kind of changed his mind about the shot at the last minute, and it's another decent over after those couple of 4s, with Anand getting rid of Andy Nowdy. 12 runs from that over. 4 gone. The score is 28 for 3.
Yeah, very tidy stuff. Tidy over from Siddharth Anand. Picked up a wicket for just 12 runs. A little bit expensive, but he did pick up the wicket. Some more good work behind the stumps from John Grimmer. And overseas, yes, they're 28 for 3 through 4. The rate still above 13 runs per over, Kit.
It's wobbly. Kana is going to bowl his second over straight away. Vosloo on strike. Oh, very slippery. Not funny. Just reached for the ball there and overbalanced.
We're going to get the chance to see it again. It's a floaty delivery. Down the ground, 2 men down, bat down.
They both fell. Glorious symmetry. Oh, John Grimm has missed one. And another one. He doesn't usually miss once in a game, let alone twice in one ball. He apologises. Umpire signals the bye. As John Grimmer just dropped the Man of the Match award.
Write these down in your notebooks.
First
He's
the
missed
stumping.
the stumping,
It
yes.
would have been out. And then the run out. Oh, and then, oh dear, John Grimmer. And another one. In fact, the umpire signalling that that was a little snick. I know it was very wide, but Grimmer's dropped a catch there. Another one's gone through. Leg by. Okay, so we let Grimmer off for that one. It must just have eluded him off the pad. He's gone very quiet, hasn't he, John?
He has. Not too much noise coming from behind the stumps now. Funny 5 minutes, let's say.
Yeah. Just as when he batted, though, Kana is a picture of serenity and calm. He may get a great bit of fielding. No boundary to be had. He is by no means the youngest player in the team, Glenn Tavila, but he's a wonderful fielder, both sides of the wicket. He's restricted Vosloo to just a couple. Kana in danger of bowling 2 overs for fewer than 10 runs in total.
This end!
Coming back for the 2. Half a chance to the keeper. Oh! Well, let's hope that the broadcast highlights show a blank screen to John Grimmer when he goes back and has a look at that one, because he's had a shocker in the over.
Comes in from that deep mid-wicket area. Here he is again. Glove off. Has a pop. Sort of jack in a box, isn't he?
He's thrown it to himself, but he wasn't there.
It's all good fun.
Halfway through, overseas 36 for 3. That means they need 75 from 30 balls. Well, that seems unlikely, Sam.
Yes, I would agree. Quick mention for Niraj Khanna, though. 1 for 10 from 2.
Anand to continue, high and well struck, well over the line, and 6 swashbuckling runs to Gericke.
Yeah, full toss. Most batsmen would say thank you very much to that. Heinrich Gericke is no different. He moves on to 8.
He has nothing to lose now, Gericke. If he tries another big shot and holds out onto the boundary, you'd say, well, fair enough, I think, because they've just got to go for it. They need more than 2 runs a ball. Hopefully they would make this 2. They should do. They've just got their heads down and turned blind, and that's excellent running.
Yeah, well played.
Something that the overseas, in spite of their fairly disastrous campaign so far, have done really well, running between the wickets.
Yeah, has to be said.
That's high, and there's a chance. Should be taken and comfortably done on the boundary by Haroon Mughal, the captain himself. And another one.
Yeah, you mentioned they're running between the wickets, but that just highlights their struggle kit, the inability to find the rope. once again unable to beat the boundary rider, as we see here. Another full toss, slightly mishit, straight to long off, where the captain is waiting and pouches it comfortably.
Yeah, what they don't have in their batting lineup is range hitting. I should think over a longer format, 40 or 50 overs, they're a completely different proposition when the batsman has time to build, wait for the bad ball. They've all got the shots. They've got the shots along the ground, and it's just not buttering any parsnips at the moment. Batsmen have crossed, so Foslu is back on strike. Again, you see that's just a nice cover drive. Now, that's an interesting path down the wicket that Foslu took there. He started on one side of the ball and passed the non-striker's stumps on the other side. He's got to be careful there, getting in the way.
Very much so, but you see what the single's done there, Kit? It's just brought Christo Villiers on strike, otherwise known as Tickles.
Got to get to the bottom of this. Perhaps we should give him the Man of the Match award just for the sake of the interview. What's Tickles got? Well, he tries to tickle it down to short third man, and he is off the mark.
Right hander facing.
Yes, John. Good point.
Good spot, John.
Villiers is off the mark. Plan is to leave it to Foslu. Now, where are his options to try and go for 6? 3 men out on the leg side, 2 on the off. Could try and pull it behind square on the onside, that might work. Well, it was just a heave-ho towards mid-wicket, really. Yes, a big celebration there. They're now tearing through the overseas lineup. He had to go for it. He had no other option, Foslu. They're just getting so far behind the clock. It's got to be big shots or nothing. On this occasion, it was a big shot and nothing because he's missed it completely.
Pretty nicely bowled in the end by Siddharth. Not so nice for Dion Foslu. He's finished his 2 overs, Siddharth, now, and he's picked up 3 for 22.
He's now the top wicket taker for Marsa in their embryonic stage of the campaign. 4 wickets so far, and out comes the captain. Well, he's arrived at the bridge quite late, unfortunately. All the lifeboats have gone, and the brine is lapping at the decks.
Uphill task, Kit.
Certainly is. It's the north face of Everest at the moment.
Yep, 63 required from 24 deliveries.
Villiers on strike. He's got that away. He might get a couple. Oh dear, he will now. Oh, not the most artistic bit of fielding. Sorry, it was a decent thing in cricket to apologise. Captain himself has got the ball. You need to bowl the best you can. Don't want to upset the man with the armband. Good chip in the air, full safe. Great time for a captain to come on to bowl, isn't it? Bring himself on as the 5th bowler with the side half out. Needing 16 and over, he could clean up with 3 or 4 cheap wickets here.
Yeah.
Man after my own heart. The double wicket over in the previous game. Captain to captain, Hershey on strike. Well, Jörg Hershey doesn't have a great deal of firepower with the bat. He knows how to bat. He can play an innings, but in this situation, he's required to be rather un-Hershey-like. Just inside the line. They've bowled so well. We're into the 7th over. We've only had a couple of wides. Nice agricultural biff across the line. Just a single.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a struggle for the overseas guys here. But as you mentioned, Malta have bowled exceptionally well.
Just getting to the point where one slightly worries about overseas prospects for winning a game in the competition at all. See, they're just, again, capable batsmen, but they're just not big hitters. That's the problem. They're having, all of them, having to do things they don't normally do. Everyone's so fond in white ball cricket, Sam was saying, I play my natural game, which usually means I try and hit every ball for 6, and if I get out, I get out.
Quite.
Overseas player, this ain't their natural game.
No, but even in this T10 format, the classic saying of, just get bat on ball, rotate the strike.
I didn't say anything.
Quite often you want to leave the boundary hitting to the chaps that are more capable of that. But as you mentioned, that has been a problem for the overseas team.
So, slippery, slidey swing from Fanyan Mughal. As he now returns to bowl those late away swingers past the right-handed batsman. Captain Hershey on strike. Ah, that's a very pleasant shot over the infield. Should be able to come back for 2. Villion has parted with his bat. Good clinical running though. Probably not going to make any difference at this stage. 57 from 17, but it's still a game of cricket. Well, anyway, the runs come really. Looking at the prospects for the overseas team going ahead, well, they've got a couple of games on Tuesday against the university students. They've been unlucky, really, not to win a game. They've had 2 very narrow defeats. That might end up being a bottom of the table wooden spoon related clash, Sam.
Could well be, yes.
If that does end up being the case, it would be nice if they could take one match off each other. Ah, well, there was something there for the hitting, but it's gone straight back to the bowler. It's a no ball, and so he's appealing for the run out. But I think the batsman was in. Hershey coming to the non-striker's end.
It's all happening. Here we see it again. There's a full toss. Yeah, I'd say it's probably above waist height, so correctly called as a no ball. Takes the catch.
Well, yeah, it's impossible for us to tell because the batsman's running into the sawdust somewhere in that desert lieth the white line, but where lieth the line, we know not. Free hit.
Choose the call.
They're going for it. Well,
one of them was.
we know it was Villion who wanted the 2 because we heard that South African 2-2-2. He may as well have saved his breath because Hershey had committed himself to a mere single. So, a lot of backswing there for minimum range. How do overseas win a game in this tournament? I mean, I think they're going to need just a miracle performance with a ball, aren't they? If they can bowl a side out somehow for 40-50, it does happen in European Cricket Series matches. And they have a decent attack. They just need to have one rampant session in the field, something that they will be able to chase by playing their natural game, which is accumulation. Can you see it any other way?
It's interesting, isn't it? If they were to bat first, they'll need somebody to get 40 plus at a good rate, and everybody else to just chip in around, but I'm sure they'll find a way.
Again, just the single. I mean, the closest they've come to posting a decent score was in that first game where they decided that they were going to have Charles Kleinepunter at the top of the order, and he batted through the innings for 26 and 28 balls. 89 for 1 on the board, you know, that's their highest score. And that would be a winning score.
Yep, competitive.
Against some of the teams. We haven't seen hide nor hair of Kleinepunter since then. Chipped away, easily pouched by cover, and you get the impression now that we're really just making our way through the formalities of the occasion. All the paperwork's been done. The bowlers are just putting their signatures at the bottom of the paper, cleaning up with a few bonus wickets. That's the end of the 8th over. Overseas are 58 for 6.
Yeah, there's some impressive figures, isn't there? The Master boys have bowled very well. That probably maybe wasn't the best delivery that Fanyan Mughal will bowl, but it's just been chipped, and Siddharth Anand did the rest, comfortably pouched. 58 for 6 through 8. The captain's eyeing up a couple of poles for himself.
Yeah, captain's prerogative. If you're going to do all the administration, you may as well get a few overs at the tail. That's 25 good seasons of that, Sam. got about 500 wickets. Well, David Marks is the new batsman, and he's off the mark straight away. I admit to being a little surprised that we haven't seen Sean Byrne, because he batted well in the last game, 15 not out of 12 balls. Instead, Hershey is still fumbling and stumbling out there. I don't think we're any closer to knowing what the overseas best batting lineup is. It hasn't been even remotely the same in any consecutive matches, or even any 2 matches. And that's a great clean hit though at last. Hershey gets one away. Clean as you like, right off the middle.
Yeah, a bit of width, just giving him the chance to free his arms, and he's said yes please. Slashed it over point. Nicely struck.
Hershey looking all baseball batter right now, isn't he? And with that high back lift, managed to swipe one across the line. Kind of just going through the motions though, aren't we?
Yeah, very much so. Even John Green is not saying too much. That tells a story.
Last ball of Mughal's over. Oh, it's done him! What a great ball! He's bowled a cheeky bouncer. It's gone over the batsman's shoulder, and Grima has, there's the one man who seemed to know it was coming. He's pulled off a sprightly stumping. But is there a question of it? No, I just thought for a moment they might have wondered if the ball had gone over head height, but no, it didn't.
It's great work, isn't it? There we see, just over the shoulder, and Grima says thank you very much. Takes the bails off. Meat and drink for him. 3rd dismissal of the innings. Could have been more.
Yes, absolutely. Had 2 missed chances a couple of overs ago. So David Marks has gone for 1. Haven't seen the best of him with the bat in this tournament by any means.
Looks like he's been joined by the man that took that outstanding catch, Kit.
It's nice to see Gerald Sant have something to do, because he's been thanks for coming with bat and ball so far. At last we get to see him have a little bat, coming in at number 9. But it's Hershey on strike for the 10th over.
Easy, easy.
But only for 1 ball. works it away to leg, concedes the strike to the new man. So now Gerald Sant will make his televised batting debut. And in fact, his first bat of the whole of 2020, because he didn't play in the Summer Domestic League.
Oh, wow.
He's got 5 balls to play with, absolutely no pressure whatsoever, because he's not going to score 44 off them. Oh, Gerald. Great ball, in swinger, backed away, and he was never going to get the bat down onto that. And well, poor old Gerald Sant. Well, just make sure you get a clip of the catch, Gerald, because that was world class. Maybe we'll see you get a run or two later in the tournament. Sant goes first ball, and overseas now 65 for 8.
Tough task, isn't it, having not faced the ball in the whole year, to then come in at number 9 and face the opening bowler kit.
And, speaking of which, another man in exactly the same situation. Took a wicket earlier on though, so the fact that he hasn't batted all year is compensated a little. First ball for Ethan Jureb, and he could have gone there. Good ball in the corridor. Three balls to go. And Jureb is going to get off the mark. He's taken his first wicket today for the competitive season. And now he's scored his first run. I mean, overseas cricket club's campaign of small wins, Jureb has had a good day. She going for the big mow through the onside to finish the innings, and swings and misses. But this 5th defeat of 5 for overseas is going to put them right at the bottom of the table. And University also haven't won, but at least they have a point for a rained-off game. It's the margin of defeat that overseas are going to go down to is going to destroy their net run rate. And pugnacious, defiant single from Hershey concludes the innings. He goes to 13 from 14. But they just don't have the firepower. Good bowling side, good fielding side. Well captained in the field as well. But, they just don't have the batting to compete, poor overseas. They go down to Marsa by a margin of 41 runs. Clinical and emphatic for Marsa in the end. And John Griemer, what a great fielding innings he had. If you scratch the 1 over, 9 overs of brilliance from him, 2 stumpings and a catch. Here's how it unfolded. Niverton, easily the pick of the batsman in the side at the moment, was underway with a 4. But then it all started to go wrong. Clyde Palmer run out by that great direct hit from Fanyan Mungal. He was gone for 1. Then Niverton stumped brilliantly by Griemer off Niraj Khanna, the part-time bowler. And Naudi came in and got 2 shots away on the leg side for 4 and 6. Well, he was caught behind. Another wonderful effort from the keeper. The ball just melts into his gloves. So good. And he had a missed stumping and a missed run out of the same ball, John Griemer. A rare couple of poor moments. Gerica came in, managed to get 1 ball away for 6. Then attempting to repeat the measure, was easily caught by the captain of Siddharth Anand. Huge swing and a miss from Vosloo brought Anand his 3rd wicket of the innings. Scything shot from Jörg Hershey. And then how about that? A bouncer from the slow bowler and a great stumping to get rid of marks. Gerald Sant was bowled by his first ball, but he has a brilliant catch to remember from this game. And it all just subsided to 67 for 8. You see, poor old overseas, they just don't have the big hitters that they need to threaten scores of around 100. The instruction seems to be for this game, everyone's got to go out hitting. It didn't work any more than accumulation did in the earlier rounds. Just the 3 men in double figures there. They haven't found their right batting order. All the bowlers did well. Siddharth Anand the most expensive, but he got 3 wickets. So the neat outcome from Marsa, who remain unbeaten. 45 runs, threatening the top of the table. Overseas, nailed to the bottom. And that's almost it for match 11. We're just going to go over now to Sam Williams to find out who's going to be the man of the match.
Thank you very much, Kit. Yep, we have completed match 11. A pretty comfortable win for Marsa Sports Club in the end. I'm joined by the man of the match, Siddharth Anand. He has bowled his 2 overs, picked up 3 wickets for 22 runs. Siddharth, well bowled. How did you think the ball came out? All good?
It's good. It's pretty hard. Actually, when I was bowling, that guy Andy, he hit 6. So I was actually a little bit shocked, and I was trying to do that. My captain told me that do it legs offside. So I was doing that what captain I said, and that's I was doing this thing.
Yeah, you bowled nicely. I mean, you always bowl with your spinners. You're taking the pace off the ball, which was really effective.
Yeah. Actually, can you read the question, please? Sorry.
Yeah, I was just saying you're taking the pace off the ball through the air, bowling nice and slow, and it seemed that the batsmen were struggling because you were bowling so slowly.
Okay. I was actually I was trying to do always. I was that the loop bowling little bit left.
Yeah.
So I was trying to do, because especially for there's a guy Andy and there is a Jörg. They play very well that slow ball. So I was doing my best. That's only I have to say only.
Very good. So Siddharth, 3 for 22 as our man of the match for match 11. Thank you very much.
Namaste, salam alaikum, sat sri akal, and hello and welcome to this. Going to be match number 12, and it's going to be between Medside Warriors and Southern Crusaders. So we're going to go to the toss first and see if Southern Crusaders can make it 5 out of 5. Over to you.
And we're back, match 12 here in beautiful Malta for the ECS Malta. We've got the Southern Crusaders versus the MC the Warriors. Now, we've seen them before, the Southern Crusaders, 4 games, 4 wins, looking the strongest side in the competition at the moment. We haven't seen a lot of MC. We saw them play once, they went down, and they've had 1 game rained off. So they're sitting mid-table, but they'll be very keen to register another win and start marching up the rankings. So let's toss the coin. Rob Kemming got the coin for us. MC is the home team, so you'll toss it and you'll call, my friend. Heads is the call.
And it is heads.
It's heads, all right. You won the toss again, right? What are you going to do?
Same as usual, we're going to bowl. Yep. Same outfield, and I think we are good at chasing, so we stick to it.
It's definitely working for you. 4 from 4. How are the boys feeling?
Yeah, boys are feeling a bit anxious. The blood pressure might be high in the team because we've been taking it down to the last ball for the past couple of games, so we need to try and make sure we do not do that.
That's true, but you must still be feeling pretty confident. You haven't dropped a game yet.
Yeah, we're feeling quite confident. The guys are all excited, and let's see. The MC the Warriors is a quite tough team, so we're not going to take it easy.
All right, mate. Good luck. Have a good game. So you've been sent into bat. How do you feel?
It's okay. We also, if we won the toss, we also decided to we will decide to bowl first. But unfortunately, they won the toss and they decided. But it's okay. We have a good batting lineup, and we will go on through that way, and we will restrict them around 90 or below 90, and we will chase.
Okay. So who are the best batters in your team that we should be watching?
Actually, our main batsman came playing today. He's Samuel George. He came to the team, and unfortunately, our one of the best batsmen, he is not available today. He is Divesh Kumar.
Okay.
It will be very hard for the team, and we have a lot of batsmen also, so we will be okay.
Okay. Good luck. Have a good game. So Southern Crusaders have won the toss. They're having a bowl.
Thank you very much, Steph. And having a bowl they will. Mohammed Bilal, we were impressed with him yesterday. He's opening up. And on strike, Samuel George. Nice start. We were impressed with Bilal yesterday. And myself and Rico Fall and my fellow commentator, dear friend Kit Harris, was saying that we believe he's going to get better and better, Kit.
Yeah, he's their best bat. I appreciate what Rahul Nair was saying, that they've lost Divesh Kumar, but to be able to replace him with Samuel George is not a bad swap over. Of course, what will really be nice will be to get both of them in the same 11 at some point. But 2 Georges, Justin George in your screen, batting at number 2, non-striker. He's the anchor. Samuel George already off the mark at the non-striker's end. He's the one who'll go for it.
Oh, that's well, good pace on the ball, but wayward with the direction. Just firing that across the right-hander. Justin George just watches that go by.
Where did that come from? The keeper had to take off there. Actually, it was a brilliant take. It's Gopal Thakur who has taken over the gloves. Again, a nice take. Because the Crusaders, just the one change, they're missing their great batsman, Gaurav Matani, who's made 52 good runs in the tournament so far. He's not available today. So the finisher, Gopal Thakur, who's been there at the point the match was won with the bat 3 times out of 4, he's donning the gloves, and to good effect so far.
Yes, he does. And now I wonder who's going to get this Yorker in. And he does indeed. Well, he's bowled 2 outside that off stump. Both have been called wide. And then we know he's got this nice juicy Yorker right into the block. There he goes.
It's a good change up this. That actually is his stock ball. And like many a left-handed swinger, he gets appreciable movement back into the right-hander, and when it's very full it can be challenging.
There it is again. You see that little bit of late swing as well. In fact, batsman's played that very well. He knows that it's coming, waits for it. Direction a little bit down on the leg. Batsman will take the leg by.
Got some good pace going, Mohammed Bilal. He's blown a bit hot and cold in the tournament so far. 2 wickets, but occasionally he's been expensive, but that was a really decent over to open the innings. You consider the 2 wides, it's been very economical as far as runs of the bat are concerned. 1 over down, and Warriors are 5 without loss.
Yeah, good start from the Crusaders. There's one thing they do well. They limit teams to low scores. In those 4 games they've won already, 4 in the spin. 3 of them have been low scores, but they also, well, they make it difficult for themselves, as you heard their captain say, getting them always gained more or less to the last ball.
Esak Massi is the second bowler. You won't see too many bad balls from him. That was just his loosener for the morning. Quite a slow bowler. He bowls leg cutters which move appreciably as he drags his fingers down the left-hand side of the ball. Gets good movement away when he's on the spot.
When he's on the spot. Yeah, that's that little curse again. Doesn't bowl too many bad balls, and he started with 2 wides here. Turning out to be a lovely day. There was a little dew earlier, that's gone. Beautiful sunshine. A little bit of bat on that, I think. Chase on for the fielder. Does well, the captain there. Gunnar Tileki.
Managing to keep Samuel George quiet so far. It's a strike rate in white ball cricket of 130. Should be the dominant batsman at the moment. Oh dear.
Some more on the leg. Just keeping an eye on the umpire, I'm pretty sure there'll be a signal coming our way. There it is. More extras. Struggling with his line a little.
He is, and hasn't been able to get any movement either.
Better inside the off stump, probably a little bit short, but no damage done. Batsman playing that cut shot straight to the fielder.
Yeah, he got away with it a bit there. I don't think if he bowls it again, Samuel George will miss out.
Well, he has missed out. He's missed the ball. He's been bowled. He's on his way back. Barra, as they say here in Malta. He's out. Well, the danger man departs.
Slightly unexpected this, given what had gone before. In swing, and George decided to play across the line. It was quite late getting down into the sweep though, and in the end the ball just zipped underneath the bat, and it's first blood to Southern Crusaders. Samuel George departs for 1, and the Warriors are 10 for 1. The danger man has gone. The best bat on paper and in reality this season.
Roll near. He's taking his guard now. Having seen. Well. They're asking the question. Sounded like maybe there was a little bit of bat on that to me.
Yeah, bat and pad together. Well, in any case, he was outside the line for a start. Big inside
big
edge.
That's well hit. He's picked it up well. It does hit the deck hard. Is it going to trickle over? No, it's not. Well, that was 4 runs for me as soon as it was hit off the bat, but it hits the surface there, which is quite soft. Well, there's extras here. Well, you see that how the two sides of this field is so different. On one side, the ball hits the deck and stops, and the other side, the overthrow comes in and bounces right over the fielder.
By hook or by crook, they did get their 4 in the end.
Yes, it looked like destined for 4, but not in that fashion. Thought it was going to go to the ropes, first boundary, but ended up running them instead. A little bit of wait. Got to try and attack this field a little bit. Try and take these singles. As that over comes to an end. And that's 14 for 1 of the second over.
8 runs there conceded by Ezak Masir. Not quite on target for most of the over, but he managed to get 1 ball in that really counted to dismiss the dangerous George. Move to our third bowler, Zishan Yusuf. 4 wickets in the tournament so far, and he has been economical.
Starting on the leg, gets away with it. Oh, he's going to have to run quickly. A direct hit. Could have been interesting. The batsman and the wicket keeper there nearly clashing. Gopal Takhar. They won't want him injured. He's a key man with the bat with them. Just direct hit.
Yeah, he would have been all right. Joe Thomas, short fine, just maybe a little bit slow in getting it away.
It's a nice ball straight up on the stumps, no runs from it.
Yeah, you see why Yusuf has proven so parsimonious when he's bowling, that he's a top wicket taker in white ball cricket this season, and also has the meanest economy rate. Just gives you very little to hit. He bowls full or on a length, always very straight.
Always keeps the batsman guessing, and well, it means that they can't get into a comfort zone. That's up in the air, should be a straightforward catch. It is indeed. Another wicket goes down. Didn't time that at all, and that's Jamidal Hussain taking the catch. Quite straightforward. And that's the end of another.
Yeah, Justin George has joined his brother back to the pavilion. There's no kind of shot really, just a good length ball, straight down the line, and he's tried to swashbuckle that over mid-wicket, just spooned it off the leading edge into the offside. Trouble now for the Warriors, 16 for 2, and there's only 2 balls left of the power play.
Big time trouble, the 2 batsmen have a quick wheel with each other. Now this is all going to be about, well, okay, we've lost those wickets, we've got plenty of time, we need to stick around. There's no need to play, well, rash shots like that last one. Zishan Yusuf, and he comes shorter, and that's the variation we talk about.
Well, Rahul Nair was very lucky not to get a snick on this as it went through. He tried his best to hit it, just no foot movement. He didn't move across at all into the offside to get the cut off the middle of the bat, and he really had to reach for it that time.
Here we go, a repeat of the same ball again, same result.
Oh, what a great over that is from Zishan Yusuf, just the 2 runs from it, and the wicket of Justin George. So the 3 overs of power play, during which Crusaders can have 2 men out beyond the line, come to an end. Now they can stick 5 fielders out if they want to, but in the circumstances, I bet they don't.
Yes, we've seen a few teams deploy that. It's very interesting. You've got sides who, straight as the power play is finished, want the men pushed back because for them it's all about saving the boundaries, and then other teams are quite happy to attack
Isak Massi is going to continue. His first over went for 8 runs. We've got Samuel George out. New batsman is Renil Paul.
Well bowled. So looking to take the single.
Well, it's not all over for the Warriors by any stretch of the imagination. Renil is a good batsman. Comes in the middle order in T20 cricket. Number 4 is just about right for him. 147 is his strike rate, so if he gets going...
Oh, he's picked this up, he's lofted it away, and it has gone all the way indeed. That's the first one in this innings. Big hit from him. Made that little movement early, and off it went.
Just stepped across that trigger movement and bring the ball into line with his body. Played across the line and picked it up neatly. Let's look at that flick of the wrists here. And a lovely flourish in the follow through. Super shot by Paul. Now you see why he gets that strike rate so high.
It's good from him. Just hit a super shot for 6, and then seeing that one not quite in the area for a big shot, just plays it down to third man, takes single.
Yeah, it's canny batting. Doesn't try and hit everything. He tries to score off everything, which is a different proposition. Get a single off the good ball. Anything in your zone, get it away hard. It's a really mature way to approach cricket from Renil Paul.
Short to roll there, but he's just managed to find the man at point, no run.
Take the 6 out of the equation though. It's still been a good over from Masir. He started off with a few wides, but he seems to have hit his straps a bit now.
Well played. There's going to be a chase on, but you know what? That's going to go all the way. Arriba, 4 runs. It's nicely played.
Yeah, just waited for it. Carved it away rather than cutting it underneath the ball. And, quick bat speed, managed to glide it away wide of the third man. So there's the first boundary for Rahul Nair.
He's hit that hard. He's going to split the field there. It's a lovely shot. 4 runs. Chokka ho gaya.
Gorgeous this. Half volley. Swinging onto middle stump, and he's just smashed that straight past the bowler. He hit it so hard. It's a really strong end to the over. 15 runs from that over from Masir. Unusually expensive, in fact his most costly over of the tournament so far. 4 overs down. The Warriors are 31 for 2.
Yeah, it's a good over, and they'll be hoping that is going to be the start of a few more good overs to come, where they're going to start finding the boundary and try and push the Southern Crusader fielders back on the boundaries and give them a little bit more room to manoeuvre the singles as well.
They've gone back to Mohammed Bilal here to try and get some control. We don't normally see his second over till the very end.
Going for that in-swinging Yorker first off. It's a little bit wide and fuller, batsman able to take the single.
I just wonder whether this is the smart move to make, because I think Jojo Thomas might have been a better call perhaps, with his off spinners just taking the pace off the ball.
Yes, I mean we've seen Bilal being very effective coming back late on. That's very well played, that's a lovely shot. We'll only get the 1 from it. Picked it up beautifully. Well, there's that bounce again, and they will get a second.
Bilal just saying, look, you've got to throw it in short of the stumps. Don't let it bounce on the carpet, because the bounce is so high if it hits the mat. So there's another overthrow. 3 runs have been conceded in that fashion so far. We're only in the 5th over. But even if Bilal does bowl a good over here, they've lost their specialist 10th over bowler.
Short one. Took his eye off the ball then, yeah. Quite lucky to get that he did get something on it.
We know we'll get 2 overs from the off-spinner, Jojo Thomas. That would seem a certainty. And the 5th bowler's overs, well, we've got Seneviratne. Can be expensive. They've also got Chandiram. He's man of the match the last time he played.
It was there for the hitting. Missing out on that one, I think, Paul. Didn't get his foot in the right position.
Yeah, not a lot of footwork from Reynolds Paul, is there? He prefers to just stand there and swish, which works out very well if he does make contact. Trouble is, it just reduces his likelihood of making contact.
And once more, good bowling, clever bowling. Just not pitching that one up. That was shorter. And well, if you're not going to move around in the crease and get to the pitch of the ball, you're going to be swinging and missing a lot.
Just doesn't really have a front foot game, does he? Just prefers to hang back and swing. Last ball of the over.
Well dug out. I think we could have broadcasted that to the batsman to say that one was coming. He tries to get 2, sometimes even 3 of those in, but they're productive. A dot ball.
35 for 2 at the halfway stage. The Warriors team from Msida. Another great spell from Bilal. Just 7 runs from it. 4 runs from the last over. And the last 3 balls were dots. So will it be Thomas now, the off-spinner? That would seem appropriate, I'd say. Now they've managed to get the scoring down again.
Yeah, that would be a good call. You can set the field to him, and he's been very effective as well. He's got that little loop, and he bowls wicket to wicket. Doesn't give too much width, does he?
No, he doesn't. He's an accurate bowler, and he's canny enough just to give it that little bit of air. Even though it's a T10 white ball game, he doesn't fall into the trap of trying to push it through too much and almost turn himself into a predictable medium pacer. He makes the batsman wait. You see both of these batters have a bit of a problem with balance. We were talking about Reynolds Paul not being in quite the right position, but you see the same is true there of Rahul Nair. Well, I don't know what to say. When it does go into his arc, he absolutely mashes it. Long half volley. And as long as it bowls exactly where he wants it, we won't be needing those anymore, says Rahul Nair. They've decided that Thomas is the bowler they're going to target, I think.
Yeah, that was a lovely 6. He waited for it, got into position and sent it packing. So it's very much a case of, well, if you pitch it up, I'm going to go after it.
So Thomas's job now will be to just drag the length back a touch and hope that Nair gets underneath the ball. 4 men back now on the drive. There's that better length. Half stop at extra cover. And that's a good follow-up delivery from Jojo Thomas.
Good length from him, that one. That's the one that's going to get the batsman, well, off balance if he's coming forward. Wicket keeper's waiting to whip the whales off. It's a thinking game now.
That's unfortunate from Thomas. Just hit it a little bit too hard for him, and he's conceded the single to Reynolds Paul. That plays into the Warriors' hands because the way things are going right now, they want Nair to get as much of the strike as possible. So again, just a touch too short for Nair. He hasn't got nearly that strength in his shot when he's playing on the back foot on the offside. Thomas must not overpitch. See, he has done it again, and it's right into the slot for Nair. As soon as you bowl him that half volley, He gets underneath the ball and hits it all the way.
This was big in Badda Shaka, that one. It's gone right outside of this ground. It's gone all the way over us into the car park. That was big. That was one of the biggest sitas that we've had here at this Master Club.
In fact, it's a lost ball, I think. It's gone down into a storage area that's walled off behind the sight screen. And it's horrible for a spinner when you've just been hit for a 6, then to be given a new ball or even a replacement. Well, fortunately for Jojo Thomas, at the very least, that was the last ball of the over, which went for 14. He's not used to that level of punishment, so he won't have to follow up straight away with a different cherry. 6 overs gone. Warriors 49 for 2. Now Senavaratna is going to bowl over number 7. These little in-swingers. That one's gone the other way, and it's a thick edge. This will race away to the boundary down at third man. Paul giving it the old heave-ho. Just toe-ended it.
That's phase of the game now, isn't it? Anything that's wide, it's going to get swung at. And any edge there, with the lack of third man on the boundaries, 4 runs. Good runs, these.
The way they've gone after the bowling, I think the Warriors might be going to start threatening 80 or so at this stage. Oh, great shot right in the half volley, and he's laced it away over the infield and over the rope for 6.
Wonderful shot. Really good hit this. He was reaching for it, but kept his balance, and that was the key there. Middle of the bat. Massive that. Well, you say 80, these keep going like this. Well, the Warriors, they're certainly fighting here. And they're looking at 100 plus. These two keep hitting the ball this way. Especially this man here, Renil Paul.
Yeah, they're motoring. No doubt about it. Shorter, is he going to get away with it? No. Well, he had the right idea, Senavaratna, about the length. Unfortunately, he hasn't got the line right on that occasion, so he's going to have to bowl it again. Fuller, slower, and almost premeditated single from Paul. He decided that he was just going to drop it into the offside and rotate the strike. As it turned out, I reckon if he'd got his big booming drive out, he might well have clunked that one as well.
Yeah, it's almost like he's decided, Paul, that if it's anything that's in that sort of area, he's just going to try and get back onto it and rotate. Anything fuller, he's going to have a go.
There won't be any let up now, though, because Nair is back on strike. Punch that straight down the ground. Again, and they're not hitting 4s at the moment. They're taking singles. Good strike rotation. 50 partnership is now up between these two. They came together at 16 for 2. Neil Paul has been the dominant partner of the two. And that's down the ground and half a chance to the fielder, but it's just dropped short of long on. Just didn't overhit it that time. The fielder was back, so Renil just lofting it. I don't think he intended to hit a 6 there. You're seeing a smart batsmanship. And that is an intended 6, and it's gone exactly where he intended. Huge blow. Again, the half volley from Senavaratna goes all the way.
He's given this some welly, hasn't he? That's a bit of boom boom there. Let's put everything into this. Just watch this again. There we go. Wham bam. Thank you, my man. 6 of the best.
Right, where do they turn now? 7 overs gone. 20 off the last. 69 for 2, and they've got a headache now, the Crusaders. They're going to be given a stiff total to chase the way things are going. Do they go to Zishan Yusuf now, who one expects to bowl the death over? He took 1 for 2 off his first over in the hope of getting the breakthrough. Or do they try and continue to make up the 2 other overs from somewhere?
Tough call for the captain there. I mean, this partnership has to be broken, and it's one of those. If it's not broken now or soon, it's going to really go on to hurt them. So I'd say you got to try and break it.
Well, that's what they're going to do. They're going to take the gamble and bring on Yusuf to bowl his second over. And if these 2 batsmen can survive the over, there'll be 2 part-time overs, 9 and 10 to go, and they can really tuck in. Well, it's a threatening ball. They've managed to get it away.
That's the one for the over signal. The bowler, nice to see that. Check in with Paul if he's okay. We'll see a replay of that, I'm sure.
It just clunked him there, didn't it? But at least they know now, the batsman, that you can't bowl it again in the over. So you only get 1. Full. Nice Yorker though. Nair couldn't really get much on that, but there's a bit of football from Senavaratna at deep mid-wicket, and they scrambled back for 2.
Good bowling that. The first one, quick and short. Clunked the batsman on the lid. The batsman changed over, taking the leg by, and the next one, the Yorker right up there. It's good to see.
That's skied. Half a chance to third man. It's dropped just short of him. Nair racing back for 2. And not even an appeal for the throw. That's twice. Nair has turned 1.5 runs into a cosy couple.
Quality running here. You can see he's having a look and deciding there, yep, I can make it. And off he goes. And, well, right into that little bit of mound of sawdust there. You see it flying all over the place. The umpires have to sort out the stumps. Amar Sharma, Aftab Khan, the men in black out there.
1, 2 and 2 from Yusuf's over so far, so they're not only surviving it, they're also scoring off it without taking needless liberties, because like I say, they know that they'll have scoring opportunities aplenty after this over is done. Nair's going for a big one there though. That again is in his favourite full position outside off, and he's swung it away for another big one.
Shaka, he's hit this middle of the bat. Well, that's going to take the score up to 80. So Southern Crusaders, well, they're not going to have to chase a low score and hopefully not make a mess of it. It's going to be a little bit more than they have had to deal with on 3 occasions.
Well, possibly even 4, because 111 is their highest chase so far. They could be pushing it. Oh, now they've got into Yusuf's head there. Going to be a wide and a bonus wide for the run. Yusuf went to pieces there, wasn't sure where to bowl, so he just flung it down anywhere. So there's still 2 balls left in the over. Paul back on strike. But, he wants Nair to face as much of the bowling as possible.
And Nair, and why not? Well, that was the end of the over, so Paul will have to go back on strike. But Nair, well, he's on 46 of 23. 1 shot away from a marvellous 50. The batsmen look like they're making way from helmets for caps, I think, here.
Unusual when you've just been clunked. Well, that over seems to have come to a unexpectedly premature end, so we call that 8 overs down. It always stands as the umpire calls it. There were 13 runs from it. So the Zishan Yusuf experiment hasn't succeeded, and now he is all bowled out. And we're back to Jojo Thomas with his off breaks. 14 runs off his first over to bowl the 9th. Nair has swung him away. If they run hard, they could get 2, but Just strolling the single. They mustn't become too complacent at this stage. Apologies, that's Renil Paul who's taken the single. Nair on strike now. Two good length deliveries from Thomas, just keeping them quiet. Caned that one though, and he should get 4. Well placed between the two men out there, and Paul has picked up another boundary.
That's a nice shot. He's managed to find the gap. Didn't quite time it perfectly, but that was all about placement. Just stands there. You see him just standing there. Just got the bat waiting, ready to pounce. Here he goes.
Talked about 80. We've passed that. And he's come in for the catch, but realised immediately he started to take strides forwards that the catch wasn't on, and he's made a complete hash of the interception. 4 more.
Well, this is runs they can't be affording to give away.
Consecutive boundaries to Renil Paul. It's into the 30s, and that should be another big one. Oh, it's not! It's well held! What a superlative catch on the outfield after that misfield as well. Hats off to you, Erdly Chandiram. He embarrassed himself with conceding a 4, and then something I surely thought was 6 is held beautifully running to his left.
Very good catch. He made amends, didn't he? Made a mess of the once before, but well, the only harm that was done was that 4 more were added to Paul's total. That's a very good catch indeed, on the move. We have certainly seen some blinders taken here today in this European Cricket Series in Malta.
Captain back on strike. Nair, but a swing and a miss there to conclude the over, so he's just got back into it. Jojo Thomas, he's managed to get the wicket and his spell has concluded. 9 overs are now down, and it's 93 for 3, so 11 runs from Thomas's second over. Now, Senav Ratner went for 20 off his first. He has 1 left, so will it be him? Or will we go to Erdly Chandiram, who just taken the catch? His last over was a bit of a shocker in terms of how he bowled, but he took 2 wickets for 4 runs, and it is going to be him again. He made things happen. He got both of the set batsmen out in the previous time he bowled. He's entrusted with the final over of the innings. Oh, very good shot just to get something on that. It was heading down the leg side, and how about that for a leg glance? Really meaty, half volley, well outside his legs.
Beautiful shot. He's just come in, faces his first ball, Manu Anthony, and well, how about that? That's quality. All about timing, movement. Doctor wants to check the ball.
It's his first ball of the tournament so far, Anthony. There's his second. He just overexerted himself on that occasion. 97 on the board. Remember, the highest total that the Crusaders have chased down in their 4 successful chases is 111. Neat shot from Anthony. Not pushing the first one, because he's quite happy to get his captain on strike for the last 3 balls of the innings. That's because Rahul Nair has got 46 from 23 double time strike rate. Could he be the second man in the tournament to get a half century? Well, it's high, and the backward point fielder is under it, and has held a great catch. No 50 for Nair. He perishes for 46. Very, very well judged from Ezak Masih running round, and that is the 4th wicket down.
He enjoyed that, didn't he? Masih. Nice running from him. That went a long way up. Messiah, look at this. He's kept his eye on it. And that's in the end, had to reach, but he grabbed it. Delighted about it. Gives us the fists up. Yeah, you deserve a round of applause. Good job. Well, unfortunately, no 50 for Nair, but he has batted very well.
Salu Thomas, the new batsman, is the non-striker, so Manuel Anthony is back in the middle, and this could be a second catch in a row. It is well held out there at deep mid-wicket. Straightforward catch, but there's always pressure when the ball goes so high, and now once again Erdly Chandaram has found a way to make things happen. 2 in 2.
2 in 2. Zishan Yusuf this time taking the catch. It's good work in the field. Well, they've supported the bowlers well. Oh, and Chandaram, well, we were debating, was he going to come back? We know he makes things happen. He certainly does make things happen, and he's made one thing happen here. He's put himself on a hat-trick.
Tito Thomas, not new batsman, is the non-striker. So, here is the hat-trick ball. Salu Thomas is on strike. In the air, and it's going to be 4. Racing away to the 3rd man boundary. Oh no, he's managed to get something on it. Well done. Great chase, superb commitment. They've come back for 3 runs. That's well done, and that concludes the innings.
Well, that was good, good bowling there right at the end. Chandaram. And well, a decent total has been posted, and they'll be hoping that they'll catch Southern Crusaders on a bad day, which they quite often have with the bat.
Ezak Masih got Samuel George out bowled early on, and then there was the 2nd wicket of Justin George to fall for 2. And at that stage, 16 for 2. Serious trouble for the Warriors. Then this great partnership between Nair and Paul. Both batsmen hitting strongly down the ground. And, also got a little bit of luck as well. The 2 chanceless innings. Their 50 partnership. Got good impetus behind the Masida Warriors innings. And the longer they stayed in, the harder they hit. So having misfielded that ball, Erdly Chandaram then pulled off this lovely catch. Very next ball to get rid of Renal Paul for 31. Rahul Nair was then dismissed himself. A 47 caught by Ezak Masih. Chandaram took 2 in 2. This was the 2nd. He was on a hat-trick, but the last ball was just got away. So a good score, 99 on the board for MC the Warriors. And it means that the Crusaders will have a challenging chase, but one that is by no means beyond them. It is all down to Rahul Nair and Renal Paul, the 2 top scorers, really the only batsmen to get away in the innings. Neat partnership of 76. And they did it in just 6.1 overs. Bowling, well, 2-sided really. Mohammed Bilal, Ezak Masih and Zishan Yusuf all bowled effectively, but well, Thomas and Seneviratne were expensive when that partnership was in the ascendancy, and Chandiram, for the second match in succession, brought on to bowl fourth change almost as an afterthought and takes 2 wickets in his only over. So the match situation, nice and clear. Exactly 100 for the Crusaders, who have won the toss and chosen to chase for the 5th time in succession to win it for the 5th time in succession. Well, we'll be back in just a few minutes for that chase, and until then, from European Cricket Network, it's goodbye for a moment.
Merhaba Malta. Welcome to Malta.
Well, welcome back to a very nice sunny Malta here today. We're not far from the capital Valletta, this ground, Marsa. The umpires are ready. Batsman Zishan Yusuf on strike. Bowling the first over is Basil Joy. And the target that the Crusaders need to get is 101. Starting with a wide ball. So Crusaders sitting handsomely on the top of the standings. They've won 4 from 4, 8 points. Can they extend that lead here and make it 10 points and 5 from 5? Rico Full joined by Kit Harris.
Well, it's slightly ropey start from Joy. It's to be expected. He didn't play in the previous game. And the 5 bowlers from that game, well, one of them, Divyesh Kumar, has been left out. So Basil Joy comes in as a like-for-like replacement. So he'll still be a bit rusty.
Well, rusty years get out the WD-40. That'll do it. That'll get him right. WD-40 does wonders.
Might make things a bit slippery though. It's they also do have another little bowling option because the gloves have been passed to Samuel George, which means there is an extra idea, which is that the captain, Rahul Nair, who bowls some tidy little seamers, he can also have a bowl if needed. Just bat on ground there. Well, that was the noise that that got them so excited.
Well, they're there for the taking these shots, and that's just a case of Zishan Yusuf just not getting his foot in the right place. They are cunningly, they have put a fielder out right on the boundary where Zishan is looking to play those shots, and it's the captain himself, Rahul Nair, waiting for that shot, so they're inviting it really. Oh, and the bowler's very disappointed with the fielder there. Punches the air in frustration. Didn't want that to go through. They just take a single, so it wasn't so bad. He thought for a moment the batsmen were going to come through for the second.
Now, Gununtaleki on strike again.
Ooh, and that's a nasty ball. It will be called a no ball. He's done very well to get bat on that. That was going straight for the forehead section of the helmet.
Yeah, it's just tried to bowl the off break there, slower ball, but it's come out all wrong. It doesn't look that dangerous, does it, when Gununtaleki hits it? As the series has gone on, he's come more and more into form. So he's straight away off the mark with a boundary.
Giving himself some room there, but that ended up being quite a lame free hit.
Yeah, it was a loose shot, wasn't it? He stepped away. It's always tricky to do that when you know you're going to get an outswinger, and in the end he just brought himself out of reach.
Wide ball it will be down the leg side, just trying to overcompensate there, the bowler. Very annoyed with himself. Basil Joy is one of those, he expects a lot better from himself, and he's not afraid to tell himself off.
Well, it's his first over of the winter. He must not have bowled for some weeks. Umpires allowed that one, so that's a bonus. This then will be the last ball of the over. You just think about Crusaders as needing 10 and over to get there, plus one more run, and well, they've done their job for this over.
That's nicely played. That's a beautiful shot. Just watched it onto the bat, put it through the gap, 4 runs.
So strong square of the wicket. Gunitadeka. This time he does step across, gets the ball within reach, and he's timed it to perfection. 14 runs off the first over, 2 boundaries, which is a great start for the Crusaders. It hasn't quite worked for Basil Joy first up.
It hasn't indeed, and well, that's the sort of start that the Crusaders would want. Now they know, when you look back at their scorecards for previous games, that they do tend to make good starts. It's what happens in the middle, it's what happens when the first 1 or 2 wickets go down, and that's what they'll be looking to improve on, because as this series develops, that's got to get better from them.
Tom Thomas sharing the new ball. He took the new ball in the previous game as well. An accurate bowler, not much lateral movement though, just tends to be straight up and down. Just a hint away from the batsman and a hint too much.
The outstretched arms of the umpire signal another wide, another extra to go on to the total. It's better. And, well, good running there. Puts the pressure on the fielder and forces the misfield from the captain. Got a strange sort of run in, hasn't he? He sort of does a little snake path before he gets to the delivery stride.
Yeah, a jinking run. But you can see where it leads to. Received wisdom, isn't it, Rico, that if you run in straight and bowl straight, close to the stumps, the non-striker's end, you're less likely to bowl wides, but he bowls so wide of the crease, it's easier to be inaccurate.
Yeah, that one nicely played. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Kit, because I think if you're going wide from it, then depending on your follow-through, you're either going to end up bowling, like we've seen a few times, wide outside the off stump, or you're trying to dart it into the batsman and you've got the danger of bowling it on the leg side. So, yeah, I've always been taught close to the stumps. Oh, he's let that one, that should have been a wide, it should have been just left it. What he almost ended up doing is playing it onto his stumps from an incredible angle.
It missed out there, Gunitadeka. That's into one of his stronger zones.
That was better, wasn't it, from there? Picked up and through. Was close. Full of ball. Back to near again. He has another chance. This time tries the other end. Good backing up.
Fairly decent over though from Thomas. Just 7 off it so far. Is the last ball. Yet to take a wicket in the European Cricket Series.
Good running from these two. Just wonder if they're going to attempt the Midsole Warriors just to bring a couple of those guys just in a little bit more to stop those cheeky singles being taken. As that end over comes to an end. 22 without loss, the second.
Yeah, your argument, Rico, is that you don't like seeing those fielders in the infield either side of the wicket using the white dots as their marker for where they should be standing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if I'm bowling there and those singles have been taken off me, I'm not going to be happy. I'm saying, look, you guys are there to stop that. If you're too deep, come in.
What would you do, Rico? Just have one on each side, halfway down the pitch, almost in a catching position?
Yeah, yeah.
Now, the sole wicket taker for Warriors so far, Manuel Anthony, skiddy bowler, medium paced. He took 3 wickets in 2 overs. in their defeat to Marsa. Only man to get himself onto the wicket-taking tables so far for the team in pink and blue.
And he starts with a wicket. How about that? Well, that's what he does. He comes on the bowl and he gets wickets. Didn't time it at all. Didn't sound right when he hit it. And a straightforward, comfortable catch being taken there by Justin George. First wicket goes.
And it's the big one. Gunatileke, you can't win a game if you don't get rid of him. It's fundamental to the Warriors' chances, so he perishes for just 10 runs from 8 balls. He only threatened to sparkle very, very briefly. And that is an important first blow.
Yeah, and the man coming in now is so important to the Crusaders. I mean, this guy, Gopal Thakur, well, the first 2 games, it was courtesy for him. Well, 3 games, I think, Kid, is that right?
Yeah, did it 3 times. He's been not out with a score to his name at the moment the winning runs were made. 40, 23, 20 not out, all considerably better than a run a ball. So I say that Gunatileke is critical wicket to get. The key wicket of the whole lineup is Gopal Thakur. And there's a chance.
High.
There's a chance. Oh, the sun's just got in the way.
Went a long way up in the air, didn't that one? And yeah, I think he was getting himself set, and at one point he just completely lost it.
That would have been perfect for Warriors. Again, Manuel Anthony causing problems. Now has 4 wickets for Warriors in the tournament and no one else has any.
Well, it could be 5. Is he found? Oh, he's found the gap again in between the 2, and then one of the fielders with his head up in the air manages to kick it a little bit further and they take the 2.
Well, wicketkeeper is absolutely in apoplexy, Samuel George, furious when that ball thudded into the turf. In point of fact, neither of those balls was even as much as half a chance, only a sniff. Yusuf survives, though hardly say he thrives at this stage, just a run a ball.
It's well bowled again, right in the block. No, the call.
Great bit of fielding from the captain though, to stop it, and then to throw on the dive as well. Great technique, proper white ball skills from Rahul Nair.
That's a good shot. He's lofted it over, got his feet in the right position. Ball won't go to the boundary. It's quite slow and sticky there. Shouts are back up. It has been backed up. A bit more positive shot. It was given a little bit of width and made the most of it.
It's been a good over so far from Anthony. Just 5 runs from it. 1 ball remaining in the power play. After that, the Warriors can breathe a little easier and stick 5 men out on the boundary if they want to. As it stands, they've still got a slip.
Well bowled. Thought he was going to get through with that one. Yeah, he's done a remarkable job, and well, the wicket taker, only wicket taker of the team, Manuel Anthony, well, just gone for 5 runs and does pick up a wicket. And of course, you'd expect him to do so.
So what are the options now? Shijil Joy could come into the attack. He bowls quite short. He bangs it in. Could have Rahul Nair come on to bowl his little seamers. Seems to be keeping himself back for the moment.
I would be keen to keep the pace off here, kid. Do you get that feeling that just keeping the pace off these guys? I mean, we know that Gopal Thakur likes to hit it, but I think he likes to hit it with the pace on the ball.
Well, it is going to be Shijil Joy, a tallish man, and tends to bowl shorter. But he's got a 3rd man and a long leg out on the boundary. 2 more on the rope on the leg side and 1 on the off. So should be bowling short over middle stump here. Was there a snick?
He got excited.
Wicketkeeper didn't move, and that's often a clue.
I was just, yeah, we watch this again.
Well, if there was an edge, Shijil Joy was the only person who detected it.
Whipped and hit away and hit hard over the top. And has that been taken inside? Yes, it has. Well, he was sort of camouflaged in between that dugout over there, and now all of a sudden there popped up this man, and he takes a smashing catch. Renel Paul.
Well, there was pace on the ball, and all it's done is help him hit it just harder and flatter to Paul on the boundary, who's judged it brilliantly. The ball could very easily have carried him over the rope with it. And that is the wicket that you have to get. The key man has been got rid of, Gopal Thakur, for 1 run from 3 balls. And now the Crusaders have a genuine struggle on their hands. Shijil Joy, pace on the ball, turned out to work.
Yeah, but I think, I mean, there was something that surprised us yesterday in that, well, that drama that happened in the game they won last night, the last ball. This man, this left-hander, Ryan Paul Bastance, he just didn't come out. We wondered where he was. What were they hiding for? Well, he's not in hiding now. They need him to perform, and out he comes. I like the look of this guy.
Yeah, but he will try and hit everything, Bastians. He doesn't run it around like Thakur does, looking for the 1s and 2s and waiting for the bad ball. He's not a finisher in the same way that Thakur is. He's a bludgeoner. He can almost hit himself off his feet.
Well, I'm not sure what the appeal is there for. I mean, even if the ball had gone, I don't think it did go straight into pads, that would be confirmed, but even if it did, it was going way down the leg side. Well, leg bars have been signalled, but yeah, missing leg stump by a long way. Also good to see this left and right combination. We've seen it cause havoc with the bowlers and getting their line right.
Zishan Yusuf needs to just take control of the mood of the batting out there. Keep the big hitting Bastians temperate.
Yeah, Bastian keen to get back to make a 2 out of that, but Zishan saying no, stay where you are.
Thing is, as long as Bastians is there, the fact that they need nearly 2 runs a ball from here on out, it won't be a cause for panic while he's there.
The umpire thought about it, took his time, but yeah, there was no doubt that was down the leg side, missing leg stump, wide ball. It's interesting, 2 balls he's had in areas where the 1 ball he received when they needed 6 to win, the last ball, he tonked for 6, and he's missed out on them.
Well, these short balls from Shijil Joy are working. I shared your view when he came on to bowl that it was going to be just what the batsman wanted, something pullable. But he hasn't bowled quite so quickly, and it's proven very difficult to score from. So the captain's got this right. But the bowler hasn't got that right. Not out. I can do that one for you. He's just tried to bowl too quickly on that occasion. Short and slow was working, and full and quick, he's just shoved it down the leg side.
Yeah, those extras though, creeping up, that's 10 extras now.
He's only conceded 1 run off the bat, Shijil Joy, in this over. This is going to be the last ball. You can add 2 wides and a leg by. With the wicket of Thakur in the mix, he's put together a really good little spell. Until now.
Until now. Look at that field though, they know what Bastians can do.
Do you think he's going to go for it this time, Bastians? Shorter.
Shorter. Clever bowling. I think Bastians was probably expecting it to be short, but in the end it was short, but outside the off stump this time. Well, that's nice tidy, really. I mean, he's bowled a few wides in that, but he has taken a wicket, and he's only gone just for 3 runs.
I think the captain might get himself on here. It would be a good time just to sneak in his first over of the tournament. In fact, he's investing. This is the risk. We saw it before. Zishan was brought on early and wasn't available to bowl at the death. Manuel Anthony's going to bowl his second over now. He's the best bowler by far. So if they see him off, the Crusaders might find it a little easier in the second half.
Pitched out side the off stump. Very slow taking the run. Well, you can see there he only just managed to scarp her in, and yeah, a little bit of laughter with the fielder saying, "Hey, you're trying to hit me or the stumps?" Both sharing a laugh there together. It's good to see a lot of these players, of course, know each other. Played various times before.
This is the key battle for the moment. The best bowler against the big hitter, Anthony Sebastianj, and he will look to go down the ground. Long off is quite straight.
Yeah, we see that field adjustment made there. The second man going on that leg side boundary to the left-hander. He's gone for it big. It's up in the air. Captain is getting himself underneath it and takes a very, very comfortable catch indeed. That is very safe hands. Wicket goes, and a big one of that. This is one man that I was saying that I think he can be quite devastating and explosive if he gets going, but get going he did not. He's gone for a 4-ball duck.
He just doesn't have any powers of self-control, Bastians. He tries to hit everything, and he tries to hit everything in more or less the same place, and that was well bowled by Anthony, just serving it wide. And now, well, whoever does this from Crusaders' batting lineup, if they're going to win, it has to be someone who hasn't done it before now, because most of the big guys are gone. Just Zishan Yusuf left.
And that's a nice shot. That will go down for 4 runs. Just ball going into his hip region. Watches it on. There we go. Watch this. Nice swivel round. 4 runs. He's got a lot to do, hasn't he?
Oh, Zishan has got himself back above a run of ball. It's all on him now.
Well, this is beautifully lofted. That's a nice shot. Beautiful timing. Knew exactly what he was doing there.
Yeah, long half volley. Just great high left elbow there. Nice straight bat. Great poise.
Now he knows the importance now of this innings from him for his team. He'll be happy to just take the single. Stay there for the end of the over. Be back on strike.
He's done it once, Yusuf. 34 from 19 balls in the win against the University. The Crusaders were chasing 111 on that occasion. Chandiram, on the other hand, rather new to it all. Quite a slow scorer, and he's managed to burgle the strike.
Yeah, it's a nice looking shot for him, but I would thought they would definitely had to take 2. Yeah, I mean he was a man left batting out there, not out yesterday after doing a great job with the ball. He was the player of the match, and talking to him, and I said, well, you know, how were you feeling when you're out there? And he was like, well, very, very nervous. I thought we were going to blow it. Fortunately, they didn't. They got the run they needed at the very last ball in that exciting, low-scoring thriller.
Yeah. Chandiram, the new batsman, on strike. Is it time to go to the 5th bowler? Oh, no. They're sticking with Shijil Joy with his short bowling. And the umpire feeling that that's bounced just outside the line. Pretty shocking ball, really. He's much better bowler, Shijil Joy. when he's banging it in short. Doesn't have a lot of pace, and somehow it just coaxes a mistimed shot out of the batsman when he does that. Chandaram might have played on there, but he knows his job well. His role is to take the single and rotate the strike back to Zishan Yusuf. That's all he's got to do. Senior man and the junior man together. Zishan into the 20s. And he's got to see it through from here. And that's deftly done, just for the single. It's a decent ball.
He bowled well there. He held that one back. The batsman also did well. Just had to adjust his line again. Kept his eye on the ball. Placed it down there. Guided it for a single.
He's been miserly so far, Shijul Joy. That's a good shot, one-handed. He's got some pace on the ball there. Chandaram come back for the 2. That's his highest score of the tournament so far. He's had very few opportunities to bat, and when he has come out, it's right at the very end of a chase. That was a decent shot, one-handed. Doesn't seem to have much of a leg side game though, and the umpire has taken his time to make the decision to call that wide, but wide it was. Just want to see Shijul Joy bowling those slow, shorter balls to Chandaram, because I fancy he doesn't have much of a game on the leg side. Like that, and that's clocked him, hasn't it?
It's got him right on the lid. That's twice we've seen that in this innings.
And he's lucky, really, that Joy is so slow. Absolutely pinned him on the right temple, but because he was turning round in the hook, it was no more than a glancing blow, fortunately. Is that a no ball? It is, and he's got it away. Right in the gap, 4 runs. Good revenge from Chandaram. He's just been knocked, and now he's taken the fight back to Joy.
Yeah, good shot from him, and well done. I suspect that was very much a Yorker gone wrong. He's bowled the short at him, went for the Yorker, but picked the gap, takes 4, and now he's also got a free hit. And we're hoping to utilise and get the maximum from it.
Yeah, it's not Chandaram, of course, it's Yusuf, because they took the leg by, so the revenge is Yusuf's. The free hit it where you like. Can't get it past the cover fielder. But, this over is going very well for the Crusaders. They say there's 1 ball left in the over. Well, that's what I'm seeing. It's a dot ball. Wonder whether there might just have been 7 balls, 7 legal deliveries in that over, but one way or another, 6 overs gone. No, it's not a 7 ball over, it's just that the case that the 5.5 that's been lingering on the screen for the last 3 or 4 balls is just a little bit behind the clock. So 6 overs gone, 57 for 3, all is well, 44 needed from the last 24 balls. And Yusuf is on strike, that's the key part of it.
We have Thomas the bowler. Salut Thomas.
Very, very slow off breaks. He is certainly someone you can score off. Bowled 2 overs for 35 the last time he had a turnout. Smacked down the ground, short of the fielder. Zishan Yusuf just happy to give the strike back to Chandiram for the time being. 43 from 23. There's a wide. So Thomas' favourite mode of approach is to bowl very wide of off stump. As an off spinner, it's an unusual thing to do, but he really doesn't seem too concerned about turning the ball back into the batsman at all. See, that's the line that he goes for. It's almost almost as though he doesn't really consider himself a spinner at all, just a bowler of slow balls well wide of off. That's a better ball. Just the single to Chandiram, but his role is to give the strike back to Yusuf, and he's done that now.
Yeah, I'm just thinking though, the line he's bowling, has he got the right field on that offside?
That's shorter and pulled away well by Yusuf. It's going to be cut off. Nice clinical bit of fielding there from Tom Thomas, deep mid wicket. Yusuf can do no better than hand the strike back to Chandiram. Yeah. Chandiram needs to think here a little bit about his role. If you get a bad ball like that is just a long hop, he doesn't only have to dab it for the single. He is a number 5 batsman. He's allowed to play a few shots of his own. Zishan goes big, but it hasn't gone very far, and it's a bobbling catch, a very important one too, and the captain Rahul Nair has held on to another. The big wicket of Yusuf, that's the big guns gone now. Southern Crusaders are 62 for 4.
Well, if anybody was going to take this, it was going to be the captain. He's already shown how good a catcher he is in the deep. Once again, had a lot of work to do. He's coming all the way from the boundary there. A lot of yards to cover. Gets there, takes the catch. Got a little bit lucky, I suppose, with the bounce first time round from his body. Another one bites the dust.
Mohammed Bilal is the new batsman, the non-striker. His first appearance at the crease in this tournament, and just having a little bit of a chat with Chandiram, who missed the last ball. And what a great over it was from Salu Thomas. 6 runs from it, and the key wicket, the last of the big batsmen. So now it's 38 from 18 balls. Crusaders, after 7 overs, are 63 for 4.
Yes, and well, is their unbeaten start to this European Cricket Series in Malta about to come to an end, because that run rate is creeping up. It's almost at the 13 required per over mark. Somebody has to step up and play some shots.
Now, interesting, we're going to have a 6th bowler here, and it is the captain himself, Rahul Nair. I suspect that's because Basil Joy went for 14 in his first over. He may not come back. Snicked. There's going to be runs here. Just the one, fortunately, because that third man is there. If there had been someone up in the ring, that might have been different. So Bilal is off the mark and off the strike. 37 from 17. Racing through. Decent effort for the wicketkeeper, but I think it was always going to be in vain. And Chandiram now he needs really to adjust his tactic here, because he's still trying to nudge the singles. He's found himself in a position that he really didn't anticipate being in. You feel that he is now the senior batsman, and it's his job to farm the strike. And for Bilal, who is now on strike, to give the bowling back to him. You can see that Bilal is by no means a batting all-rounder.
He's feeling the pressure though, isn't he? Because he knows he's got to start playing some big shots.
He shouldn't be in that position, Rico. He should be able to just get off strike and have Chandiram take control from here. Well, that is a big shot, and he's going to get something for it. In fact, he's managed to get it to the rope, just inside.
Yeah, nice shot. I mean, having said that, I hear what you're saying, kid, about Chandiram. But if he's the guy that can keep rotating the strike, and he knows in his mind the other batsmen that are coming in and they can hit the ball like that, well, he's still doing the job for his team.
Yeah, if he's going to anchor it and the tailenders are going to have a slash at it, that would work too. Another hockey shot down the ground, and single is all there was. 31 now from 13. Crusaders are starting to run out of rope. Here's the last ball of the 8th over. Well, he's just trying to wait on it and dab it away behind square for the single. And, well, it's just not his kind of game, is it, Chandiram? Playing to leg. Rahul Nair has got the breakthrough. Chandiram goes. And Crusaders are 70 for 5.
Intelligent bowling, just held this back. Slow, straight. He knew eventually that Chandrama would have to have a swing at the bat. Saw this one was down the track, had a go. Well, done him with a bit of good thinking, keeping the pace of the ball.
So the equation is now 31 from 12, and here comes a man with a cool head for the fight. I just wonder if we shouldn't have seen Indika Pereira just a shade earlier. He's at the non-striker's end now. Salu Thomas is going to bowl his second over, so we do still have spin into the 9th over. Bilal has gone big, and it's over the line for 6 runs. Half volley on off stump. Bilal likes to swing across the line, and that's exactly where he would have wanted Salu Thomas to bowl to him.
Well, he's keeping their hopes alive. He's got this one all the way. The other one just dropping short. Well, no doubt about that one. It's the Maximo. 6 runs.
There's a bowler who's going to feed Bilal just the food he wants. It's Thomas. Might just do it again in a minute. This time through the offside. And a quick single brings Pereira on strike. Pereira, the chairman of the Maltese Cricket Association, a doctor on the island of Gozo, and as calm a presence as there could be, just surveying the field and looking for the place to get the single and the strike back to Bilal. He's missed just a couple now. It just puts the pressure back on. Time is slipping away in terms of what's remaining. Salu Thomas has bowled well. Just a single for Pereira. Doesn't half put the pressure on Bilal. In fact, there's now only 1 ball left in the over. Bilal's got to go for it. He has. Just going to get the single. Couldn't get it away for 6, and we'll keep him the strike, and when all is said and done, that's probably not the worst of it. But a very tidy over in the end after that initial 6 by Bilal. Salu Thomas has conceded just 9. And, he's gone for 15 in total off his 2. And I think Captain Rahul Nair has juggled his bowlers very well. He's made sure that Basil Joy, the most expensive of the bowlers, doesn't have to come back for his second over. He's going to bowl over number 10 himself, with 23 required. And Mohammed Bilal is on strike. He has got to go big now. Well, the right idea. It's almost a game of Russian roulette here. A staring competition between captain and big hitting bowler at the crease. The captain's first ball is a good one. Now very, very high, and it's a chance coming down to extra cover. Oh dear, what an accident. Tito Thomas had so much time to get in the right position. He practically could have called for a chair. In the end, he's misjudged it completely. And fortunately, it shouldn't have too much of bearing on what's going to happen. They've come back for 2. 21 now needed. Now that should be caught as well. Oh, it's dropped as well. So 2 drops in successive balls. They come back for a 2. And in fact, Pereira couldn't make it in the end. So a wicket did fall, not in the way you might have expected.
Well, no, I mean, he's probably thinking to himself, what's going on here? When you guys are bowling, I'm taking your catches. You've got to do the same for me. He's had a fantastic day, though, hasn't he? There, what a great day. He's done fabulously well with them with the bat. He's taken some great catches, and well, there he is. He's bowled magnificently as well.
His second wicket. 47 from 26 balls, and now 2 crucial wickets at the death. And, he's just responsible for the position that the Warriors have found themselves in, closing out, in the end, a comfortable win against the hitherto unbeaten Crusaders, who are now going to go down to their first loss, and it makes the whole group much more interesting. Nailed it, another one, yes, caught this time! He makes amends out there on the boundary, and the captain has now picked up 3 wickets. So the most wickets and the most runs, an easy man of the match decision, isn't it?
Very much so, as we see this wicket falling here. I can't blame him having a go. But this time, Skip, no mistake. So he does get his second wicket. Also was the run out in the over as well.
So Jamadiul Hussain comes out to bat. He's the non-striker though, and this is the last ball. Lakshita Senavaratna on strike. And well, that's the only contribution that Jamadiul Hussain is going to make. Not out 0 of 0 balls, but at least he's held a bat. And a clinical death finish by Rahul Nair as the Crusaders go down by 19 runs. Ultimately the margin was comfortable, and the Warriors have their first win, the Crusaders their first defeat. It just opens up the league table ever so slightly. Let's have a look at how the innings unfolded. To begin with, it was all going very well. Gunatileke and Yusuf getting the ball away in the power play. The first one to go was Gunatileke, caught by Justin George of Manuel Anthony. And then that wonderful catch by Renil Paul to dismiss the crucial Gopal Thakur for 1. And at this point, the wheels started to come off. Bastians couldn't resist a big hit, was out for a duck. Then Zishan Yusuf had to take control after that. And he did hit some good shots. Made his way to 30. But, he was in charge of the chase at this point. But, after a while, he was dismissed by that juggling catch off Salu Thomas by Rahul Nair, and that really, as we look back on the game, was the end of it. Mohammed Bilal came out and muscled a 4 and a 6. But Chandiram, who struggles when the ball is slow and short, just plain missed. And then was Bilal 6, but it was just starting to become too little and too late at this stage. Bilal hold out to Justin George for 17, and that is how the game ended. A simple finish ultimately, and you can see there the story of the batting card. Gunatileke, Thakur and Bastians, important wickets to get, and when they were all down with 32 on the board, it was left to Zishan Yusuf to try and finish it off. And just for a moment, his partnership of 31 with Chandiram flourished, but it really was all pressure on Yusuf, with Chandiram not really able to offer much from the other end. And when Yusuf was gone, 63 for 4, well, it rapidly fell away after that, despite Bilal's late hitting. You can see that, well, Manuel Anthony, again, very well bowled. He's taken his wickets tally for the tournament up to 5. But then Rahul Nair, having top scored with 47, went on to take 2 for 9 at the death. What all this means in the league table is that the Crusaders have played 5, and they now have 8 points, which means that if the Knights should win their 5th game, they will go to 9, and they will leapfrog Crusaders into 1st place. And the Warriors, critically, now move to 3, and they are into 4th place. They put themselves ahead of the University and Overseas in the tussle for the last semi-final position. Well, there's an awful lot of cricket to go before that is resolved, but it's just opened up the middle part of the table a little, as the Crusaders have gone down to their first defeat. Still 2 unbeaten teams in the tournament though, Knights and Marsa. Let's go through to the formality of seeing Rahul Nair being awarded the man of the match by Rico Full.
Thank you very much, Kit. Well, what a fabulous game. So the Southern Crusaders, well, they were sitting pretty at the top. They still are, but they're not unbeaten anymore in this, their 5th game they've been beaten in mid-side Warriors. And no thanks to this man standing to my right, the captain. Excellent performance from Rahul Nair. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now, you came into this game having lost 1 game and 1 being abandoned, unfortunately, so no points in the board. Playing the team on the top of the table, having won 4 out of 4, was always going to be a difficult game for you. But you came out with the right attitude, scoring 101 for 5, and you scoring 47 of 26.
Yeah, it's a very good game. Actually, they have a very good bowling attack, and previous games they done very good job, but this time they couldn't be capitalized that. So it's a good game, and all the players really played very well.
I mean, you must have seen the way that Southern Crusaders have won their games. Some of them have been low-scoring games, and they've managed to win them right at the death. Yesterday was another one of those games where they won off the very, very last ball. So was that on your mind? Did you know that if we get a good target on the board, that, and whatever the target was, that you would be able to restrict them?
Actually, they have a good batsman as well. Gaurav is not playing, and Gunatilake is a very good batsman, and also Gopal Thakur, he's played very well all games. So we know if we get the wicket, we would win the match.
I mean, it's a terrific performance from your team, the Midside Warriors, and especially from you. I mean, all round, I mentioned the 47 of 26, also took 2 wickets, also took 2 very, very good catches. So, well, a captain has to lead by example, and this man to my right certainly led by example. Congratulations to the player of that match there, and, well, superb performance for 47 of 26 balls. Rahul, you were great. Now, don't go away, because, you know, we've got more cricket coming up. The next game at 12:30 Central European time. Well, we've seen Midside Warriors come back, and they've registered their first win. Can the same be said about Overseas Cricket Club? They're coming back, and they'll be playing Marsa once more. Can they bounce back in this? That will be the rematch and end up winners. Well, join us at 12:30 Central European time.
Merhaba Malta. Welcome to Malta.
Welcome back to Malta. Off we go again for the European Cricket Series. Mid-table battle between Marsa, who are unbeaten, and Overseas, who are yet to win anything. Let's go over now for the coin toss to Stefan Gooch.
European cricket fans, for match number 13 of this ECS Malta. The sun is shining, it's a beautiful day, and we've got a rematch of the first game today. We have got the Marsa Cricket Club versus the Overseas Cricket Club. Now, in the game earlier today, Marsa were victorious. They're undefeated at the moment. They've won 2 of their 3 and 1 was rained off. They're looking good. Overseas, on the other hand, struggling a bit. They've gone down in all 4 of their games. They really need a win to start their campaign in this tournament. Let's see what happens. Let's toss a coin. So Overseas is the home side in this game. Tails the call.
It's just tails.
It's a tail, all right. So, Haroon, what are you going to do?
We will bat first.
Going to bat first. Talk me through it.
We keep the same strategy we had in the morning. It was difficult in the morning to bat, but we still managed to put a total of 100 plus, and hopefully this time we will put the further bigger total down this time. Batting first.
For sure, sounds good. Are you making any changes for this game to this one?
No, we will keep the same 11 for this time.
Okay, well, have a good one. Good luck. Cheers, mate. Jörg, how you feeling, mate? Bowling.
All right, not too bad a toss to lose. I don't think it matters too much. Just hoping we can maybe keep them down an extra 10 or 20 runs to give ourselves a chance. I think 107 is outside of our reach, but let's see what happens. We're still confident.
Yeah, I think so.
We still want to. Obviously, we could still have a good chance as long as we win this game. So let's just see what we can do.
Yeah, we thought you did well restricting him to around 100 last game, but he just couldn't quite get there with the bat.
Yeah, well, nowhere near actually. In the end, yeah, not quite clicking at the moment, but hopefully at some point it does click.
Any changes for this game?
We've got a couple of changes. A couple of people have to sit out. So I don't even know who the exact changes are right now.
No problem. Well, we're looking forward to seeing you play, mate. Cheers, mate. Okay, so Marsa Cricket Club have won the toss. They're having a bat.
Let me put you in the picture, which is that Sean Byrne, the batsman, has been replaced by Jack Barrett, and I'm not quite sure that's right because he's one of the key members of the top 7, and I think Overseas need all the batsmen that they can get. David Marks, though, has been given a rest. He's bowled 4 consecutive overs, which have gone for more than 10. And Lee Tuck has recovered from his back injury and comes back in. So that's a slightly more coherent change. And here's another adjustment. The change-up going to be that Heinrich Gericke is going to open the bowling. The first ball is to Noel Kozler, and it's a wide. And by contrast, Marsa unchanged, and you really do see 2 very different approaches to this tournament. Overseas juggling their bowling lineup and their batting lineup every game. Nothing is ever the same twice in a row. And Marsa, on the other hand, unchanged, same batsmen batting in the same order, the same bowlers each time, each of them bowling 2 overs. They know exactly what their strategy is throughout the tournament. Everybody's clear on their role. The only adjustment made by Marsa at all this week has been that Nosha Akhtar is rested, the death bowling specialist, which means that Neeraj Khanna has been fulfilling those duties, and he's done it very well. Well, after a couple of wides, Kosler at last gets bat on ball into a gap, and he is off the mark. European Cricket Network, your broadcaster, your commentators, me, Kit Harris, and alongside me, Rico Full.
Yes, welcome everybody. Can Overseas register their first win and get their first points on the board?
So, decent shot, whipped away through extra cover, great crack of the bat, and Zishan Khan is up and running with a boundary. Width on offer from Gerika. He's not used to taking the new ball. It's usually a bit worn by the time he comes on to bowl his accurate length balls. Unaccustomed in this role. Not quite clicking so far. Oh, what a great catch! So few batsmen can play the short ball well when it's banged in like that. And Andy Nowdy, well mighty dab, close in at mid-wicket, has pulled off a great little catch.
Yes, banks it in. And, well, he didn't play that very well at all, did he? Sort of, well, I'm not going to say it came to him quicker than he thought. He just made a little bit of a hash of it. Weren't really quite sure. He sort of banged in short, but really wasn't quite sure what he was going to do with it.
Well done, Heinrich Gerika. And getting rid of the dangerous Zishan Khan. He goes for 4 off 2. That's his first failure of the tournament. Neeraj Khanna comes out to bat. Number 3, 12 off 8 in the previous game. And well done to Jörg Hershey, whose unorthodox approach to the bowling order, bringing Gerika up top, has now paid off with an early wicket. Although it's come at the price of a number of wides. It's funny, isn't it? He's very much a two-faced captain, is Hershey, in the sense that he makes lots of changes to the bowling attack every game, and they all seem to work.
He's got to run quick.
Khanna off the mark with a single. Never has the same bowling order twice, but he judges very well who should be bowling and when, and even when he does something that seems very eccentric, more often than not it pays off. Just inside the line. Oh no, that's not what the umpire saw. Wide ball. Gerika shakes his head, looks a bit quizzical and rueful about that. Then when it comes to the batting order, Hershey almost seems to put the numbers through a randomizer. And bowlers in a 10-over game should be ready to bowl at any point, ready to do something just off the cuff. But the batters, they like consistency, they like to know what their role is and when they're coming on. Nevertheless, good first over, 10 runs from it, with a wicket of Zishan Khan, and Gerika has taken another cheeky little wicket. Now, here's another surprise. He bowled a tidy over, 4th change in the previous game, and now Ethan Zureb is opening the bowling. That's yeah, too much with loose ball, 4 runs. Easy as you like. And Khanna is away with his first boundary.
Yeah, and a little bit of relief always for a batsman when you get an easy one like that to open your account. Especially in terms of the boundaries. It's always nice when you've got a boundary behind you, I think, as a batsman.
Bit of pressure on Zureb. Well, this is the point at which you thank the batsman, because when you bowl a ball like that and it's heading for a wide, it's a moment of great generosity from the man with the willow when he just bunts it for a single. You just say thank you to him as he comes past. He's done it again. Zureb is just struggling to control the swing away from the bat. Like Gerika, not used to having the brand new ball, and it really does make a difference. Gets a little bit of movement in the air, and at the moment he's drifting it too far wide and really too full as well. Kozler back on strike now. Oh dear, misfield. Just sliding down Vosloo at the last moment, and the ball went underneath him. 4 more runs this time to Kozler. His first boundary.
Yeah, courtesy of the misfield there from Vosloo. Well, he thought he had it covered with his legs, but it still found a way through.
Ten off the over so far. We've only had 3 legal deliveries. So very cleverly steered away. He barely hit it. Just guided the ball down to backward point for successive boundaries, all touch.
This is very nicely played. Was reaching for it a little bit, but still had the notion there to guide it. Watch how he used his wrist here to angle that back where he wants to go. Yeah, lovely work, lovely shot.
Contrasting fours for Kozler. 1 force, 1 wrists. And there's the force again, and this time he has found the fielder.
A lot going through that man's mind, Captain Hershey.
He's got no David Marks to turn to. He's not bowled quite so well and is having a rest for this game. That's a good ball. Much better line that time from Jareb. Unfortunately, he has to stop bowling just when he's got a good one in. I'm afraid it has been quite an expensive one, that over. 15 from it. And after 2, Marsa are 26 for 1.
Yeah, so they've lost that early wicket, and it's the prize wicket of Zishan Khan. We know he can be destructive if he gets going, so a little bit of rebuilding here now from Marsa.
So here is Andy Nowdy. He's going back to his spin bowling approach. He jettisoned it for the last 2 games, and I like what he's done now, because when he was bowling spin, he took 4 wickets in 4 games. It just wasn't quite so effective last time round. He bowled seam and just went wicketless. I think this is the right move from him. Oh! Good leg break! Half a chance.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if the umpire just said, no, I think he got a bit on it. Maybe it was drifting as well. Yeah, I think it's gone the leg peg. Yeah, probably going on to miss leg peg.
It hit him outside the leg stump as well, I think, and he's a long way down. Good umpiring. Has I hit the glove?
Oh, there was something on that one. Similar ball, similar line.
Remains to be seen. Well, yeah, it's not a chance. It went straight over Palmer's head behind the furniture, just coming off the glove.
Watching,
2
Ethan.
good leg breaks from Nowdy to open up his spell. Well pitched, but even better off the bat. Beautiful strike. Waited for the ball and lofted it nice and high. 6 runs.
Yeah, different batsman, different ball game. He likes it there, makes himself room, clubs it away. Top shot that from Kozler.
Kozler going great guns now. He's hit 3 boundaries in his last 4 balls, 16 off 7. I wonder whether Nowdy's going to bowl him his little arm ball slider now. Sticking with a leg break, and it's been pulled straight to square leg. He held his nerve. He faced down Kozler, eye to eye, stuck with the leg break, a little shorter, and well, they've got it. Jareb has taken the catch at square leg, and Kozler goes.
Well, this is a prize wicket for him. I mean, Kozler has bounced a little bit higher than he thought. It's caught him high up on the bat. Wasn't able to get any power behind the shot. And for a talented batsman, that is quite a soft dismissal. And he has to walk back. Wow, overseas are certainly making a fight of this.
As ever, Fanyan Mughal coming in at number 4. He's the big hitter. 26 off 11 and 22 off 14, both unbeaten, and he's also a complete pain in the neck for a bowler, because at least half the time he switch hits. But it's high in the air, half a chance out on the line, and he's gone! First ball, that's so important! He is the big wicket, and Nowdy with his leg breaks has found the secret magic recipe. A catch for Niverton this time with his safe hands at deep mid-wicket, and it's 2 in 2 balls.
Well, this is great, and this goes back to what myself and Kit were thinking. You've got to stick with what you do well, and what Andy Nowdy does well is keeping the pace of the ball, bowling those leggies, surprising the batsman, and, well, no pace on it, you've got to hit it hard. Well, that wasn't hit hard enough, so the big hitter is on his way back as well. So we're going to have to see if Malta do have a little bit of fight and grit about them as they find themselves in this situation. It's another wicket down, score on 33.
But it isn't over yet. Hat-trick ball, the batsmen have crossed, so Niraj Khanna, who has 8 off 6, is going to face the hat-trick delivery. The last ball of the over from Andy Nowdy. And that's high, it's half a chance, and it's over the head of Vosloo. So close to getting yet another one, just the single, and a gorgeous over from Andy Nowdy, having been hit for 6, has followed up with a brace of wickets. Mughal, Khosla, and at the end of the power play, Malta have just tripped and slipped to 34 for 3.
Yeah, terrific over, and he did the right thing there to Kanu, because what we notice is every time he's floating that one up, he's going across and trying to hit down the leg side. So he was going for the LBW or the clean bowl, and in the end nearly got a catch because Kanu decided he will try and play straight on it, didn't middle it, only just managed to get it over the fielder.
And of course, Jörg Hershey brings himself on now. Always makes a good call in the field as captain. He's seen the problems that Nowdy has caused with his slow leg breaks. So he brings on the other slow bowler himself. He's taken 2 wickets against this same opposition in the previous game. Taken his tally of wickets in the series to 6. And he may look innocuous with his slow little deliveries, but you can chalk him down as a bona fide strike bowler. Oh, it's a mis-stumping. The very difficult chance to Clyde Palmer. He was unsighted by the batsman. But if you happen to see the side-on replay for this, if we have it, you'll see that the batsman's dragged, and if only Palmer could have got something onto that. We just slow it right down when the ball goes past the bat. I reckon that's half a chance to Palmer. Leg goes up in the air. Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, always tricky down the leg side.
Just going to get the bails back in alphabetical order on top of the stumps. Seems fine. Umpires are taking immense care over getting it right, and now umpire Gopal Chaturvedi has decided that it looks good from his view. A wide on either side then to start the over from Hershey. He bowls an outswinger, an in-swinger, and a gentle little off break. Just focuses on, well, tries to focus on accuracy. He didn't find it first 2 balls, but he has now.
Again, it's coming, buddy.
Hershey's philosophy seems to be pretty simple. And his philosophy is, I think, Rico, simply that batsmen have no powers of self-control whatsoever. Kind of bowler you see from the boundary and say, well, when I get out there, this is going for 6. And then you go out to face it, you try and hit the 6, and you find yourself just chipping it up to extra cover.
Yeah, I mean, it's that sort of bowling, isn't it? I think if you got a batsman that's in and seeing it well, it's a different ball game. But a new batsman coming out, well, especially when you lost a few wickets as well.
because it's so slow. The batsman has to make all the timing. There's nothing to work with. Straight up in the air, right on the line. It's got too much elevation though. It drops well beyond the boundary. Just climbed into a half volley here.
That's a good hit at 12. That was almost like teeing off style, wasn't it? Held the pose for a long period. The cameras went snap, snap, snap. Thank you very much. One more for the album. Good shot.
It's taken him a couple of balls to get off the mark, Mughal, but he's found a big one at last. Slightly ungainly sort of swipe across the line. It's very wide. Any way you get a single is worthwhile. And keep the scoreboard ticking over. Khanna, Harun Mughal, the captain, have got a bit of rebuilding to do. Khanna, the one batsman really not to have come off at all in the top 6. 1 off 2 and 12 off 8 so far. See, he's just sort of struggling for confidence at the moment. Prodding and lunging more often than not.
Yeah, he's not comfortable at all with this slow stuff. Doesn't like it. He's worried about coming out of his crease.
See, when he waits for the ball, which was the right thing to do on that occasion, he's tried to hit it a bit too hard. So a tidy end to the 4th over, bowled by Hershey. An eventful one, few wides, 13 runs off it. Not his best by any means, but he has bowled well throughout the tournament and set a high standard for himself. Marsa still going at a decent rate, 47 for 3. To bear in mind that overseas, I know he said keep it down to just under 100, but really overseas need to be chasing about 70 here. Naudi to bowl his 2nd over straight away. He can pluck out another wicket here, maybe even 2, and that will put overseas back in control. They do need to start working their way through the middle order now. They cannot afford a high scoring chase. Well, that should be out, but Palmer didn't pick it up quickly enough. But there's another chance of a run out at the non-striker's end if he hits. Bad luck.
And it all happened there. I mean, first of all, unfortunately, the keeper no idea where that went. And then, well, the non-striker, Niraj just ran to the other end and just stood there watching what was happening rather than thinking that he was left in the middle of nowhere.
High, out to the boundary, but Niverton isn't tall enough. It'd have to be as tall as a small house to be able to stop that 6. And Mughal has done it again.
Yeah, that's good hitting from him, and that's all about the elevation of the bat. It goes all the way up above his shoulder, and the swing on it makes good contact. Remember, little pace on the ball, so these have to be big hits and well timed. Middle of the bat as well. 6 more. Pressure on the bowler early on.
Ball's come down with topsoil on it, so Naudi's asked for it to be cleaned. Flighted again, very high, but he's cleared the boundary 2nd time in a row. That one is even bigger, and Harun Mughal is starting to hit big beasts.
Yeah, he's just being given width, isn't he? A little bit outside of yard, a bit that off stump, and he's onto it like a flash. Oh, now he's got to try and get one, a quicker one now into the block here.
He is going to bowl the quicker one now, isn't he? Or will he go for 3 leg breaks in a row? Such a mental side of the game. Does go for the leg break, and it's going to be another one right over the top. 6, 6, 6. The number of the beast, and the beast is Captain Mughal. Naudi is getting taken to the cleaners.
Yeah, this was a surprise decision. He's seen what Harun can do. He's hitting that so well. This is like batting practice for him. Throw me up another one, he says.
Still going for the leg break, shorter outside off this time. He's done very well to keep himself on the ground inside the popping crease there, Mughal. Clyde Palmer inquiring after his health. He's done something to his wrist in trying to hit across the line. It just clicked. His wrist, he's tried to hit it so hard, he's hurt his right hand, comes off the ball.
Well, he might fly another one up and say, right, okay.
Yes, might be a good idea now, actually. Oh, he does. And over the offside he goes this time. Gericke out on the line, cleans up tidily. He's done no more than keep the strike for Mughal, for that was the end of the over. An expensive one, unusually for Andy Naudi. They finally got the better of him. 19 off the over. We're now at the halfway stage and Marsa are 66 for 3.
Yeah, it's good over that for Marsa. They needed it. Well, and it's good from the captain. Quite often, the captain could be out there seeing the state of the game and think, okay, no, let's not take a risk until later. But it was there to his liking, and he went after it. Khan, on the other hand, he's struggling. He would like to see some pace on the ball, I think. I think we're getting a call for maybe one of the medics to come out. It might be Haroon's hand. Maybe he wants some of that magic spray on it.
And the trouble at this point is for Jörg Hershey, who always makes such good changes to his bowling attack, is Haroon Mughal has rather taken a liker to the slow bowlers. And by leaving out David Marks, he's just committed himself to slower bowling. Towns as well not available for this game. I think probably the smart call here is to try and get Lee Tuck to slide the ball around with his swingers, but he is returning to the side after a back injury, so I wonder if he can't bowl. What we're going to see is another slow bowler, Dion Vosloo. Had his first bowl of the tournament this morning and took a wicket. His margin of error here is practically nothing, bowling to Mughal, who will be looking to clear that leg side boundary again. That's the ball he wants, and that's what he's got. Over into the archery range. There are actually some archers out there with bows and arrows. They're safe. The ball isn't.
He just picks his up so well, doesn't it? He just gets a good leverage on it. And I just love the pose. It's fantastic. And what's the answer? Well, the answer is you can't bowl it there and you've got to change the pace. They don't know who they've got to do it. And also, I suppose, it's the areas that they're bowling at. We already seen the one that was slightly wider outside the off stump. Haroon, well, he injured himself trying to get to it. So that's where they've got to aim at. Score moving along nicely now. 72. We're into the 6th over. 3 wickets gone. And a good recovery, fantastic recovery this from Marsa, led by the captain, Haroon Mughal. 33 of 11 he's moved on to. This one a bit of width, and straight away you can see he's not able to get as much onto it. And Dino Vosloo will be happy to be bowling at Kana now. Kana himself now, he's got to decide what his role is here. I mean, okay, the captain's hitting it well. Does he just keep giving him the strike and hold back until he's needed to be hit big? Well, he doesn't. He's gone for one in the air. 2 fielders getting onto it, and well, good effort by the captain. No, that was Andy Naudi. Apologies. Tried very hard to try and flick that back in.
Well, we saw Sean Byrne pulling this off earlier on, but they've left him out of the side, and this is the result. I tell you, Sean Byrne would have just bunted that back inside for Christophe Villiers to pick up on the rebound, no doubt about that.
Well, Kanu has also answered the question we were asking about what he was going to do.
Yep.
Oh, that was very wide, and well, that he will see that. Well, maybe he will choose not to see it, but a lot of people will show him this dismissal and be saying, well, what were you thinking? This was a very wide ball, and all he's done is reached and put it into the welcoming hands of... Look at that. That
what
was
a gift.
So wide.
Filthy ball. And Lee Tuck accepts it gratefully. He's always in that position at third man. Now, this is good. We're not going to see Sumer Khan in this situation. Marsa well ahead of the game. They have made, at long last, a deviation from their regular batting order in the name of getting people into form in case they're needed at the sharp end of the tournament. Glenn Tavila comes in for his first knock of the tournament at number 6. And he's on strike.
He's on strike, yeah. So Dino Vassalo has a wicket to his name. And he comes, flights that up well. So nicely played there in the region of the square leg area. Gets off the mark straight away. So the big hitting captain back on strike. Trying to find that gap between the two fielders on the onside. It's a single, and all of a sudden you could, well, should have been watching there and taken the overthrow. And you can see the difference straight away. Get the line outside the off stump, and all of a sudden it's ones instead of sixes to the captain, Haroon Mughal of Marsa. That's the end of the over. Score has now moved along nicely. There was a wicket in that over, but 81 for 4.
Yeah, 15 off the over, though, still represents a good return. Now, Jack Barrett is going to have his first bowl, not only of the European Cricket Series, but of the entire 2020 season. Almost have the impression that Jurg Hershey has decided that anyone is as likely to make a breakthrough as anyone else here, so he's just going to give everyone a go. Oh, it's a great...
Very good start, isn't it? Nothing wrong with that.
Wait a minute.
Left-handed, right on the money. I'm liking this.
Jack Barrett, where have you been? It's a superb slow left armour.
Well, Haroon had a little chat with Glentavilla here.
Oh, he's missed it.
He's missed it.
Oh boy, another good ball. Doesn't deserve the wide, does he? Tavilla was beaten in the flight here. The ball curved in, no spin, held its line. Oh boy. Well, Palmer just took a step back to gather it. Oh, he's missed it again.
This one's gone through. The keeper this time will take the... Oh, he's coming back. This is an incredible running. He had the vision there, Glentavilla, to see that it wasn't the best of throws and they were dilly-dallying a bit, so he thought, yeah, I'll have it, I'll have another go. Well, I suppose then Palmer will say, well, I'll have another go as well, because are we going to see 3 out of 3 there on the leg side? And Glentavilla out of his area. Here we go. Gets bat onto this. Race on for the fielder and not going to get there. Great effort. Charging there down the boundary, but he couldn't stop it. That's 4 runs. And that's nice from him. Well, I think the chat there, Kit, was very much Haroon Mughal saying to him, look, you're here to have a go. That's why you're here. You're here to have a swing at everything, hit the ball hard.
Yeah, you've been given a chance to go up the order. You've got to do what Sameer Khan would have done, the man you've replaced at 6.
That's a nice shot. Not the best of balls, too short, halfway down the track. He's already played one, backward of square for 4. That one in front. Nice hit.
Well, the question is, what would Sameer do? And the answer is he'd do that. Glentavilla has now stepped into his boots.
I'm being forced to make a fielding change now. The captain, Hurgi Hirsch.
Feel a bit sorry for Jack Barrett now, because there's 2 missed stumping chances. Both resulted in wides as well, and now he's been hit for 2 fours, and he's just... I think his shoulders have dropped a touch.
Trying to get wider. Glentavilla just gets a single.
It makes such a difference to a bowler coming in for his first appearance with the ball of the year. Just to get that early wicket.
Oh, he hasn't timed this, but he's going to get away with it, is he? Yes. Just dropping there on the 30-yard circle.
One ball left. 15 off the over so far. He's bowled better than those figures suggest. Should have had a wicket. dubious as to whether he will get a second over.
He started so well. That first ball surprised us and has both lost for words. Well, he's got to be gone, surely. I'm not sure what that was about. Sometimes you don't see very smart cricket, and that's there is the captain who's been smacking the ball around all over the place, getting himself out.
Well, no, Tavilla sent him back. That was the thing. The captain called for the run. It isn't Tavilla's fault because there was no way there was the run, and it was Tavilla's call to say yes or no. So Harun Mughal has just turned blind, just assumed it was on. Tavilla said no. I think even if Tavilla had said, OK then, if you must, it still would have been Mughal running out. I don't think they'd even have had time to cross.
No. That was a strange one, but you saw he just, like you said, just turned blind, had no idea where the ball was. And he was, well, he was out of the picture when those bails came off. That was a little bit suicidal, really. Last ball the over. Down the ground. Well, he's still, well, he's chancing his art very much indeed. He is quick, I have to say, Glenn Tavilla, but he wants to take two to everything.
Good for him. I mean, there really isn't any risk. Plenty of wickets in hand. Batsmen still to come. Sameer Khan isn't in yet. Mohammed Usman has joined us at number 7. So, yeah, why wouldn't you have a go? It's a good decision from the umpire as well.
Yes, and for the youngsters watching, that's the way you should be running. We talk a lot about the batsman, the way he's running lazily, bat in the air. That was perfect there. Glenn Tavilla leading by example. The perfect way to run. Arm reached out, stretching, bat sliding along the ground.
Well, whether Lee Tuck was expecting to bowl or not coming back from back injury is moot now, because the situation has necessitated pressing him into service. 101 on the board, still 3 overs remaining. Just needs to take care of himself here.
It's flicked in the air, just dropping short of the fielder. And well, guess who wants the 2?
Yeah, good old Glenn. Totally unselfish way of batting. He's been giving his only opportunity to bat so far, and he's got no qualms at all about potentially sacrificing himself in the name of a possible run.
It's a wide ball.
And that's how you bat in this situation. Not just trying to hit 4s and 6s, but turn 1s into 2s, 0s into 1s. The only man who really suffers if you get run out with 17 balls remaining is yourself. It's totally unselfish way of playing the game from Tavilla.
He's up in the air again. There he goes. Iba. There he goes. Well, he might have 88 on his back. 2 fat ladies, as we know, on bingo. Well, the way he runs like a greyhound. Super running.
Well, we've seen before out on the mid-wicket boundary, he pulled off the most extraordinary stop a couple of days ago. We always focus on catches, but there was a diving stop that he made, which would have been at home in any level of the game.
Oh, I think that was what bowls, yeah.
Tavilla may not be the youngest man in the team, but I reckon he's just about the fastest. May even be the fittest.
Mohammed Usman getting a bit of bat on that.
He's going to take 2 there. Oh, don't run him out. What are you doing? Come on, Mohammed Usman. Tavilla was turning into 2. They were your runs and you turned it down. That's quite the opposite approach, isn't it? He wanted the 1. It was Tavilla's call. Tavilla was going to the danger end. He knew he was going to do it. And Usman, none of his business at all, sent him back.
Well played. It's tidy this from Lee Tuck, showing no real signs of the injury, which is good. good for overseas as well, because they'll want to count on him for the other matches that they've got. Oh, he's clubbed this, he's hit it hard. Balle, balle, balle. Over the top it goes. This is a good shot. Mohamed Usman deciding finally to use his feet. There we go, gets to the pitch, sends it packing. Good shot. And that's the end of the over. Going along very nicely. And this score now need to be looking, I would think, Marsa, at around the 120. They'll be looking to post from here, perhaps the highest score that's been scored in this European Cricket Series. I think it's the moment stands at 117. So 112. At the end of that, the 8th. 5 down. Hit down the ground.
Easy.
For a single. And Glenn Tavia gives Mohamed Usman the strike. And Mohamed Usman, well, he's going to be thinking about just one thing, and that's to blast this over for another 6.
Good old Glenn Tavilla making sure the run's there. Again, Usman doesn't seem too interested in running, but Tavilla is making sure that even when the ball's gone in front of square, he's going to call through for the run anyway.
Hershey in once more with his dark shades. I just wonder just how much he can actually see from those. Well, they'll take 2 here, without doubt. Captain won't be happy. He'll have a little look. And thankfully, because of those dark glasses, the fielder can't see him giving him the dagger, so that's one blessing.
Well, he's carrying an injury, Lee Tuck, so he's got to be careful throwing himself around. Never miss field off the captain, injury or not.
Come down the track, hit it well, and a very comfortable, well taken catch there. Andy Nodi there, making no mistakes. So, captain picks up a wicket. And that was a nice little innings there from Glenn Tavilla. Certainly added a little bit of life into the running of the Marsa team. Took some very quick singles and gave us an example of what running quickly between the wickets can do. That can boost your runs. A big swing and a miss from Usman. He's lofted this, he's going over the ropes. Ginna Badda Shaka, unliking it. That's the way we like it. T10 at its best. Good bit of bat onto it. Sailing over the fielder. 6 more. Sita Mas. The end of another over. Oh, well, that 6 means that Marsa now, for the moment anyway, have reached 121 for 6 at the end of the 9th and have set and still going the highest score of this European Cricket Series here in Malta.
Voslu's going to bowl the last. This is this could be interesting at his pace.
Drop just short of the fielder. Batsman not even thinking about the second. Well, if Glenn Tavilla was there, they were definitely going to be taking 2.
Yep. You don't like too much exertion unless Tavilla makes them do it.
It's a wide ball, and I don't think Mohamed Usman really wanted to. Well, he was quite happy to say, I'll take this one and take the next ball.
But if you watch Mohamed Usman, wherever the ball goes, you see, on that occasion, he was watching the ball. It was Sumer Khan's call as the non-striker. Khan said yes and started running down, but Usman was still watching the ball. He sort of turns around to give it a double tick. See, always watching the ball. Sumer calls him through. He's turned around. He's watching the ball instead of just responding to the call. It's almost like Mohammed Usman feels that every run call has to go through him for the final seal of approval.
Yeah, he's got to give it the nod. Goslow so far, not too bad. Flighting it up, and I think that should be okay for me. Umpire's having a think and decides it is a wide. For me, for that moment in time, the first time seeing it, I thought maybe it was just inside the line, but
They're very harsh, these umpires. Kiss the line and you're gone. So you give that as well. And you know, on the monitor, to me that looks like it's not past the line at all, but you even touch that line. On the line they give it a wide, the umpires. Has to be well inside. All green, no white.
that was better. And all Sumir Khan can do is just hit it straight back down the ground to Andy Nodi. So Mohammed Usman will want to have a couple of big ones here to finish off with. Let's see what he's got left. Well, he came down. Will surely have to try for two.
He's got a taste of his own medicine there. He's been sent back by Sumer Khan. He wanted it that time when it was strike for him.
Yeah, love it. Well, approaching the 130 now. This is a huge score for overseas to be thinking about. It's hit well over the head of one fielder and into the fielding hands of the next. Single taken. 130 now does come up. 131, one ball to come. And a good one to finish, finishing with a dot. And that concludes the first innings in this match number 13. The overseas got off to a pretty good start, but in the end Marcel will be very happy and satisfied with what they've finished with. 131 for 6. So overseas, well, if they are to register their first victory in this tournament, they're going to have to do it the hard way by scoring the biggest amount of runs so far in the series. Starting with boundaries, remember missing the key players, but that man there gets the first wicket. Zishan Khan, surprise wicket for them. And then you had this guy here, Kozla. He was batting well, we've seen him. Dangerous man, 16 of 8, and then that one totally missed times. It was the slower ball hitting at the top of the bat, and Andy Nodi gets another wicket. Class catch there from Voslu. And then this man, the captain, comes in, and well, he wasn't thinking about tiki-taka at all. He was thinking about boom boom, chuck their fatte style. Well, look at that, he even had some supporters there. Never noticed that, the cameraman didn't show that earlier. Holding up the placards, 6 runs, go, Haroon, go, it said. And go he did, picked up a little injury there, but he kept on going. This was a very, very soft dismissal. Kana there, caught by the eagle, Lee Tuck. The bowling of Dino Vaslo. And then, well, some very, very bad calling and communication. Bad way for the captain, Haroon Mughal, to get out, being run out. And then the runner, Speedy Gonzalez himself, was the next man out, caught on the boundary. Made a decent 14 of 9. And right at the end there, courtesy of some nice big hitting from Mohammed Usman, 18 of 10, getting the score to 131, the highest score in this European Cricket Series, losing 6 wickets. Moving on to the bowlers, well, Heinrich Gericke, he bowled just the 1 over for 10. which, well, he took the 1 wicket as well, which for T10 is very reasonable indeed, but he wasn't called upon to come back. Ethan Zubier also bowling to 1 over for 16. And then Andy Nodi, a man that always seems to be in the action in the field, and also with the bat, he's certainly their star quality player. Scores quick fire runs, and also with the ball there, taking 2 wickets for 27 runs. Hookie Hirsch, the captain, he did his bit. 21 runs off each 2 overs with the 1 wicket. Dino Vaslo was called upon, needed a bowler, and he didn't do too badly once more. A wicket for him, 25 runs. Jack Barrett, well, there was a give Jack a trial. He needed to get another over in rather than going for Heinrich. Jack bowling 1, but going for 19 in that one. And then there at the end, Lee Tuck, apart from just losing his line a couple of times, bowled well, 1 over for 12. So overseas, they have it all to do. And to do it, they've got to score a massive amount of runs. Now, will there be a change in the lineup from them? Well, we very much doubt it. We know they like reshuffling the pack when it comes to the bowlers, but we haven't seen too much of that when it comes to the batting. Well, we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with you in a few moments' time to see how Overseas Cricket Club go about chasing down the target of 132.
Merhaba Malta. Welcome to Malta.
Welcome back to match 13 of the European Cricket Series here in Malta. Unbeaten Marsa have posted a very intimidating score, 131 for 6 against earthbound overseas, yet to get a win under their belts, and well, it would take a miracle here if they were going to overhaul this target. Their highest score so far is sub 100. Clyde Palmer on strike, first ball.
Well, there's been a change, and the reason that I'm gobsmacked is because there's been a change.
Yeah?
There has been a change. Look at the batsman.
It's not Clyde Palmer, is it?
No,
I'm
it's
terribly
not.
sorry, it's Lee Tuck.
It is, yeah.
He's talked himself to the top of the order. Well, he's got a good strike rate. It looked faintly similar. I just convinced myself that's who it was going to be. Oh. They've just got license to hit here. There's no point in hanging around. They're never going to get anywhere. Just nudging the ones and twos. Take a couple of balls to play yourself in and then start going for it. Because Marsa's 131 for 6 represents the highest total of the tournament so far. Wasim Abbas, very shrewd manoeuvre of the ball. Just bowls a heavy ball, it's hard to hit. 3 wickets in the tournament so far. More commonly, he bowls Yorkers, but at the moment he's got time just to run through his repertoire because they've got so many runs to play with. Just an opportunity for Marsa to practice a few things here because they're under no pressure at all.
There was that fuller ball, the Yorker, so he's bowled some nice ones outside the off stump. Bit of pace coming through, and then there's that Yorker. Bit of a late swing away there. That was well watched for Lee Tuck.
He is playing himself in watchfully. He's just stepped out of the line of the ball there, so he wasn't quite able to get enough power on it. It was there for the hitting. There's no fielder sweeping the boundary on the offside. Tuck is in a little bit of danger of playing out a maiden here. There are 2 balls left. Up in the air, down to square leg, and the experiment has failed. The first shot that Tuck played in anger, across the line, top edge, and the first wicket falls without a run on the board.
Yeah, straightforward catch, wasn't it, from Samir Khan. Short ball, followed him into the body, just managing to top of the bat, and well, not only are we in danger of seeing a maiden, it could be a wicket maiden. In fact, it is a wicket maiden because that was the last ball. So how about that? You don't see that much in T10, do you? A maiden is special in its way, but a wicket maiden, Wasim Abbas.
First maiden of the tournament. Wasim Abbas. Batsman cross, so it means that non-striker Daniel Niverton is going to be deprived of the bowling for just a tad longer, as Heinrich Gericke, more commonly seen at the top of the order than Lee Tuck, has come in at number 3. He's batted well in this tournament so far, but in some impossible situations, truth be told. He's off the mark straight away against Fanyan Mughal. And you see Mughal is trying something here as well. He said how Wasim Abbas was going for a bit of a practice of his shorter bowling, normally purveying Yorkers. Well, Fanyan Mughal is bowling left arm round the wicket for the first time in the series. Just getting the ball to straighten. He bowls our outswingers, unusually for a left armer.
Oh.
Made it back. No panic in the end. John Grimmer is not a man you want to take on when he's got the gloves in his hands. Get himself in the best position there. Wrong side of the stumps.
Yeah.
If he'd been behind the stumps, it might have been easier for him to manoeuvre the ball, but it's okay. Gericke got back safely enough. Both the batsmen off the strike with a single from their first balls. Oh, he's missed it outside possible. Oh, Daniel Niverton. Well, he should go and shake him by the hand and say thank you very much, because he should be walking back to the pavilion here. How did Mughal miss this? He even took his time. Whoops. He knows. Oh dear, that's embarrassing on international television, isn't it? Every single one of you sitting at home will be thinking, you could have done that. And you'd be right. Now this has been whipped away through the offside. That's only going to make the bowler feel worse here. It's overpitched.
Yes, he has. Overpitched. It's also swinging away. Good dive, but wasn't able to stop that 4 runs. Nicely played. Proper, what we'd say, a very proper technical cricket shot. Beautiful.
Yeah, Gericke is a good technical player. The problem that overseas have had is not having the kind of piracy, swashbuckle runs over the boundary. They're longer format players, really. Good running by Niverton. He saw the wide early. Nice direct hit. Only serves to show Mughal just how easy it is to hit the stumps.
Yes, and well, he's going to be ribbed about that for some time to come, isn't he? So he needs to find some other piece of magic.
Yep.
So that it's not that attempted run out that people are talking about. It's something else.
Yeah, he needs to get something else on social media by the end of the day, doesn't he, to make sure it's not that one that goes out. Here's, of course, the brilliant Gerald Sant catch for overseas in the previous game. We'll see that many more times. I could see it 100 times and not get bored. Just outside the line. Oh yes, there's the wide. We've established that the umpires will give the wide if the ball touches the white line, even if it only just fractionally kisses the line on the inside. It's got to bounce totally. Whole roundness of the ball has to pass the inside of the white line, and the umpire then will let it go through. Nice touch. Would have been safe if the throw had hit, but John Grimmer let out an exasperated bellow behind the sticks.
Well, they were fortunate that they had Khan there backing up. That was thrown in sharp, and I had visions of it going all the way to the opposite end of the ground, to the boundary.
Yeah, watch Sabir here covering it, textbook style, long barrier. 1 ball left in the second over. Bat and pad together, but going down the leg side, however you want to slice it. It's a leg bye. So, 11 off the over. A decent one for overseas. Not decent enough, of course. They've got through it well. The score is 11 for 1.
Yeah, and surprisingly, Marsa just going through the motions now. This looks like it's going to be Niraj Khanna who's going to bowl. Looks like an experienced cricketer. Hasn't quite got going with his batting, it has to be said. Struggled with the slower bowling, being that he's a canny slower bowler himself.
Yeah, he bowled nicely in the equivalent game this morning. Took 1 for 11, overs for 5 and 6. Really miserly. Accurate little bowler. Not that time though, and Gerica has got onto it and he's unlucky to find the hands of Sumer Khan at point. He's fielded well.
He's all over the place, that man.
He's fun to watch in the field, not least because he looks and moves like a rock star. Albeit a rock star who had rather more hits a couple of decades ago than now. Great shot from Gerica, waited for a slower ball and crisply timed on the front foot through the covers. Sumptuous drive this, it's the second time he's done it. Such a classy player. He really wasn't built for these times in T10. Imagine getting to watch Gerica bat for 25-30 overs in a longer format game. Apologies, it's Niverton. Equally good through the offside. And in terms of their level of class, there's little to tell between them, but Niverton has been the best batsman of the side. Now it's Gerica on strike. Offside boundary apiece. Well bowled. Got him coming forward, half a chance of a run out. There's an appeal and he's gone. A great pick up and throw. Grimmer had a lot of work to do because the throw was very high. But he's lightning fast with the gloves, and once again the keeper is the man really responsible for the wicket.
Yeah, you probably heard this straight away. About here he said, I got him. And all he had to do was get it in his hands, and he got him. Yes, he did.
And that is a very good decision from the umpire. If you see it again, slowed right down from side on, the umpire's only got a couple of centimetres to play with. Sometimes you just get a sense as an umpire that the batsman is short. And that's a great call, given straight away. 2 wickets down, 17 on the board.
Well, we're having some adjustments in the field now here being made. So Niraj Khan obviously knows a little bit more about a batsman on strike than what we do. He's sort of like almost setting a trap. He's got his man in close, man that I've talked about a lot. He's in there, not giving him the single, and then he bowls that one quite wide.
Not really necessary, is it, to put in the arm ball there? Just keep bowling straight. That's the way the wickets are coming. Don't need to try and get too fancy. That's a great ball. Great length. Just a modicum of turn back into the right-hander. No, it's one left. Hershey on strike. Again, he can do no more than come forward in defence, and it's a solid over from Khanna. 8 runs from it. 3 overs down, that's the power play gone, and the score for overseas is 19 for 2. Hopelessly adrift, not just overseas, but foundering on the rocks of this chase.
Yeah, they'll be disappointed with Daniel Everton getting out there. He just played an absolute glorious, top quality shot for 4. Looked like he was setting himself for a decent score, and then getting run out in that way, that's disappointing, and it's just adding pressure to a team that's already under a lot of pressure.
Haroon Mughal for his accurate little off spinners. Siddharth Anand, in fact. Apologies. Left arm spinner. He's one to watch because he took 3 wickets in the innings against overseas in their previous game. He certainly gives it some flight. Not much turn for him. He's encouraging the batsman to hit in the air and commit an indiscretion. Well, the wide is a good call, I think. You can't doubt that Hershey tried to hit it but couldn't reach it. That's the essence of the law. You've only got to lift your foot for a fraction of a second before Johnny Grimmer behind the stumps will send you packing. We've seen the best and worst of Grimmer today, sometimes in the same over. Just a single. They're not going to get to the target, so there's no point in running themselves out going for a 50-50 second run. Best they can hope to do, these two batsmen, is just get a 25 each in even time and get their eye in for future games. And that is another good cut. I found it difficult and over a go to tell the difference between Gericke and Niverton for a moment, and it's one of the reasons. They're both so strong against the short ball on the back foot. Hershey's gone big, it's out into the archery range and right into his scoring zone. First maximum of the innings.
Hit this well, didn't he? Got into position. That was very much a Haroon Mughal shot, wasn't it? Very similar. He's been watching his opposition captain bat, I think.
And his little daughters have arrived from school this afternoon to see him bat. So I'm glad he's got a big shot in, and he may get another one down the ground here. Well judged in the end by Haroon Mughal, the captain. The ball spun a bit when it bounced. And Gericke's got everything on that. Great shot, brutal really, 6 runs. And his first maximum of the day as well.
Yeah, Gandhi ball sigi, Khana Pina. So dirty ball, full toss, had to be put away, and it was. This is good from them. Put away the rubbish, and then just keep taking the singles, etc., and just see where it gets to. Sometimes, when you're in a game like this, I think you need to start setting yourself, the batting team that is, different targets, different goals, and say, right, okay, the first one is, right, we need to get to 50, from 50 you get to 75, 100, see where it gets you, and sometimes you can end up surprising yourself.
Here's the 5th over. Khanna is going to complete his spell, 7 off his first over. Anand's been expensive. I wonder if he'll come back for another, or we might see a new bowler just given an opportunity to bowl half a dozen deliveries. She goes big again. This time he's pierced the field, and he'll get the second run here. And no, he won't. Gericke doesn't want it, sends him back. Gericke was not confident of his ability to make it back for the second. I think he would have. But, either way, he probably should have been backing up a few paces in case the ball was fumbled, as it was. Gericke back on strike. Oh, that's a big one. The fielder is there though, and he's caught it. I thought that had the range for a moment, but I was wrong, and Gericke has to go. Well judged. Very calm catch out on the boundary, and that is the 3rd wicket at 36.
Yes, I mean, hit this very firmly. I mean, he's picked it up from outside the off stump. This probably is the longest boundary on this pitch, and wasn't quite able to clear the fielder. A good catch taken. Thumbs up all round. So, well, overseas, they just got into a period of play there where they played some nice shots. Both batsmen hitting the maximals. And then, well, finds the fielder.
That brings Hershey on strike. Non-striker going through his warm-up routine is Christo Viljoen. He's just been told to switch to the other side because Niraj Khanna is now going to bowl around the wicket to try and cramp Hershey up. No, he's gone, that's difficult. He's angled it across him, you see, and Hershey likes to hit against the angle there. It's shrewd from Khanna. He's going to try and make that difficult for him to do. Oh, no! Oh, just for a moment! Oh, it's so good, John Grimmer! How does he do it? He's burgled a stumping there from nowhere. Just for a fraction of a second, the foot went up, and as though he intuited it was going to happen, Grimmer just whipped the bails off in a trice. Oh, my goodness me! Just watch the back foot here. In the air, just rolling back. We're not quite side on there. Well, the angle that we have tells us little there, but there's no reason why the umpire shouldn't have seen that perfectly.
Yeah, I think what Grimmer's done there is he's noticed that the toe is on the line. It's not beyond it. And I think he's kept an eye on it. He's seen that the movement of the batsman has taken it a little bit further away. On the line's not good enough. You're out on the line.
Yep.
And that's what he's done.
Absolutely right, Rico. Vosloo comes to the crease. Two new batsmen, neither has faced a ball. Vosloo is the one on strike. 2 wickets now for Khanna. Oh, no, just half a chance here. Could be a run out as well. No. Nothing shot. Just a kind of anxious prod here from Vosloo. And Khanna nearly had it, got both hands to it.
Yeah, for a man of his ability and experience, that should have been another one back.
Nice shot. 4 straight away. Vosloo just rocked onto the back foot, all balanced and patient.
Yeah, bounced up nicely for him, didn't it? Right in the slot. Well, the key thing about the shot was that he was in the right position. 4 runs takes a little bit of pressure off him as that over comes to an end.
Yeah, 5 runs from it. We're at the halfway stage, and Khanna finishes with really solid figures of 2 for 12 off his 2 overs. Half the over's gone, 40 for 4, 92 to win from 30. Well, you can forget about that. There's still plenty of room for subplots and byplays and side pots and little entertainments. And here's the first of them. A little bit of guest bowling for Glenn Tavila. It's the first time that Marsa have stepped outside their same quintet of bowlers. So we're going to see a bit of experimentation here, possibly in the event that it might be required in the sharper end of the tournament later on.
Yeah, I think this is good from Haroon Mughal. I also saw him probably stretching a bit. I don't think he was feeling too comfortable. And that one's been played very nicely. Just used the pace of the ball. Just angles this away. Just watch this. Nicely done.
Not a bad ball though. It was more about a classy shot and a bad ball. Back of a length. Nice and close to the batsman, and Viljoen has done a great job to get that away. Bit of stable door after the horse has bolted. Field setting now. Tavila sending out a 3rd man. Yes, it's because his intention is to try and bowl in that same area again. Certainly is, in fact. He's redoubled that point by switching to around the wicket. He's still fiddling around with it. 3rd man has gone finer and point has gone wider.
Just clipping through on the pads there.
Sends it down the leg side, Rico. Why not?
Well, interesting period of play this. I mean, you've got Marsa now believing this game is all but done, giving some of the other guys that wouldn't normally bowl higher up in the order have a bowl, and you can see from that Glenn Tivilla, he's determined to make it a good introduction for him, diving around with his own bowling. If he can get a wicket here, he'll be absolutely over the moon. And Haroon there, I was talking about, he seemed to be doing a fair bit of stretching, and maybe he's got a little twing in a hamstring. May, if he can get away with it, not prefer to bowl. Short, smashed away, fielders give chase, can't stop it. Fielding the cautious, Gitti Pachoka, oh yeah, it's nicely played, he's very quick onto this. It's the second time we've seen him play the short ball well. Malosa, good shot.
Yeah, just waited for it. Plenty of time at Tavilla's pace, just to get himself in the right position. Boslu has hit it smartly across the line. Now he's hit a couple of boundaries. He'll be feeling pretty good. Ooh, not anymore, he won't. That must have hurt.
Yeah, once again it was short. It's where he's saying he's all right. It's where he likes it, but this one sort of, well, he crept up to him quicker than he expected, right in the chest. But he's okay. He'll have a mark to show for it later.
Yeah, it was a heavy ball from Tavilla. He's perfectly competent as a bowler. He's a great fielder, Tavilla, and we saw him running smartly between the wickets as well. He's managed to bowl a sub-10 over there, 9 runs coming from it. You never know when these occasional bowlers might be used. Later in the series, some of the frontline bowlers get injured or hit out of the attack. But, you know, the captain hasn't been able to resist.
No.
Giving himself a little tweak here.
I think he's sort of thinking, well, okay, let's give it a go. Maybe if I can take a few wickets here, I can well, be on top of the leaderboard for most wickets taken by a bowler.
Well, he's got 3 so far, so he'll have to get 4 in 2 overs to get to the top of the leaderboard.
4 in the circle.
Nothing like that is completely impossible against overseas.
Asking for a cheeky LB. I think we'll find that was going on to probably miss the leg stump. Now this will be an interesting challenge, because I think Rosler would definitely have a go here. I think he's up for the challenge.
Certainly hope so. Overseas, well, they're out of it, but some late innings entertainment is never unwelcome.
Quick single taken.
Left-hander.
I don't think the captain appreciated that being thrown at him
No.
quite so hard.
Yes, take it easy, Rockstar. Plenty of time. Let's just get the basics right.
Flighted up. It's gone up. Going to just drop short inside the 30-yard circle. Single taken. That was a gentle full toss, really. A better batsman would more than likely have found a boundary. Played out to the offside. Oslo will take a single. Well,
he's done it again.
You'll find it'll be a wide, yes. Well, He's absolutely lightning, isn't he, behind there? He seems to read it so well.
61 years of age and he's still got it, John Grimmer. Batsman only just dragged, tried to get back. It was such a wide ball, and look at the speed of his hands there. A proper specialist wicket-keeper in the traditional style, and he's now top of the dismissals table for the tournament, and no surprise to anyone in the Malta cricket setup at all. They all rate him.
Well, how can you not? And good thing about it is also, Kit, is that he's a man who really does enjoy his game, and that makes a big difference. Always smiles, always lovely to speak to in the morning. So yeah, well done to him, young man. He'll like me saying that to him on here. I'm sure he'll talk to me tomorrow about it.
Andy Nowdy is the new batsman. One ball left in the over.
Excellent, good commitment there.
Andy Nowdy could get through the entire tournament and bat in almost every position. We've had 1, 2, 3, 5 and 7. It's just got 4 and 6 left to go. There we go. Yeah, well, I tell you what, Fanyan Mughal does it enough. Why? Yeah, how can I get revenge? If Fanyan Mughal came on to bowl, I wouldn't blame overseas for switch hitting every ball.
Thick edge onto that. A single will complete the over.
9 runs from it. And overseas are 57 for 5 after 7 overs. 75 required off the last 18 balls. Which, that makes the equation mathematically very straightforward. There's a formula, doesn't it? 25 per over will see them safely home.
Fanyan Mughal is coming back, so they're not going to try somebody new just yet, which is a surprise in the circumstance of this game. But
right, start switch hitting him, Andy. Get your revenge.
yeah, that'll be safe. It will go over the rock star.
Yes. Make sure you take your cap off, because then your hair will blow luxuriantly in the wind. I'd love to see him lounging by a Mediterranean beachfront with a white suit, cigar and gold bracelet. He'd absolutely look the part.
Oh, that's well bowled. It went through very, very quickly. John Grimmer couldn't do anything about this. I mean, he's not the tallest of men, and even though both feet were in the air here, there we go, not able to get anywhere near that. 4 runs.
Good wicketkeepers always used to be diminutive in stature. It's very much cut from that cloth, John Grimmer.
Firm shot. You're seeing that Mughal following the batsman with the ball. But well, Andy Nodi managing to get enough onto it. He can hit the ball well and big. And I think that's just all about Anias Mughal just trying to tuck him up a little bit, not give him any width. Wow, what a great ball, and once more, well, this is all about the Grimmer show, isn't it? What about that? Look at this, what a take.
He'd already started down the offside as well. That was the impressive thing about it. His weight was on the right foot, and then he had to go back. Just gets better and better in this tournament. 61 years of age. What a keeper. The way he keeps wicket, he may as well be 21.
Well bowled, well played. Good cricket.
Easy.
I'm afraid we're just starting to get into the realm of the mathematically impossible now. Building in jeopardy is going to be difficult even for the most zealous commentator here.
Voslo started off wanting 2-2-2, but well, that was going to be very optimistic, as he found out when he got to the other end and the ball already in the fielder's hand. End of the over. Now move on to 66.
I wondered whether we might be going to see another guest bowler or two, but you can bet that Captain Haroon Mughal wants another wicket. Just look at the sky. It's just so gorgeously cloudy here. Beautiful light all over Malta. About 20 degrees and just a lovely, lovely day. Europe in winter.
Nice shot, got into position early. Haroon will remember that, because he's probably thinking, okay, well, next time I'm going to fire it in if you want to go across the stumps.
Those guys.
This one's a lot wider. He's picked it up well, he sent it all the way. Balle, balle, balle. West, they would say here in Malta. Sita, sita, sita. 6 runs. Fetch this.
He's done well to drag it across from that far outside off, hasn't he? And to get that range on it too. Smashing shot.
Bowles kept it outside the off stump.
Too far.
Too far, says the ump. Yeah, Haroon a little bit surprised. Just to say, we see this again here.
Yeah, that ain't a wide. Umpire's diddled him there. Still not going to cost much in the grand scheme of life.
Played again. Voslo plays that well. Gets into position early. Takes a single, rotates a strike. Hit hard along the ground. Running the first one very easy. Nicely played. Once more, we're seeing from overseas that they have batsmen there, but I guess most of them would much favourable playing the one-day game, and just cannot, and finding it difficult to adjust to this shorter format of T10. Well, interesting delivery. Bouncer inside the off stump.
Well, he got a wicket with it in the previous game, if you remember. He sent down the bouncer, and John Grimmer actually managed to pull off a stumping. So it's clearly something they both know about.
Another over is completed. Score on 77 now.
Now we could go back to Wasim Abbas, who bowled that wicket maiden earlier on. We could go to Siddharth Anand for his slow left armers. We're not going to do that. It is indeed Wasim Abbas. 6 balls, 1 wicket, yet to concede a single run.
That's the first run to fee spell of this, his 7th ball, the single.
Now you'll have a couple of swings here, I think. Oh, well played. What a superb shot. That's the shot of the innings.
Very nicely played. I mean, he's assisted a little bit by not such good fielding here, but yeah, very nice enduring from him. And it's nice to see something for him to look back at against the bowler who, well, bowled his first 6 balls without conceding any runs and took 1 wicket. So he's doing against the big guys.
Yeah, that's a quality shot. Any cricketer in the world would be pleased with that. Premeditated. The bowler fed him the ball that he wanted. He's still got to hit it. He did it well.
Oh, now that, yes, the no ball has been signalled. It was the attempted slower ball. So, a no ball. And also goes through for 4 byes.
Well, one thing we can say is that overseas are putting together a decent little total here, which should be encouraging for future games if they are going to pick up a win, possibly on Tuesday against the University. That looks like being a battle of 2 teams who've yet to win. Score of 80 to 90 is decent. Oh!
It's well hit. Remember, this is a free hit.
Oh!
It's a free hit, so everybody's shouting, free hit, get it in. What a fantastic catch. Well, it can only be one man who would have got to that, and it would have been Glenn Tivilla. That was fantastic. Look at this. Look how far away he was.
Superb running catch. Grabbed it, managed to hold on to it even as he fell into the ground. What a waste of a catch.
That's very nicely played. That's a lovely, delicate, perfectly timed, perfectly executed shot this. See, he saw the ball early, got himself in a position, said, there you go, I'll put it over there instead.
Andy Nowdy's back. This is the pinch hitting sort of Andy Nowdy that we saw when he was at the top of the order. If only he knew where he was coming into bat at the beginning of each game, he could be a really effective run scorer in this tournament. Not out.
Get the ball! Get the ball! Well done.
Yeah, good bit of work there. Nice throw. And there's the bat down. Oh, it's very, very close. See that again, and well, for me, he's not quite got there. Of course, the umpires do not have the privilege of seeing that as we have done there.
Well, umpire sees it in live time. It's incredibly difficult to give that out on the field. Benefit of doubt goes to the batsman. 95 is the final score, and overseas have matched their previous best against the Knights earlier this week. 95 seems to be their ceiling. And that finishes the game.
Yeah, they've done well for me, and I think once more, myself and my fellow commentator Kit Harris, we've said that they just haven't got this partnership right off the batsman, and when they come in, Andy Nowdy for me, when he's come in and opened, he's played shots, good shots. You've got to have those sort of explosive batsmen up in the order. They just haven't managed to do that. Victory for Malta, and they, with that win, take them to second in the standings. Remember, one of their games were abandoned, so though it will show as 4 matches played, they've only actually played on the field 3 of those, so they are on 7 points now. You see the highlights there, and well, that is something that the bowler there will not want to see by Mughal. How did I miss that, is what he will be thinking as he sat there with his hands in his head. But in the end, though in a different game, it could have been very, very expensive. In this one it wasn't. Did see some good hitting. It was nice to see that from overseas. They didn't just give up It wasn't just about, well, okay, we're never going to get this. That one there, thought that was going to go over the ropes. It wasn't to be. Good catch taken there. That was well, there's the man who was all smiles this afternoon. John Grimmer, what a day he's had. Fantastic display of wicket keeping there once more. Just knew he had his man, very quick hands. And what's nice to see there is, maybe people will agree with me, of course, the wicket keeper who quick hands and just nips the bails off, doesn't destroy the stumps. Nice reverse sweep there at the end as well. Good from Dean Boslow, 21 of 14, and Andy Nowdy. And from the bowlers, well, we just share the wickets between them. Niraj Khanna, off his 2 overs, took 2 for 12. Captain Haroon Mughal did come on towards the end, fancied to get in the wickets as well. Took 1 for 16. At the top, Wasim Abbas, well, those 14 that came off these 2 came off the last over. He was good. Fire Mughal, 2 for 19, and for T10. Respectable figures. Was unlucky, I think, not to have a wicket. Siddharth Anand, it's a new bowler introduced, went for 17 off his 1, and Glenn Tavila 1 over for 9 runs. So Marsa, no mercy at all for overseas. They didn't make it easy for him. And it's all to do with the amount of runs that they put on the board. 131 for 6, and overseas, well, respectable from them. 95 for 5, but once more, it's just about getting the right men in the right areas. And we shall be informing you very shortly of who the player of the match is. As my partner in crime, Kit Harris, has made his way down there. And don't forget, we do have more cricket to come. Beautiful setting this here, this lovely ground in Malta, in the Marsa Club. Got great history. But for now, we go back to Kit Harris, who will tell us who is the player of the match.
Thanks, Rico. Well, Haroon Mughal is the man of the match, all-rounder. He's excelled today with bat and ball, and of course, he's the winning captain as well. 5 sixes. How come you're hitting it so cleanly now? What's the secret?
Yeah, I don't know, to be honest myself, but it was required for the team, and we did not have a start, but we was, expected actually. We lost a couple of early wickets, and at one stage we were a bit under pressure. I had a bit of injury with in my right hand, and I thought I wouldn't have to bat actually with the batting order we have, for number 4 and 5. So, but we lost a couple of early wickets, and I just went down and started swinging the bat. So I clicked, luckily. So it was a good score for the team.
Yeah, when you went down for that slog sweep, your hand just came off the bat. What's the story with that injury, Haroon?
Actually, I had this injury in my first game when we played a couple of days ago, and the straight drive I tried to stop with this hand actually, and it just got some sort of.
Yeah, we've got a big yellow bruise here.
And I tried to. I didn't notice it but when I woke up in the next morning, it was a big bruise and so a big thumb, and I couldn't move it. But at least we had a day break, and then I came to play today, and I took a catch in the morning game, and from where it started hurting more. So, but anyway, I managed to play with the bruised hand, and it's good.
And you managed to get Usman and Glenn into the game this time. Was that something you set out to do at the start, to work on your alternative options?
Yes, actually, the next batsman according to our batting order was Sumer and the other batsman. But when we have early collapsed, and we just switch our batting order actually, because Glenn, he is very good in rotating the strikes. And we don't want to lose more wickets, and he's good in between the wickets. Unfortunately, he made me run out, but anyway, he's very good in quick singles and doubles. And then Usman, he's very good in clean hits against the spin bowling, and that's from where we just change our batting order. And well, at the end, then Sumer and the next batsman, they came in as well. So.
And well, you've just gone up into second place now. You've pipped ahead of Knights, and you've got a game in hand against the Crusaders. Are you aiming to get through to the semi-finals? Are you going to? Is it important to you to top the group?
Yes, we will try to keep the momentum on, and we will go with the same winning combination, and hopefully we will go for another couple of wins on Monday against the Kings Knights, who are the top in the group, and we will give them a good hard time.
Thank you very much to the man of the match, Haroon Mughal. Join us in a moment for Warriors against Crusaders as we see out the day here at the European Cricket Series in Malta. And we'll be back at hour, and we look forward to your company then.
Merhaba Malta. Welcome to Malta.
Meheba, welcome back. European Cricket Series coming to you live from Malta. Match 14 between once more the Himitsa Warriors against the Southern Crusaders. Can the Crusaders come back and bounce back with some revenge? Well, we'll see. Let's go first to the toss. Stefan Gooch and Rob Kenham, the tournament referee.
And we're back for the very last game of the week here in Malta for this European Cricket Series. Match number 14 of the tournament. It's going to be a big one because they've already played once today and there was an upset. We've got the MC the Warriors versus the Southern Crusaders. The Crusaders were undefeated until they played these guys earlier today and they knocked them off in style, playing some very good cricket. Now, these guys have played 3. They've won 1 against the Crusaders and they had 1 rained out and they've lost 1 as well. So they're sitting in the middle of the table, but they look like they're a very strong team. So it's very interesting. The Crusaders obviously went down for the first time today, and they will want to be getting back up there. Still sitting at the top of the ladder, but it's making it a lot more interesting for the viewers. So let's toss the coin. The Crusaders are the home team for this one. Heads is the call.
And it was heads.
It's heads. Okay, mate, you won the toss. What are you going to do?
We're gonna bat first.
You're going to bat first. Okay, why are you going to bat first?
Because last game also we bat first and we got a good target, and if we got this match also, we have a good possibility to go up the in the run rate and point table.
Definitely, we were very impressed by the way you played, knocking the undefeated team off. How are the boys feeling?
Yeah, they are very good and they are feeling very happy now.
So do you think you can make it 2 from 2 today?
Yeah.
Okay, good luck. Have a good game. All right, mate. So in the field, how you feeling?
It's the same thing I would have done. I would have failed it, so it's not much of a difference for us. So it should be good.
Okay, so you went down for your first time today. What's the feeling in the dressing room like?
You can't win them all. However, we know where the holes in the ship are now, so we just need to plug them and make sure everybody clicks in place.
Any changes to the team?
Yeah, we have an injury, so Isaac Mahi will be sitting out, and that would mean that we need to work extra bowler from somewhere, get a couple of two overs here and there, but we should be fine.
Okay, well, good luck. Have a good game. Cheers. So MC the Warriors have won the toss. They're having a bat.
Thank you very much, Stefan Leslie Gooch, Mr. Bollywood himself. He's got, well, people all over the world wanting to know more about this man. Well, we should start sharing some secrets, I think, myself and my fellow commentator, Kit Harris.
I don't know any.
You don't? Oh,
secrets about Les?
I'll have to whisper some to you. Well, there's no secrets about this man coming into bowl, Mohammed Bilal. He gets the ball in the right places, gets a lovely Yorker going in, swinging. Does struggle sometimes with his line. Sometimes goes a little bit too far wide, and he's bowling to Samuel George. The two Georges are opening. Samuel George on strike and Justin George on striker's end.
Yeah, it's going to be a a little more pressured for the Crusaders without the services of Ezak Massi, but I know the captain said he was going to have to find a couple of overs from somewhere, but they've still got 5 frontline bowlers, and if they do all do their jobs, old Golden Arm Erdly Chandaram playing his part, they should be all right.
They should do indeed, but well, the man that has been brought in, Royal Butt, now we haven't really seen anything of him apart from he's just out there and does his bit in the field.
Yes, a TFC, as we call it. Thanks for coming is all he's had so far. No batting, no bowling.
That's a beauty. Cuts him in half.
Now, when a guy, an amateur player, lest we forget, takes a few days off work to come and play cricket, simply being in the picture ain't quite enough. You've got to give him a bat or a bowl at some point. Maybe it will be today.
Oh, and that's that beautiful Yorker. Gets bat onto it, thankfully.
Yeah, good decision by the umpire, and it's also just signalled that this has gone a little bit down the leg side. Ah, now that is a good call, isn't it? Just big thick edge and also hit him outside the line of leg stump. Nice first call.
The umpires, Les White is the man standing. No, sorry, that's Tim Wheeler standing. Les White at square leg. Well, it's all tiki-taka at the moment. And, well, we saw this once before, and we've seen it again. No runs, a maiden, first one up. The only difference between this maiden and the other one we've seen in this tournament is the other one was a wicket maiden, and, well, that was in this last match. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, we've waited a while for a maiden over, then we've had 2 in a row.
Of course, Wasim Abbas is the bowler that I'm talking about. So good start. And, well, Southern, as we know, Southern Crusaders, they'll be absolutely keen to get this win under their belt. They were undefeated before they lost.
And look, they're going to go for Golden Arm himself, opening the bowling for the first time, Erdly Chandaram.
Oh, and that's been picked up beautifully. And it's gone all the way. 6 has been signalled. Well, maybe bowling up the order is not suited to him. That's been smashed.
Yeah, Justin George just down on one knee. Full swing of the bat, got himself into a great position for the slog sweep and absolutely butchered it in front of square.
Deciding this time that he'll stay in his ground.
It's a good tumbling stop by Dr. Pereira as well. A lot of pressure on Chandaram to bowl in the power play. He hasn't had to do that yet.
Short. Didn't get hold of that at all. And he's going to have to scramble back. Well, he's hit one beautiful sweet shot over the ropes for 6, and the next 2 he struggled to get decent bat on it. That one's just looped up. Could have gone anywhere. Yes.
Well, good attempt at a stumping. Nice quick hands there. But for one very specific technical flaw. Batsman was back in anyway.
Pitched up, and he sent that one back in. And well, that's where he likes it. You pitch it up to me, I'm going to put it away. 6 more. Once more, I don't think he perfectly timed this for the lower part of the bat, but it's managed
to have enough on it to send it all the way. So the boundaries that are coming at the moment are coming in sixes. 2 in the innings. Remember the first over, it's the maiden, nothing from it. This one's going a little bit better. And that one's gone completely wrong. This time he does have the ball and gets a bit excited, but I think the batsman was walking inside the crease there. And you see a difference there straight away. One of the things that I was taught about the wicket keepers, how a good keeper is just nipping the barrels off, and one who's one that is perhaps not so good at mastering the art or learning the trade, shall we say, is well, he's knocking the whole tree over.
Yeah, John Grimmer, come back. Where are you? Good effort, but Tim Wheeler is all over that at square leg. 2 overs gone. A productive one for Warriors. 13 from it, and that's their score as we go into the final power play over.
Yeah, they'll want this one to count.
Sishan. He's got a wicket in each game so far, 5 for the tournament. That makes him the top wicket taker for the Crusaders so far in the European Cricket Series. And he's only bowled a couple of expensive overs most of the time. He's really mean with the economy. In fact, he has the second best economy rate in the tournament.
For now, adjusting his field, he's bringing the man that was up in front of us here on the boundary. He's brought him into play, and the third man has been pushed back. Starts with a short one. That'll be fine. Not too high and not too wide.
It's just made it very difficult to hit there. But, you'd bet the batsman would have a go in a moment because there's no fielder in front of square on the offside boundary.
Single taken.
Good start for the Crusaders in the field. They may not have taken a wicket, but they've kept things relatively quiet. Just the 2 big hits for 6 off Chandiram, but apart from that, that was actually the first scoring shot other than those 2.
Yeah. There we go, there's that line again. Nice bit of lift, makes it difficult. It's one of those where if you know you're going to get a few of those, the batsmen just need to get themselves positioned and be guiding that ball into that third man backward point area. It's all about guiding rather than trying to hit. And that's bowled into him, into the body. Top class bowling this at the moment from Zishan Yusuf.
Yeah, he's just he's so good with his accuracy. The length is perfect in this spell. Hard to play forward or back and really get anything on it. And that is the 12th dot ball of the innings so far, out of a total of 16 legal deliveries.
And right on cue, we get the wide. Just trying to continue with that line, short outside the off, but this time just going too wide. Wow, that one's really taken off. I'm looking at the umpires to see if there's any signal that's gone over the... Well, it's just been signalled as one for the over. I thought perhaps it was went so high that it may have been a wide ball going over the head of the batsman, but not to be. And he pitches one up eventually. Has a swing, and that was very close to the edge. Well, it's great stuff. Southern Crusaders, they're up for it. They do want their revenge. They wouldn't have been happy having their unbeaten run coming to an end, and they want to come back with a bang and finish this day with a bang here.
Well, they've made a great start. 15 without loss off the whole power play, without even having lost a wicket. Both of the batsmen are in. George has a strike rate in white ball cricket of 130, and he's made 1 from 8 balls, and he made 1 from 4 balls in the corresponding game this morning.
Chandrama is to continue, and that's not a bad call. He's okay. He did go for 13, but wouldn't you know that you've only got 15 on the board there? Power play's over. Well, why not?
Pressure's off. Get him done.
Yeah.
Get his overs out of the way. He can often, with a bad ball, burgle you a wicket.
And that's a very good ball. Timber, another one for this man. Don't know where they found him. Well, he's just showing, as we were saying, well, maybe he's not one to bowl his overs at the top. Well, he's come back right on the money, knocks the stumps over. That was a juicy delivery. Look at that. And that's all about putting the pressure on the batsman. And, well, Samuel George has been watching frustratedly at the other end. No runs happening. They need to hit big. The power play's gone right across the line. He's on his way.
Well, I say he often burgles a wicket with the bad ball. That was no such thing. And it brings to the crease Rahul Nair, who made 47 from 26 balls when these two teams met earlier today. Still got 5 balls of the over left from Chandaram.
Positive start. Captain, oh well. We'll be thankful for that. Just played a defensive shot on the offside, and clearing misfield allows him to take a single. He smashed that hard. He's gone all the way over. Ginna Badda Shaka. That is lovely.
They're dealing only in dots and sixes, really. That's how it seems, at least. Chandaram does throw in that full bunger every now and then. Justin George has now seized upon it 3 times. Funny thing, isn't it, that Justin George, he now has 18 from 12 balls, and that comes from 3 scoring shots, all sixes, and all off this bowler. What a funny little curiosity of a stat that is.
Pitched up. Just trying to hook that away again, but this time, well, they go for 2. There was hesitation from Justin George himself. He stopped, looked up, and when he saw Rahul Nair coming, thought, okay, I better go.
Nice over, boy. Very nice ball, boy.
Yes, it is a very nice over. I agree completely with Gopal Thakur. Chandaram's getting some good movement back to the right-hander.
Well bowled. Got good shape there. When he gets that in the right corridor, he's got good shape. Every so often he's guilty of over-pitching, and those are the balls that have been punished, really. The 4 bungers, and they're the ones that have gone for 6. So yeah, well bowled indeed. And that brings to the end the 4th over. The score on 24 for 1.
Early Chandaram's 2 overs have gone for 22, which is pretty competent from him. And now we're going to have the off-spinner Jojo Thomas. Is it his day or not? Is he going to find that line? Tight line close to off stump with a bit of drift away and tiny seam back in, or is he going to have one of his off days and bowl too short, and get hoiked away over the leg side? He blows hot and cold, does the off-spinner.
Starts with the flatter one, shorter, gets away with it. It was down the leg side. Only damage done there is the batsman take a leg by. Now I can see this be interesting. Justin George, I feel, will want to take him on. Flights this one up, takes a charge, hits it. There is a fielder under it. Oh, he can only parry it over the rope. Oh, that was a good effort.
Nice, Jojo, nice ball.
See again, reaching for it, so wasn't able to get everything over it. Excellent effort from the fielder, but unable to take the catch, and that was Mohammed Bilal. It's acrobatics on the boundary. He'll go again. This time he's skied it. There's been a call, and it's very well taken. Super work. Well, he was going to go eventually. And that's nicely taken catch. Good thing about that was how quickly he called it, got his name on it, comes in, completes the job. So another wicket goes, and that was, well, Ricky Ryan doing the job. Ricky Ryan, the stance, and that's the way to do it. Announce your arrival as he charges in, takes the catch. So Justin George is on his way, very much like in the first game. The two brothers, the two Georges, really never got going.
They're sticking with the same batting order, Warriors. It worked, giving Crusaders their first defeat earlier on, and they're hoping it will work again. Non-striker comes out, number 4, Renal Paul, 31 off 17. It was these two batsmen who did all the damage. With a big partnership. 72 they put on together at about 13 runs and over. They've come in really at the perfect moment to face a good deal of bowling.
It's nicely played, gets through the gap, the close fielders, but there is a man sweeping.
We've seen the decent Jojo Thomas bowling today, just the 6. And that scoring shot off his over so far, the single. He's been tidy so far.
It's clubbed that, it's gone in the air, fielder coming in and just dropping short. Good effort. Jojo Thomas almost picking up a second. And well, good introduction and coming on at the right time. Batsmen are going to try and find runs from somewhere to get the slower bowlers on and, well, let them chance their arm. It's worked that time round.
Halfway through the innings, Warriors team from Msida, 33 for 2. Well, it's not a gallop, but it is at least a foundation for these two to put on another big stand as they did when these two teams met in their previous game. 72, the two of them. Rahul Nair, 47. And Renal Paul, 31, and they've got to do it again. Lakshita Senavaratna, the 5th bowler, comes on for his first over. In the air and just short of the field at extra cover. Royal Butt, he hasn't had a bat or a bowl yet. We've said that before. It's had half a chance. Did he carry?
Yes, he did carry. I mean, he's diving forward. Gets a hand to it, so it goes down as a drop chance.
A life for Renil. And now he's going to get the strike back as Rahul Nair drills the single. And it was Senavaratna's over in that previous game that really got their partnership off and running. 20 they made off him, included 3 sixes from Rahul Nair. Renal Paul is just content to be cute there and give the strike to his captain. Only just past the halfway stage, they've got a little time just to get a look at the bowling. just dealing in singles so far. What's Nair got now? Well, that's come out pretty well. It looked, on first glimpse, a rather rank full toss, Rico, but actually, not a bad little slower ball Yorker. It's pitched on the popping crease, just seemed to dip.
Yeah, you see that quite clearly there in the replay. Dipped quite sharply as well.
Now it's gone high off the splice of the bat, falls safe. No short fine leg. But again, just the single, and what a difference a day makes. Seneviratne got absolutely mullered by Nair previously, and now he's just managed to get through 5 balls for 4 runs.
I mean, you say a day, a few hours.
Toe end on it. Could have been a wide if it missed it. So that's almost a favour to the bowler. Just another single. That's a really good comeback from Seneviratne. Having been expensive previously, has now conceded only 5 from the 6th over. And the Warriors battling hard, but they haven't been able to press the accelerator yet. 38 for 2.
Yeah, and that accelerator is what they must press now. 38 for 2. I mean, they know, of course, that the Crusaders can and quite often do press self-destruct, but you still need to be looking at the 90-run mark.
Jojo Thomas back for his second. The off spinner, he's been tidy in his first.
No.
Paul just deciding again that the best option for the time being is to work the ball around for singles. They can both hit big, these two, but so far they've eschewed that approach. Skipper back on strike. Well, he's gone for the big hit that time and he's missed it. Unfortunately for the Crusaders, so too has the wicketkeeper. And they're going to get a couple of byes, which are signalled by umpire Tim Wheeler. Wicketkeeper apologises. It's a stand-in keeper, remember. Gopal Thakur has got the gloves on because Gaurav Maithani is rested for this game. Now he's middled that one and he's going to clear the ropes. At last, the big shot. It's come off and Nair gets his first maximum of the innings.
Yeah, too much width, and he made the most of it. He knows that in that area, even if he did miscue it, it's a big gap. And he didn't miscue that, finds the middle, 6 runs, good hit.
Thomas just needs to drag the length back a bit here, but there's another full one. And Nair missed out there, and I think the problem is that he decided to go too much across the line, Rico.
Yeah. You see the feet? Gone right the way across, could have quite easily just stuck to exactly the same thing he did when he cleared the boundary previously.
Full again, and he's under it, but so too is the fielder, and it's just gone over his head. Mohammed Bilal all the time looked like he was jockeying for position, but the ball knew better and was too big for him.
Yeah, it's better, he prefers it out there, doesn't he? When it's wider, gets good leverage and sends that packing.
And again, this one has absolutely no doubt about it at all. It's going to trouble air traffic control, this one. The biggest hit of the day so far. Out of the racecourse completely. 6 more.
Beautiful. Look at that. It just keeps an eye on it. Then right at the last minute, the big oomph. And well, that was a big oomph. That went a long way. That's a quality over for them. I said that they needed to get going. Well, there's nothing like pressing the accelerator like that, kid.
Yeah, 21 from the over, and the Warriors are now motoring along. Thomas, 2 overs for 27. He did get the wicket of Justin George, who'd hit 4 sixes. Now the respite has come to an end. Now we're going to go back to a rather ginger-looking Seneviratne. 5 off his first over. It was a good one. He managed to get the better of the batsman. We're just having a pause for a moment while they try and hunt the ball. In fact, they've given up that chase. And umpire Les White has passed a replacement cherry to the young Sri Lankan. He's ready to resume now. To Renil Paul. Oh, he nearly played on. Wild shot, no control in it. Trying to drag that very wide half volley over to the leg side.
Yeah, got very fortunate there. Could have seen that clattering into his stumps. Fortunate for him to get through for a single.
What that's done is bring Nair back to face the bowling. Want to over pitch here, otherwise the ball's going to go. And that is really well done. Little leg cutter wide of off stump, making Nair reach.
Yeah, clever bowling. He knows what Nair's strengths are. And if he can keep it in that line, in that corridor, he's not going to play too many of those shots.
Can't afford to go much fuller than that, that's for sure. Oh, it is full and Nair is on it, but deep backward square is under it and holds it well. So that is the end of that phase of acceleration. The turbo boost from the captain has been extinguished.
Yes, and a good catch there, Chandrama. Kept his eye on the ball. Tricky one as well, but at that time of the day with the sun is coming in and out and it can play a part in it, but kept his cool, kept his balance. Good catch, and that was an important one because you could see he was just getting going. He scored 22 off 13 at that point, but couldn't add any more to it.
Non-striker is Tito Thomas. It's not facing the bowling at the moment. Wide ball. Seneviratne just got a bit overexcited having taken the wicket. Concedes an extra. So it just represents an opening of the door here for the Crusaders, because Thomas has batted twice so far in the series and is yet to score a run. Now the good one, a bit of to and fro there, but experienced Dr. Indica Pereira there at mid-wicket. Has picked up the ball well enough. Renil Paul has been used to playing second fiddle to Nair, just going at a run a ball, or even less, and now it's his turn to dominate. So, miss hit. Scamper through for the single.
Yeah, should have been looking to hit straight there with that one. He's trying to heave it over. Come with get in line with a straight bat, you've got a better chance. The umpire's just checking the ball. The fielder's not happy with it. And now we'll have a discussion with his colleague.
Les White just wants to get a second opinion here, doesn't he? I wonder what's wrong with it. Is a chunk taken out of it? Yeah. So that goes, and he's our second replacement ball. Umpire Wheeler seems to have more spares than his zip-up bag could possibly contain. So one ball left in the over. Tito Thomas's first delivery. Oh no, he's going to get another duck here. He's gone, caught and bowled. His miserable tournament continues. First baller this time, 0, 0 and 0 for Tito Thomas. Promoted to 5, and it hasn't worked. What a great end to the over for Seneviratne.
Yeah, not so great for Tito Thomas. And, well, quite dejected looking as he walks off. Once more, I just get the feeling that he wasn't expecting that to come onto him so quickly. And, well, his head went up in the air and so did the ball. And then, well, a very easy caught and bowled. 62 now, 4 wickets down.
Crusaders are just keeping this well under control. There have been sixes, but very little else. When you add it all together, Seneviratne finishes with 2 for 8 from his 2 overs. 2 overs to go. Zishan's going to bowl number 9, which leaves Bilal the last. Renil Paul still not able to get on strike. So you're looking at the striker number 6, Manuel Anthony.
Well, that was well played in the end. Kept his eye on it, and in the end just managed to get it not bad on. Putting the ball there into the gap, taking the single.
So Renil Paul has got to take charge now. Well, it's a lusty blow. But, he hasn't timed it, it's just going to get the single. That will suit the Crusaders very well. They're more than happy with the way things are going. Seven sixes in this total. That's been signalled as a no ball because it's over head height. Over shoulder height is fine. You can do one of those per over, but over head height like this. And it's a no ball and a free hit. Free hit is now. Good ball, speared in past the leg stump. And they got away with it. Yes, 7 sixes, so 42 of the 65 runs are sixes. Not a single 4 has been scored. Well, that's clinical as you like. You can't really take the single to Pereira. He's so used to being in that position. He may not have age on his side, but he knows how to pick up the ball and just lob it back to the bowler. All that was really done with the aim of getting Renil Paul back on strike. Manuel Anthony scores 1 from 4 balls. Hasn't got much to offer the batting, I don't think, Anthony, though he is a very good bowler. Perhaps their best. I'm afraid the Warriors now are just fading away. In comes Shijil Joy. Well, we've seen him bat before at the non-striker's end, and we know that that's a comedy of errors. Still, Renil Paul not able to get the bowling away. Two balls left in the 9th over. Now, it's wheels are coming off a bit, Rico.
Yeah, this. I mean, going back to what you're talking about, those sixes. I mean, other than right at the beginning, over number 2, where we saw the sixes hit, and one other over where they accelerated, it's been very much this.
Needs a single here, really, to retain the strike, and he can't get it. So that's a really tidy end to the 9th over by Zishan Yusuf.
Nice below.
He's got some very, very decent figures there. 2 overs. He hasn't got a wicket, but he has conceded. Well, just 5 runs. Absolutely superlative. Now it's not going to get any easier at all. 10th over is going to be bowled by Mohammed Bilal. His opening over of the game was a maiden. You're about to find out that Shijil Joy is a batsman of distinctly modest pretensions. Uncomplicated drive. Good enough. And he's managed to get the strike back to the senior partner. That's what he's supposed to do. 66 now for 5. The highest total that Crusaders have had to chase so far, 72.
Yep.
They haven't batted first at all in this tournament to date.
Just all singles at the moment, all tiki-taka. And there's a little bit of that as well. They take the single, look, shall we, shan't we? In the end, they don't.
Ball is off strike. He's not been able to get anything away. 9 from 12 balls is all he's been able to muster, batting at number 4. That's the shot that we've seen several times from Shijil Joy. It's a superb pull shot, but he hasn't yet made contact in the couple of digs that he's had.
Swinging wildly, that time one hand coming off the bat. They're just not going to give him anything. Mohamed Bilal.
Nearly hit wicket there. Chance of a run out, chance of an overthrow. Watch out at the striker's end. And it's a calm head, ultimately, from Zishan Yusuf, who just says, look, everybody chill, I've got the ball, let's not panic. That was the air shot of the tournament for me from Shijil Joy.
In the block. It's got to hit this time, surely.
Well, backed up. Oh, that's foolish because somehow they're going to come back for the second. The way they keep missing the wicket, you'd think those stumps were, well, holograms, frankly. He tries to hit from here, takes his time even, aims, misses by another set, and then from here they manage to come back for yet another. Even the slow throw from Zishan wasn't accurate. Last ball of the innings. They're going to go for the run out again. I bet he misses again. In fact, he's not even going to try. So they come through for the bye, but we have a wide signal from square leg because the ball went over the batsman's head. So we will get an extra ball. Past the 70 mark at least. He should hit. No, of course he doesn't. Fake fielding, fake fielding. Well, stick the 5 runs on the board. So they've run through for the bye. Final total of the innings, 72 for 5. I'm afraid that is quite a low score, Rico.
It's a very low score. I mean, in comparison to what they achieved first time round, just nobody got game for them.
Big hits to begin with. 4 of them. 4 big sixes from Justin George. His brother, 1 from 9. He couldn't get anything off the park at all. But Justin George just kept swinging from the hip. 26 from 16 balls. 1 was parried over the line. They were dealing exclusively in maximums here. But 16 of the first 20 balls were dots. And when Justin George went, things started to fall apart. Rahul Nair kept it going with 1 or 2 clean hits. 22 he made with 3 sixes. That was just about the biggest of the lot. Really was middling them. He showed some variety as well. Then he holed out to Early Chandaram off Lakshitha Seneviratne. T backward square. Tito Thomas made his 3rd 0 of the series so far. Caught and bowled by Seneviratne, his 2nd wicket. And then all this comedy running towards the end. Wheels just fell off the chariot. 72 for 5. MC the Warriors. 42 of them were sixes. 7 sixes, no other boundaries at all. So many dot balls in the innings. Just that partnership between Justin George and Nair got things going. But really there wasn't enough. Bowling, very good all the way round. Jojo Thomas getting some tap in his 2nd over, which went for 21. But the rest of them were very capable, and 3 of them outstanding. Bilal, a maiden to start with, and his death over went for only 6. Yusuf and Seneviratne, absolutely superlative in their economy. So the situation in the game is 73 for Crusaders to win. Well, you'd back them to do it, frankly. They had to chase a total of well in excess of 100 to be challenged. They've chased in all 6 of their games, and this should be their 5th victory if they get this, which we anticipate they will. And we on the European Cricket Network will be back with you in Malta in just a few moments for that chase.
Merhaba Malta. Welcome to Malta.
Well, welcome back for the last time today and this week, where we see the Crusaders. They're coming out to bat, and they'll fancy this. The Mitsa Warriors, well, they weren't so good in the fight today, with the bat managing just 72 for 5. So a target of 73 is required from the Southern Crusaders. Mohammed Bilal is going to be the opening batsman. So there's been a change there straight away. Michael Goon Tequila is the non-striker. Well, we do know that the Crusaders do have the tendency of making hard work of some of their run chases. They leave it to the wire. They've done that on 4 occasions. So they want to get on with it. Oh, and that could have been close. Oh, well bowled from Salu Thomas. Getting the ball in the right areas, and he comes again. Hit in the air, not convincingly. They're all runs and they all count. Asking the question from the square leg. Seems to be unmoved, apart from having to make his way down and reset the stumps. Salu Thomas just pushing that one wide. Well, the Mitsa Warriors, they know that all of these runs, even if they're singles, are going to hurt them to some degree when you've got a small total. And that's why it's nice to see them very attacking the field that they've set. And in close. The problem with that is when it does go past one of those men, there's the opportunity to take the 2. Hesitancy from the batsman. Shots a catch just over the bowler Thomas. Will be once more a single. Did him with the flight. Nicely tossed up in the air. Good variation. There we go. What do you think of this field that was being set there? You like it? Attacking, got the slip in, got the men in close.
Well, it's worked so far. 6 off the first over from Thomas. They're going to keep the pressure up with the best bowler coming on now, Manuel Anthony. First time he's been allowed to open the bowling. Encouraging both of these batsmen to go over the top.
Oh, that's beautifully bowled. Well, normally a batsman hits the ball and holds a pose, but this time he's seen the ball rattle his stumps and he's standing there still holding a pose. He's got to go back.
This is exactly what Manuel Anthony did with his first ball in the previous game. Just floated it up onto the stumps, and well, the decision to use the pinch hitter Mohammed Bilal hasn't worked. But there's no great collateral damage, though, to the chasing team, because Crusaders have still got all their specialist batsmen intact. I just thought they'd try something different there. Well, it hasn't worked, and now they know.
Yeah, Zishan Yusuf now makes his way out there. Probably, I would say, a little bit sooner than he would have thought.
Well, yeah, he might have thought that, but it was pretty consistent with my expectations. This is what it should have been for me. Yusuf made 30 off 21 in the last game, opening the batting with Gunatilaka. Oh, it's a miss! A very difficult chance to the keeper, who was going down the leg side. Just a little tickle on it.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, the positioning perhaps from the keeper wasn't at his best. He wasn't very low there. And that one's gone through. Bowler will be very disappointed. Manuel Anthony will be thinking that he should have had another one back there. Nice shot, just pushes that away, and look at it, it's racing, and well, it goes for 4 runs. Well, unfortunate for the fielder, he's running and chasing the ball at the stickiest part of the ground there.
Yeah, nicely timed, just punched off the back foot, and well, he just slid there. He had his left foot on the line and his right foot on the ball. That's not the technically correct way to slide, and he paid for his unorthodoxy. I can tell you why we keep getting this car alarm if you're interested, Rico. I made that the 7th time.
In the air, and that's taken. And the batsman just stands there, he can't believe he's done it. But well, believe it you must, you've got to go.
He didn't keep it down, just got a bit of top edge on it. Sent it whistling away, but that's what the backward point was there for, the square cut that went in the air. So now, the first of the proper batsmen has gone, Zishan Yusuf. It's been held at backward point for just 4, and the Crusaders are having a wobble now, 14 for 2, with 1 ball remaining in the second over. Double breakthrough for Manuel Anthony.
Yes, it is. Very well done. I mean, he could have had another, as we know. That's Nick that went through. So our Crusaders going to do what they were renowned for doing, make it difficult for themselves. Surely they're not going to take this all the way down to the wire as well.
It would be fun if they did, to be honest. But here's the man, the finisher, Gopal Thakur. He's completed 3 games pretty much by himself. But he's also failed twice.
Well, gets a thick edge, the shots will catch it, but there's nobody there. Fortuitous start And what a cracking over that was. I mean, he's taken 2 from it, but it quite easily could have been it. Well, he'll be thinking it should have been 3, and he'll be thinking, well, it could have even been 4. Magnificent stuff, keeping the pressure on.
10 runs from the over. Crusaders are 16 for 1. Sally Thomas is going to continue. His first over went for 6.
Yeah, 16 for 2, of course.
Yes, of course.
This is good stuff. They're bowling in the right areas. They're getting the batsman to play and miss outside the off stump. Who's going to be the brave one and take it on and try and split these fielders? Oh, there was a touch. Was there a touch in there? I heard a little bit of something on that, I'm sure. Bowler didn't seem to react.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, Rico. One thing we can agree on, though, is that Gunatilaka had no business trying to play that length ball outside off over to the leg side. He's more than capable of playing a decent square cut, and there's no one on the offside boundary at all.
Good stuff from Thomas.
Thomas has got in his head. Had a really indifferent start to his bowling in this tournament, but he's absolutely on the money now and ripping through the over.
Will only just take the single, so they're not pushing the first one quick. Now, you would think that if any team, the Crusaders would have learnt from that when they find themselves in tricky positions in a game, and we'll look back and say, well, we could have avoided it if we had run all our singles. Not learning from it. It's in the air! Oh, he snatched it! That's a brilliant catch! And Rico Full has finally seen a catch that has been taken in the slip area in a T10 European Series. That's brilliant. That's all about pressure.
And it's the danger man, Gopal Thakur. If he's there at the end, he's usually going to win it. Wobble, 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 and the celebratory throw before he hit the ground. I reckon he had about 3 bites of that cherry, but in the end, he swallowed it whole. 3 down at the end of the 3rd over, and it's becoming rather desperate now. 19 for 3. Just 1 run off that over.
Wow, fabulous stuff. And, well, these low-scoring thrillers that we're getting here in Malta certainly are making things very, very interesting indeed. Well, it's what they like to do. They like to give you entertainment, do Southern Crusaders. They like you getting your value for money.
Last of the big hitters then is in at number 5, Ryan Bastiange. And again, as long as he is there, they will win because he will hit big shots. But he doesn't have the subtlety that the other key batsmen have because he has only big shots. So just as often, we've seen him hole out early on for next to nothing. But he's at the non-striker's end right now. We still have Michael Gunatilaka struggling away, 3 off 8 balls.
Anthony just keeping, well, he's unfortunate there. He's dived to try and field of his own bowling, and he's ricocheted the ball away from the fielders. That would have prevented it from being a single.
Yeah, remember, you've got the men in there for a reason, Mr. Anthony. Now here is Bastiange on strike, and now they've been a lot more liberal with the field. Still those close fielders either side to prevent the single, still the slip. The key positions for Bastiange, 2 men out straight for the drive.
Well bowled. And I think the key here, as far as the Midsa Warriors are concerned, is don't give him any freebies on that leg side. That's where he likes to hit. Keep him where they're keeping him, outside that off stump. It's gone across. Fielder has got to be careful with his footing, does well. Batsman think about the second, but not in a very assertive or positive way. We'll take the one and wonder what happens with the field here now. Do they all come in and put the pressure back on? That's exactly what they seem to be doing. Overpitched. Nicely played. Once more will be a single. So once more the field must change for the left-hander.
He's fighting his inner instinct, isn't he, Ryan Bastians? It's funny when he just nudges the ball or leaves the ball, because he looks like an ogre batting with a toothpick.
Just straight down the leg there. Yeah, of course, Bastians didn't have the best of first games. He came in and we were expecting him to fire the ball all over the place, but he got himself a 3-ball duck. He's got hold of that. There is a fielder there. Tidy work. A nice shot for 1 run.
5 off the over from Anthony. Another good spell from him. He does turn them in. He's taken 2 for 13 in his 2 overs. Salu Thomas 1 for 7 in his 4 overs down. The Crusaders are 25 for 3, needing 48 from 36 balls.
Now you've left me hanging, so you're going to have to tell me. So what's the story about this alarm that keeps going on?
Someone perhaps with a slightly on and off mental battle with logic and reality has put their car alarm on but left all their windows down, which car alarms being what they are has proven more than sufficient to set it off every 2 to 5 minutes. Basil Joy, 1 over so far in the tournament, opening the bowling, and it went for 14. A lot of it was down the leg side. He comes back for his next over.
Start to the wide now.
Well, they have the bowlers to do it without using him, you know. You've got Rahul Nair, Shijil Joy, perfectly capable. They should each bowl 2. Tom Thomas as well.
Lofted away. That's a lovely shot. It may have gone all the way. It does indeed. The umpire puts his hands in the air. 6 runs. And, well, yeah, we're looking at each other a bit puzzled about this bowling change. Again, it was wide. And with nobody there, you just have to loft it over 6 runs.
He hasn't played for a long time, Basil Joy, and we saw in that previous game that he was seriously rusty. Whereas Thomas, Shijil Joy and Nair are all in good form.
Better.
Just taking the pace off a bit there. Still quite full though. Lucky he's bowling to Gunatilaka, who much prefers it when the ball is short, but he can't bowl a full ball like that to Ryan Bastians. I tell you, he'll have it away in a blinking of an eye.
Oh, he's played it on. Well, Gunatilaka has to go as well. Just amazing stuff. And once more, played a very positive, assertive shot there out in the off stump. And this one, well, he's got it all wrong.
Nice ball, very full, Yorker length. Gunnar really hasn't got much of a front foot game on the offside. Just tries to pull everything to leg, and he's closed the face on it and just guided the ball into his own stumps. So Crusaders are now up against it, 32 for 4. Basil Joy has something to smile about. A new batsman has come out, and it's Erdly Chandaram, and my goodness me, when it got difficult at the end of the last game, he looked absolutely terrified, being the rabbit in the headlights. He was okay as long as he just had to concede the strike to a senior batsman, which he can do because you've got Ryan Bastians down there at the non-striker's end. So it's not panic stations yet, he'll just look to get off strike.
Well, he may look to get off strike, but the Malta Warriors are not going to make it that easy.
No, he's over keen, isn't he, to do it? The worst case scenario for him is that the other guy goes and then he has to adopt the dominant role, and that was not something that he relished at all as the Crusaders went down in their last chase.
Well bowled, and that's nice to see. That's attacking fielding. Well, I hope wherever you're watching this, the global cricket family, whether it's via fan code, the sub-Indian continent, or everywhere else via Sports Flick, that you're enjoying this battle. Malta Warriors are fighting to the end. Just scoops that up.
End of the 5th over, 33 for 4. So we're at the halfway stage. Here at Marsa Sports Ground in Malta. 33 for 4 is a struggling start for the Crusaders, requiring 73 for victory, 40 then of 30 in what remains of the innings. The two men on strike, the nervous, shaky, nudgy Chandiram, 1 from 3 on strike, newly arrived at the crease, keen to concede the strike to his senior batting partner, the burly, brutal Bastians, yet to get underway. Shijil Joy has not yet bowled. He tends to dig it in short, which is not Chandiram's favourite style of bowling to face. So you can see he struggles to get in line. Hand off the bat. Does not like playing the short ball across his body.
That was very well bowled though, wasn't it? I think to any batsman, it was a good length. It's come up right into that area that makes it uncomfortable and very difficult to play any real shots at.
Fuller this time, and that's a lace drive through the covers. A rare moment of great confidence from Chandiram. Sweetly timed, and it's zipped away across the outfield for 4.
Yeah, I think he was a little bit relieved to see the width on this. Gets good bat onto ball. The big open area there. A big area to cover from the one man that's out there on the boundary. 4 runs. Lovely shot.
Slip is still in there, as are the two fielders just outside of shot, either side of the wicket, close in, and a ballooning short ball, so very short that it's gone over head height, and that means it's a wide.
Yeah, not only is it a wide, Kit, but that's also the one for the over, so there can be no other short balls above the shoulder height in this over.
Yeah, you're allowed 1 over shoulder height as long as it's under head height. Well, that ship has sailed. And is that another? Yeah, it's been signalled as a shoulder high ball, so that's going to be a no ball, and the umpire, I think, will be told that he has to just change his signal from wide there. His colleague at square leg is telling him.
Yeah, no ball.
No ball for the second one. Well, we haven't had it. That's a bonus for the batting team. It's just gone down as a wide, and a play and miss. Now, just going to have a little mid-pitch conference here. Bastian's going down to Chandiram and saying, look, just take it easy. You've got your 4, we've got a couple of wides. We only need 7 or 8 and over. Just trying to overhit it, isn't he, Chandiram? Doesn't realise that he's only got to nudge it into the gap, get Bastian's on strike.
Yeah, it's. I mean, this guy though, Chandiram, he's been out there every time they've been under pressure. He's maybe the man to ease the pressure off him.
Ah, it's gone very, very high. There is a fielder underneath it, a deep extra cover, but he can't get it. 6 runs off the back foot over extra. What have you done with Chandiram? This must be some kind of clone or robot to place shots like this.
That was a big hit. I mean, you can see there that it's landed well the other side of the boundary. What a lovely shot that was there off his teammates applauding him, all up on their feet, giving him a good clap. They know how important these runs are now.
I tell you, it's not Chandiram. I'm amazed. Nibbled at it, and it's turned out to be a great over for the Southern Crusaders. 12 runs from it, a 4 and a 6 to the nervous Chandiram. Well, he doesn't seem nervous now. 6 overs gone, and the target now 28 from 24.
Yeah, of course, not nervous. I mean, when I think that 4 that he played, which is a classy shot, gave him so much confidence, and now he's up for it. Getting a change now. So this is a pressure moment. The captain, Rahul Nair's coming on. We know what he does. He's bowls tidy, wicket to wicket. Now he'll be knowing that if he can get, after that fairly expensive over, a good one in here, take a wicket, keep the runs down, then once more they're right back in it. This is a very, very key stage in this match.
It is, because he's bowling to the senior batsman, Bastian, who really hasn't had much of the strike. Field is set deep and straight because he likes to get on top of a length ball. He can hit some very big 6s straight. Well, he went for it there, almost swung himself off his feet, one-handed in the end.
It's interesting though, I mean, he's been in, seems like a long time. That is only the 4th ball he's faced. He's on 2 of 4 balls. He's just seen it all happen from the other end.
They've swapped roles just for the moment. Bastian's facing the bowling with what seems a bit of trepidation, nudging the singles. And Chandiram, who's been going for his shots, is now back on strike. Still daylight though between runs required and balls remaining. Crusaders can't afford a quiet over here. Now it's the old Chandiram is back for that ball. That was really nothing. I don't know what he thought he was trying to do. Maybe have a little glide down to 3rd man.
Well, he just hung the bat out there, didn't he? Didn't really try and do much with it after that.
He's going to get a wide there.
Yeah, well, that's the rules of T10. A lot of bowlers would be very disappointed with that. Of course, in this competition, nothing such as profile comes into it. Anything goes down the leg, it's going to be a wide ball.
Nice heavy ball, a parry at mid-wicket. Bastian wants the 2nd, he'll have to be quick. And he's got there, and so too has Chandiram. Great running.
Good running, the fielder threw to the wrong end there. He didn't see the game situation as we watch this. He's played it. Good effort there from the fielder, and here needed to be a throw to the wicket keeper, and well, throws it to the wrong end. Unfortunate, because you saw there, if the ball had gone that side to start off with, it would have been well out of his ground.
24 from 20 now. Still very nicely poised. Remember, if either of these batsmen get out, there's not much left to come. Chandiram. It's as if he's now looking a bit nervous, because before he didn't have much to lose, just have a hit, but now they're in a winning position. Suddenly he's thrust into the spotlight again. Snicked it, caught behind, and Chandiram has perished. He had to go for the hit there, but the captain Rahul Nair has held his nerve and the keeper has held a simple catch. 5th wicket goes down.
Chandrama just lost his nerve here, really, didn't he? We've seen him play some good shots. Then, well, he almost went into that mode again where he just goes dormant. And, well, if he just kept positive, they didn't make any changes to the field for him. So the shots that he played so competently and effectively, the gaps are still there. But, well, the captain, Rahul Nair, has come and taken a wicket. I said this was going to be an important stage. Well, still got the left-hander there, though. Ryan, he's the man that they need, because he's the one. He's like the sleeping giant at the moment, just waiting to bounce.
Yeah, and he's on strike as well. So Indika Pereira, the doctor, very experienced and a calm head, coming in at number 7 to the non-striker's end. He will look to give Bastians as much of the strike as is possible. And Basil Joy has started to find his form. He's going to bowl his remaining over now to Bastians. 24 from 18.
Just making an adjustment to the field. He wants the third man to the left-hander much wider. In he comes.
And that's a great start for the Crusaders. Nice big leg side wide, just to close that gap. 23 from 18 now. Challenge that Basil Joy has got now is that he's got to bowl to the left-hander and the right-hander. There's the big booming Bastian shot, and well done on the boundary. They want the 2 here, but they've been slow in taking off. The throw's gone to the wrong end. Bastians makes it back. Pereira was always going to get his head down and come back to the non-striker's end. Bastians was lumbering a bit, but he's made it home. .21 from 17. Oh, he's left it and he's bowled. Would you believe it? He got stuck almost in a hypnotic trance, thinking it was going to go down the leg side. He realised at the last moment that he was outside the line of it, and he's just watched it hit his stumps. What a great pity.
Well, it's almost, I mean, we'd like to see that again. I'm just wondering if he got a toe off his boots onto that, which guided it on. We see it from the bowler's end once more, but that is a big wicket. The sleeping giant has to go. It's going to go all the way down to the wire. And of course it is, because this is Southern Crusaders.
It's going to be tricky from here, though, because all the specialist batsmen have gone. Jamadyul Hussain comes in at number 8. He's only in the side because the regular opening bat, Gaurav Maitani, and the wicketkeeper indeed, is sitting out this game, yet to face the ball in the tournament. Until now, 21 from 16. In fact, he hasn't faced a ball all year. And it doesn't look as though he hasn't. That was a lovely shot. He gets his head down, comes back for the second, and well done. Good way to get off the mark.
Yeah, did well there. I mean, I think the key thing was just to keep the pace off it as he played the shot. Wasn't trying to hit it.
and that allowed them to come back and make 2 from it. This is going to have to be a gutsy fight now from these batsmen. They're going to have to work hard for every run.
19 from 15 then. That's very wide of him. Well inside the guideline. Jamadi Hussain got himself 2 square on there. He just opened his front leg so far out. He brought his hands with it.
Not afraid to have a go, so that was the positive side for the Crusaders.
Just needs to stay in line. And again, he hasn't moved across to the ball. He's reaching for it. 2 valuable, priceless dots. It is becoming difficult now. 19 from 13. 1 ball left. Well, he might as well have a big old hit here, because if he gets out, no harm done. The senior man, Pereira, will still be on strike next over. He's going to retain the strike. Well, a single, it's another run at least, but 18 off 12. Hussain will have to do it. He's got a experienced campaigner at the other end, but just at the moment, he's keeping that experience away from the bowling. 8 overs done, 55 for 6. And that concludes 2 tidy overs from Basil Joy. 2 wickets he took for 14 runs. Now 2 bowlers remain. Will it be the bang it in short Shijil Joy approach, or the metronomic in-swing of the captain Rahul Nair? Nair is going to give himself the penultimate over and rely on Shijil Joy to keep it quiet. In the previous time they were in this situation, the captain held himself back and took responsibility for the last.
Now, there's been a swap over of fielders. Obviously, reason only the captain will know. Look at this, the offside, a line of the Warriors.
Great first ball. You see, watch the shot that Hussain is rehearsing there. It's a back foot defensive. 18 off the last 2 overs. It's hard to see how that shot is going to get them anywhere near the result they need. Now that's very high, but in fact not signalled as even. 1 for the over above shoulder height. So 2 dots in a row. Captain's doing a good job.
Yeah, that was well bowled. And that's the corridor's going to aim at. I don't think he's going to get bat onto ball if he keeps it there.
Another one, just swinging himself off his feet. No attempt to get closer to the line of the ball. And Indica Pereira has done the right thing here and just said to the umpire, can I have a quick chat with the youngster? Pereira has faced so much cricket, but he hasn't had a sniff of the bowling now for best part of 2 overs. In fact, he hasn't faced a single ball since he came out to bat. Nicked. Now they've got to take a single, come what may. It's all fairly desperate at this stage. 17 off 8 now, and you think really that Pereira's got to try and contrive at least 1 boundary.
Yeah, what a lot of pressure on him, not just here for his team. So the president or the chairman of Malta Cricket is out there with the bat, and he's got it all to do. He's got to find the boundary ropes.
If this goes down the leg side, there's certainly 4 behind square. The first fielder you come to round the clock is deep backward square. He's gone for the classical shot. Now he should get 2 at least. Out to extra cover. That'll give him 1 more ball to retain the strike.
Nice shot.
15 off 7. But the key thing here is to be on strike for the start of the next over, because you can't afford to see Hussain play out 3 dot balls. It's got to be a single or a 3 here for Pereira. Well done. And he knows that there's no 2. That's the years of his experience and cricketing intelligence coming into play. Good over from Nair, keeping the batsman in check. It's gone for 8 runs. 9 overs down, 59 for 6, and there will be 14 to win off the last.
Yes, so in true Crusader style, they've made what should have been once more a relatively straightforward run chase very difficult. Shijil Joy looks like he's lining himself to bowl it. Well, they've just got to go out blazing. They need boundaries. There's nothing more to it.
Well, he likes to bowl short, Shijil Joy, and if he gets it straight or on the leg side, there are plenty of places to hit a 4. There hasn't been a field change behind square. In fact, there are only 3 fielders on the leg side in total. Now that should be a no ball. It is, and it's high in the air too, so this is a bonus situation. Hussain doesn't want to come back for the second. He's going to retain the strike. I'm not sure that's quite so smart. Pereira was determined to come back for 2, but Hussain was having none of it. A run for the no ball and the single, 12 from 6. Hussain has got to get something on this, get Pereira back on strike. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. I don't know what he thought he was going to do there. Suddenly hit the 6 out of the ground. He hasn't got that shot. 12 from 5, and that was the free hit.
It's also interesting to see that they're not even trying to scamper through the singles when the ball's going past. I mean, Pereira, it's quite slow to go. Oh!
Well, that may not be the worst thing in the world, actually, because the longer Hussain stayed there, the harder it was going to be for them to get any runs at all. He's only got the single. That's all he has in his armoury. Never going to hit a 6. So I think as long as he's on God's green earth. He's played on.
Plays it on. He's on his way back, and well, he'll look back at this if the next batsman comes in and plays a few big hits to say, well, I knew what I was doing. I did it for my team. But at the end of the day, a new batsman has to. I mean, he's having a chat there with Indica saying, well, okay, what's the plan? Well, it's as simple as this. We got 4 legal deliveries to score 12 runs, so we've got to hit a few boundaries. We've got to find a way through. I'm still very surprised that that area there, in the leg side, the fine leg, between fine leg and square leg, is vacant. Just see one's been sneaked through there.
Lakshita Seneviratne is the new batsman, and he's got just about as much aptitude as the man who went before him. Nice wide ball, well inside the line. Seneviratne decides that in spite of not actually having scored a run this entire season, that he is the man to score 12 off 4. What's he doing here? And he's been bowled as well. They've got no interest in getting the senior batsman back on strike. 12 off 2 now, it's as good as done. Seneviratne out for a second ball duck. Someone needs to have a word with these guys coming in.
This is a top quality ball. He's seeing what the batsman's doing, moving around, trying to put him off. Well, the bowler does exactly the right thing. Excellent bowling at the death, just pushing it right in there in the block hole. Sends another one back.
So Pereira watches from the non-striker's end in disbelief. All they had to do was give him the strike, and every single tail-end batsman seems to have the idea that they're going to hit 4-6, 4-6 and do it all by themselves. Jojo Thomas, his first strike of the whole season, and it's hit him straight back to the bowler. Well, he had to go for a big shot there. That's no fault of Thomas. 2 6s was what was needed, and it's 2 in 2 and 3 in the over for Shijil Joy.
Fantastic bit of bowling. You can't ask better than that. He would have been under pressure. You always are. I mean, it doesn't matter. But it started off needing 14 runs. And then, of course, don't forget, his very first ball was a no ball.
Well, you've got a feel for this guy, Royal, but we always say that it's nice when someone takes time off work to play in these amateur tournaments that they get a chance to bat or bowl, but this would be an absolutely horrifying situation for Royal. They haven't given him the ball, they haven't given him a bat. He comes out at number 11, needing to hit 12 off the last ball to win, and facing a hat-trick. And it's not a hat-trick, at the very least he's survived, so he's saved some ignominy, but facts of the matter are that Crusaders have absolutely thrown that away with suicidal tail-end batting, and they've gone down twice in the day to the Warriors. And well might the Warriors celebrate an outstanding effort of strangulation at the death. It all started when the Crusaders felt it was a good idea to send in a tail-ender as a pinch hitter, and he ate up time, Mohamed Bilal, before Manuel Anthony got him out with his very first ball. And then when the new batsman came in, they all seemed to have a bit of a death wish. Gunatilaka just guiding the ball away to point. Gorgeous catch that got rid of Gopal Thakur. Played on. Gunatilaka. It all just unburdened itself in the most miserable of ways. Erdly Chandiram, of all people, top scorer, a 4 and a 6. Last hope was Indica Pereira, but the tail end made sure that he got none of the strike at all. Bastianj decided to leave that leg stump Yorker and paid the price for it. He was the last of the recognised batsmen. Then Jamadi Hussain went to Joy. Senavaratna went to Joy. And Jojo Thomas went to Joy, all in the last over. Pereira, number 7, faced 3 balls and scored 4 runs. Well, if you want to know how to screw up a chase of a moderate target, that's just about a textbook lesson from the Crusaders. Change your batting order. We'll have the big batsmen all try and play big shots. No one nailed it down and just said they were going to anchor the chase. And then have the tail-enders decide that they're the ones who are going to seal it themselves. Strategically, a disaster. And the Crusaders, given that approach, quite deservedly have gone down for the second time in the day by 11 runs this time to Msida Warriors. The bowling figures, well, the bowlers just filled their boots there. Look at that for a T10 bowling attack. Shijil Joy, 3 wickets in the last over. Quality. Salu Thomas opening the bowling, 2 overs in the power play. That paid off, given the slow spin. That was extraordinary in itself. It has, in truth, been a bit of a calamity for the Crusaders. But what it all means is that the Warriors have got themselves into a very decent position, having started the day in a rather lower reaches of the table. We still have the Crusaders up by the top of the table, but they have really lost momentum now, and it's had the effect of opening the whole thing up. We just look at the table as it stands. Crusaders now have lost 2, they've still got 8, but Marsa and Knights are hot on their tails, unbeaten, and 2 games in hand on 7. And the Warriors, well, only 2 teams will fail to make it to the semi-finals, and with those 2 victories over the league leaders, they've brought themselves roaring into contention for a semi-final slot. American University of Malta and the overseas looks like they're going to be slugging it out for the wooden spoon come next week. Well, that's all from me. Kit Harris in the European Cricket Network commentary box. There is one formality left in this extraordinary game, and that's to find out who is the man of the match from Rico Full.
Well, thank you, Kit. What a game that was. Once more, a low-scoring thriller, and it had to involve the Southern Crusaders. They're a team that, well, they do it the hard way, and they wanted to come out here in this second match against the Mitsar Warriors and get some revenge, losing the first one. Well, they started off well, bowling brilliantly and restricting Mitsar Warriors to just 72. Well, money was on them winning this all the time, but it wasn't to be. The Warriors were strong. The Warriors played well as a team, a good outfit, and they kept picking away and taking those wickets. And the man to my right, who I must congratulate, our player of the match for Sigil Joy, taking there at the end 3 wickets for 14. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
I mean, the first question is, after scoring such a low score, did you really believe that you could win that game?
No, I definitely, I can't believe how it came like this, because it's better first spell. Salu and Manuel, they are doing very well. Normally we are starting with Basil in our first bowler, but today it's low score. We changed some planning, and they also do well, doing well. And after I don't know how it's get.
One thing I must say, and what I like very much, I say it a lot of the times, that sometimes I feel that teams, when they're in the field, that they're not attacking enough. The field is just too spread. Well, you didn't have many runs to play with. You kept the fielders in. You even had a slip who took a catch as well. That was fantastic. You attacked. You remained as a unit. You never gave them up. And your bowling, well, talk us through your bowling. What was going through your head when you were bowling, especially that last over when they needed 12 runs to win?
Definitely, that time I was very, what I say, because I am very.
You're quite nervous, yes, because the first ball went for a no ball. Yeah, so you were very nervous.
Of course, I am nervous, but my captain told to me, "Don't worry, you can." He told, and he supported us very well, and that's the result came out in the match.
Well, it was a fantastic game to watch. Not high scoring, but a thriller in the making. And your part you played in that. And also, mustn't forget, you were also the not-out batsman, scoring 4 runs or 3 balls. And it doesn't sound a lot, but in a low-scoring game, all the runs count. Well, Sigil Joy, it's joy for you tonight. You'll be partying with your team, and you're partying over the weekend until we return next week. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it. What a fantastic game it was. It's a thriller, again, low scoring, but the team in the end there, the Amritsar Warriors, coming on top. Well, that's it from us on the weekend. We are back on Monday. So just to tell you, Monday, we're back with Atlas UTC Knights. They take on Malta. Both teams are unbeaten. So that's going to be a cracking way to start when we come back next week. In the meantime, from everyone from the European Cricket Network team, have a fantastic weekend. See you on Monday, 8:30 Central European Time.